our distinguished chief guests, speakers, delegates, and TEF members. On behalf of Tamil Nadu Engineers Forum, TEF 2025, and our entire team, it's my sincere pleasure to welcome you all here for the two significant events, the 16th Technological Innovations and Conference, TICE, and the 9th Engineering Excellence Awards, EEA ceremony in Kuwait. As we mark over 2 decades of a proud journey, we Tamil Nadu Engineers Forum, TEF, stands as a beacon of professional excellence. We are honored to be recognized as the only active professional forum in Kuwait to have successfully operated for the past 25 years. In this legacy that brings us together today, we are delighted to host the 16th Technological Innovations and Conference, TICE, and the 9th Engineering Excellence Awards. And we thank you all for your presence today.
We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children, a very famous Native American proverb. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected engineers, and fellow professionals. It's both an honor and a responsibility to share with you this year's conference theme, The Rise of Green Engineering, Advancing Sustainability Through Technology. Today, we stand at a defining moment in human history, a time when engineering and environmental stewardship must no longer run on parallel tracks, but merge into one powerful, purposeful path. Green engineering is not just a movement, it's a mindset. As we begin, let's transcend convention, forge purposeful collaboration, and ignite innovations that not only address the challenges of today, but secure a resilient and sustainable tomorrow. Welcome to the rise of green engineering. Welcome to the future of sustainable innovation. And welcome to TICE and EEA 2025.
Today, on this special occasion, we come together to celebrate TEF's legacy and our flagship event, the 16th TICE and the 9th EEA Award ceremony, with such an inspiring and overwhelming audience gathered here. On this special day, I take great pleasure in extending a warm and heartfelt welcome to our chief guest, whose presence truly adds prestige and inspiration to this event. Engineer Hamza Abdullah Bakash, Chairman, Kuwait National Petroleum Company, and Engineer Hamad Rashid Al Zubair, Deputy CEO, North and West Kuwait, Kuwait Oil Company. And our today's keynote speaker, Dr. Fahad Al Ghanim, Manager, Operations Support Group, Gas, Kuwait Oil Company. And our special guest, Mr. Harith Ketan Shelat, Second Secretary, Community Affairs and Association, Embassy of India to Kuwait. And Dr. Gazuma Okoroba, Head Sustainability, Dankota Cement Nigeria, Founder, Frolip Africa. And our guest of honor, Engineer Talal Mutlaq Al-Otaibi, Manager, Associated Gas Operations, Kuwait Oil Company. And our special invitee, Mr. Sabah Al-Shamari, Director, Golden Palm Petroleum, who have gracefully accepted our invitation to grace this occasion despite their busy schedules. Dear sirs and madam, your presence here today truly elevates this event, making it an extraordinary and memorable milestone in the history of TEF. We also extend a warm welcome to all dignitaries and special invitees and representatives from various organizations and companies who have joined us today. And above all, I would like to congratulate our award winners, those who have demonstrated outstanding dedication, innovation, and excellence in their respective fields, both in industry and academics. Your achievements are an inspiration to all of us.
National Anthem of India.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you. Please be seated. As an engineering and a professional forum, safety is our utmost priority, not only for our guests and members, but to everyone who have assembled here. So to present today's safety moment of the day, I now request Engineer Middleton to come to the dais.
Good morning, everyone. I am here to present our safety moment for today. But before we begin, let me quickly brief you about the exits. In case of an emergency, please note that there are 2 accessible exits in this hall, one at your front and another at your back. Please avoid using elevators during an evacuation. Now that we are all familiar with our safety arrangements, let's move on to today's safety moment. Today's safety moment is centered about 3 simple but powerful phrases. Make it safe, make it personal, make it home. Now, let's watch a short video related to today's safety moment. So today, let's remember, make it safe, make it personal, make it home. Thank you, and let's continue to work safely, not just for ourselves, but for everyone who matters to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. Now I request Mr. Bala, our General Secretary, to deliver the welcome address.
Assalamu alaikum, vanakkam, namaskar, good morning to one and all. Respected Chief Guest, Engineer Hamza Abdullah Bakash, Chairman, Kuwait National Petroleum Company, and Engineer Hamad Al-Zuhair, Deputy CEO, North and West Kuwait, Kuwait Oil Company. Esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Fahad Al-Ghanem, Manager, Operation Support Group, Gas, Kuwait Oil Company. Honorable Special Guest, Harit Ketan, Second Secretary, Community Affairs, Embassy of India, Kuwait. Engineer Talal Al-Otepi, Manager, Associated Gas Operation, Kuwait Oil Company. Dr. Ihazimo Okoroba, Head of Sustainability, Dangot Cement, Nigeria, and founder, ProLeaf Africa. Mr. Shabal Shamari, Director, Golden Palm Petroleum Services. Respected Chairperson, our exhibitors, our paper presentation speaker, fellow engineers, distinguished colleagues, and dear friends. It's given me an immense joy and pride to welcome each one of you to the 16th Technological Innovation Conference and 9th Engineering Excellence Award. This year, our theme, the rise of green engineering, advancing sustainability through technology, reflects our shared vision, a future where innovation and sustainability walk hand in hand. As an engineer, it is not only our duty to advance the technology, but also to ensure that our solution remain environmentally responsible and socially impactable. We are deeply honored to be joined our chief guest, Engineer Hamza Abdullah Bakash and Engineer Hamad Al Suhair, whose visionary leadership and dedication to the energy sector continue to inspire the engineers across the globe. We are also privileged to welcome Mr. Harit Ketan, Second Secretary, Community of Affairs and Association, Embassy of India, whose presence strengthened the bond between India and Kuwait and encourage the engineering community to excel. We are eagerly look forward keynote address Dr. Fahad Al-Ghaniam, whose insights will shed tone for the today discussion and sustainable innovation. We are also delighted to welcome our distinguished special guest, Engineer Talal Al-Utepi, for his exceptional contribution to the associated gas operation, and Mr. Shabal Shamari, Director, Golden Palm Petroleum Services, whose expertise enrich our understanding of the energy sector. And finally, Dr. Igozima Okoroba. Ladies and gentlemen, a truly special welcome to Dr. Igozima, who has traveled all the way from London. As Head of Sustainability at Dangot Cement and founder of ProLeaf Africa, she is a visionary leader in sustainable development, industrial innovation, and environmental stewardship. Her pioneering work demonstrates how engineering excellence can create a positive impact globally, and we are honored to have her insights and strategy with us today. Let us give a big round of applause. We are also immensely proud to recognize 9th Engineering Excellence Awardees whose outstanding contribution to engineering, innovation, and sustainability to have set new bench for our provisions. Their dedication, hard work, and vision exemplify the very spirit of excellence we celebrate today. Please let us give a big round of applause to honor all our distinguished EEA awardees. Friends, today is a truly technology feast. We have an incredible showcase, 72 exhibition stalls and 25 paper presentations lined up, displaying cutting-edge innovation and practical solution in sustainability. I extend a special welcome, appreciation to all our exhibitors and our paper presentation speakers for sharing their processing, research, and ideas. I also warmly welcome our chairperson, whose guidance will steer today proceedings towards a success. I strongly encourage each one of you to visit the stalls, attend the paper presentation, actively engage with the exhibitors and speakers. Let us gain a valuable knowledge, exchange ideas, and enjoy the grand manner of celebration technology, sustainability to the fullest. Today is more than a conference, it is a celebration of engineering excellence, a platform for new ideas and a testament to our collective commitment to a sustainable future. I sincerely hope that every session, interaction, and presentation leaves you energized and motivated to contribute meaningfully to our provision and society. On behalf of Tamil Nadu Engineer Forum TEF, Kuwait, I once again extend a warm, wholehearted welcome to each one of you. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. Together, let us make this event resounding success. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful welcome address, sir. Now I request our President, Mr. Raja, to deliver the presidential address for the day.
Thank you very much for the welcome address, Bala. Thank you very much. Salam alaikum, vanakkam, good morning to all. Respected Engineer Mr. Hamza Abdullah Bakar, Chairman, Kuwait National Petroleum Company, Engineer Hamad Al Rashad Al Zubair, Deputy CEO, North and West Kuwait, Kuwait Oil Company, and all distinguished guests, fellow engineers, industrial leaders, aspiring technologists, and friends. As a TEF President, it is both an honor and privilege to stand before you on the eve of this 16th Technological Innovations and Conference and 9th Engineering Excellence Awards. Respected sirs, I would like to mention proudly that this is not only an event, this is the celebration of innovation, excellence, sustainable engineering practices. For 26 remarkable years, I would like to mention that Tamil Nadu Engineers Forum, TEF, has been a beacon of professional excellence here in Kuwait. Being a non-profit association and the only ISO 9000-2001 certified organization, the strength of alumni from Tamil Nadu, India, united by the passion for engineering and commitment to the progress. Today's conference makes a pivotal moment in our journey. As the world grapples with climate change, resource scarcity, and environmental degradation, the role of engineers has never been more critical. Our theme, the rise of green engineering and advancing sustainability through technology, is not just timely, it is a transformative. Green engineering is more than a discipline, it is a mindset. It challenges us to rethink how we design, build, and innovate. It calls for solutions that are not only efficient, but also ethical, regenerative, and resilient. From renewable energy systems to smart infrastructures, from biodegradable materials to all energy-driven optimization, the future of engineering lies in our ability to harmonize technology with nature. Respected sirs, in this occasion, it is our gratitude to mention that the long-standing contribution of the Indian community to the development of Kuwait. Across generations, Indian professionals have played a vital role in building Kuwait's infrastructure, advancing its industries, and enriching its multicultural fabric. The Tamil Nadu Engineers Forum stands as a reflection of that legacy, committed not only to excellence but to gratitude. As a professional organization, TEF believes in giving back to the engineering community of Kuwait. For Kuwaitis as well as the expatriates, this technological conference is one such initiative designed to foster knowledge sharing, innovation, and professional growth. We are especially focused on empowering young Kuwaiti engineers by creating opportunities for mentorship, exposure to cutting-edge technologies, and meaningful dialogue with seasoned experts. Through these efforts, we have to contribute the Kuwait's vision of knowledge-driven, sustainable futures. This conference is not just a showcase of technologies, dear sirs. It is a platform for collaboration. It is where ideas meet action, where seasoned professionals mentor the next generation, and where our collective wisdom shapes the future. Let us use this opportunity to share insights, challenge the convention, and spark innovation that can ripple across the borders. We are rendering our sincere thanks to our patrons, our sponsors, our patrons and volunteers. Thank you for your unwavering support. To our speakers and exhibitors, thank you for inspiring us with your vision. And to every member of Tamil Nadu Engineers Forum, thank you for keeping this opportunity vibrant, relevant, and future ready. Also, I would wish to congratulate all the EEA awardees. At the end, let us rise together, not just as an engineers, but as stewards of sustainability. Let us build not only with precision, but with purpose. And let this conference can be a testament to what we can achieve when technology serves humanity and planet alike. Thank you very much. Nandri, vanakkam.
Thank you, sir, for that inspiring address. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a special presentation for you. Please direct your attention to the screen as we celebrate the incredible journey of TEF with a short video showcasing the 26 years of growth, impact, and achievement.
Of unity. Welcome to the inspiring journey of the Tamil Nadu Engineers Forum of Kuwait. It It all began in the year 2000. A trusted ISO 9001:2015 certified non-profit organisation built on passion, purpose and professionalism. TEF became more than a forum. It became a platform for knowledge sharing, technical excellence and professional growth. Through every seminar, every project and every initiative, TEF has inspired progress, empowered engineers and connected industries. In 2010, TEF launched the Technological Innovation Conference and Exposition, a groundbreaking stage where ideas met innovation. From pioneering technologies to inspiring partnerships to honour brilliance, TEF introduced the Engineering Excellence Awards, recognising outstanding achievements in engineering and honouring those who lead by example and light the path for others. Beyond engineering, TEF built a vibrant community, connecting minds, nurturing talent. Through the years, TEF has proudly hosted 15 conferences, 475 exhibitors, over 9,000 participants, and more than 350 speakers, each one a part of the TEF legacy. 2.5 decades later, the spirit remains the same, strong, united, and forward-looking. As we celebrate 26 years, we celebrate every engineer, every idea, and every achievement that shaped this remarkable journey. We believe technology and responsibility must rise together. TEF Kuwait, 26 years of inspiring engineering excellence and leading the way toward a greener tomorrow.
Yes, indeed it was an inspiring journey. Dear all, now it's time for the inaugural Chief Guest Address, and it's a pleasure to have with us Engineer Hamza Abdullah Bakash, Chairman, Kuwait National Petroleum Company, and I request him to come to the dais to deliver the inaugural address. Sir, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين سيدنا محمد وآل بيته وصحبه أجمعين. Please allow me to speak in English for the benefit of the wider group here. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you, TIF, for giving me this honor and privilege to address such a distinguished group of engineers and technicians. It's always a pleasure to be with such a group. TIF has done a wonderful job, honestly. You know, I participated in one event a few years back, and today seeing the booth, seeing the organization, the arrangements, it's very impressive. This event could not been done better than the way they have done it today. Even with, you know, companies with more resources, I think it would have not been that easy to arrange such an event in such a professional manner. I take this opportunity to thank the Indian community in Kuwait in general and the technical people. India has been a great partner in Kuwait development since the early days, 50s and 60s. And even beyond that, in the pre-oil era, I think the relation between Kuwait and India was really one of a kind. The Kuwaiti merchants, you know, used to really keep the trade routes busy between north of Arabian Gulf, East Africa, India. And many of prominent Kuwaiti families took residence in Mumbai, as they call it these days. And if you look at even our Kuwaiti dialect, there are a lot of Indian words that we use. Maybe many people don't know that they started or they originated from Indian language or Hindi. So really, to make it short, the relation is not of recent years. It has been there, historical, And we hope, inshallah, this to continue to build on this relation more and more. I think also this is a good time to congratulate my colleagues at KMBC for the 65 years of the founding of the company. Special thank also goes to our colleagues at KOC for starting the commercial production from Matraba oil field. For those who are familiar with the subject, Matraba was really a great technical and safety challenge to our colleagues at KOC. The formation, the high H2S content of the crude oil was a challenge. Thankfully, they managed to meet these challenges, and alhamdulillah, we have a good production, and we hope this will take us closer to the 4 million barrel a day in the near future. We wish you luck, our colleagues at KOC. Now, the theme of the conference is very attractive, honestly. I was very pleased to see it. I think the future is for green energy. All of us should work toward that goal. We are all in this profession, we work with the fossil fuel, mainly here in Kuwait, oil and gas. Others, they deal with coal, they deal with other fossil material. And this has been really the use since the Industrial Revolution in the West. In recent years, people tried to demonize fossil fuel. They made it the source of all evils in the world. It's the source of global warming. It is the source of, name it, everything bad, they tried to dump it on fossil fuel. It was driven by political interest. It was not innocent, honestly. I agree. We need to have green energy. We need to save the planet. We need to be more productive. But you cannot be energy selective. You cannot say, I'll take this energy, I dump this energy, and maybe I'll consider the other energy. Energy is the same. It should be available. It should be affordable. It should be accessible by all. We cannot come at this stage and ask the African nations, ask the Asian nations that, listen guys, you cannot use fossil fuels anymore. You have to go to green energy, which is very expensive. No civilization was built on expensive energy. Cheap energy is what you need to build a civilization. The Western nations, since the inception of the Industrial Revolution, they dumped so much CO2, ethane, methane, you name it. They dump it in the atmosphere. Now, we as less progressive nations are supposed to pay the penalty. They should try to recover the CO2 from the atmosphere. There is technology available. It's a bit expensive, but you guys made the profit, huge profit. Now it's time to pay back. And let us, as let's say, progressive nations, enjoy reasonable energy. Let me quote some statistics that was given by Secretary General of OPEC, His Excellency Mr. Haytham Al-Ghais, who was a colleague at KPC. And these are very interesting statistics. The economy by the year 2045 will double from the size now. Population will increase from 8 million to 9.5 million in the year 2045. These days, like in European countries, and per capita, they use 9 barrels of oil per capita. The US, they use 22 barrels of oil per capita. In other countries, like us and other, let's say, less privileged places, we used 1 barrel of oil per capita. There will be 600 million people moving to urban centers in the world. These people, they need energy for cooking, for transport, for travel, you name it. We are deprived. We only use 1 barrel of oil as compared to 22 barrels in the US. IEA was promoting this idea that we should stop investing in fossil fuel. Fossil fuel is evil. Don't spend your money. Let's concentrate on the green energy. As we say in Arabic, كلام حق يراد به باطل. It's good to have green energy. But people now, many big companies stopped investing in the fossil fuel. Now, September, 2 weeks ago, the IEA stated that we need 45 million barrels of oil, new oil, and 2,000 billion standard cubic meter of gas by 2050, just to keep the current level of production. If we produce like today, the consumption is 100 million, we need to find 45 million barrels of oil and 2,000 billion cubic meter of gas by the year 2050. The quote they had, the oil and gas industry needs to run fast to stand still. It's like, you know, when you do on a treadmill, you run fast, but you don't move. So this is what the, let's say, oil-producing countries need to do. Having said that, I don't mean that we don't need to pursue the green energy. Yes, we need to pursue that. We need to keep the fossil fuel, but we need to minimize emission. KOC, for example, have reduced their flaring almost to 1%, Mr. Hamid, less than 1%. We used to burn maybe 15, 14%, or even more. Now, you know, through the good effort, they've reduced that. We need to minimize the emission and not to be selective on what energy to use. Kuwait also started, I would say, plans to go green. The plan is by 2050, 50% of our electricity should be from renewable sources. Carbon neutrality by the oil sector also is targeted by 2050. Shigaya Energy Park should supply 4,100 megawatt hour by that year. There are smaller projects that are being handled by companies. You know, KMPC, we started using solar panels in our gas stations and some other industrial sites. As you all know, we are great with plans, but I hope we can deliver at the end. Most of the time, our execution falls short of what we hope to do. So that's the challenge for all of us in this room. We are all, if involved in this green energy business, we need to make the effort to make the plan a success. To be honest, we lack the know-how. The green energy is new to Kuwait and to many countries. We lack the know-how. We need huge financing. Green energy doesn't come free. It's very expensive. Some people say the cost is dropping, but when you consider the whole cycle, it is still expensive, and we need financing. We need the financial institutions to support this move. The technical society, the technical people need to be innovative in how to do that. Let's hope, inshallah, that this initiative by the Kuwait government and Kuwait companies can, inshallah, pick up and we can complete the plan by the years targeted. I don't want to continue with this, but I think the message is clear. Yes, we need green energy despite all the challenges. Also, we need to keep a place for the fossil fuel because it's available, it's cheap, we have the infrastructure with us. I wish the conference all the success. God bless you all. God bless Kuwait. Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir. We'd like to stay back. And thank you, sir, for your innovative and motivative words and encouraging the audience to be socially responsible. Now we would like to honor our chief guest, and I request Mr. Ramraj, our ex-president, to come to the stage to honor our chief guest with a shawl. And I request Mr. A. Nadarajan, our ex-DEF president, to come to the stage to honor our chief guest with a garland. And I also request our president, Mr. Raja, and our general secretary, Mr. Balan, to present the memento to our chief guest. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's now time for the conference chief guest address, and it's our pleasure to have Engineer Tim to come to the dais to deliver the chief guest address on the conference.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Abu Manaf, Hamza, for your great speech. And we admire you day after day and every moment that we spend time with you for your really good speech. And I think he has expressed our feeling as Kuwaiti toward the Indians. Indian and Kuwait, they have very great histories, even before the era of oil. We have seen Indian traditional and support within building the old Kuwait and new Kuwait, and we are really enjoying working with the Indian. As Mr. Hamza, he talked about the green energy and the initiative for the oil sectors. Yes, we did in Kuwait Oil Company. We have minimized the gas flaring from almost 16% to almost below the 0.5%. And we are also working very hard to minimize the gas flaring as much as we can. Also, Mr. Fahad Al-Ghanem yesterday, he informed me that we have signed or awarded a contract for the methane pledge in Kuwait. This will be the first surface company we sign with them. So we're expecting no methane, or we will minimize the methane in our facilities. And this is one of the initiatives that we are heading, and in order to meet the international standard of environment. Also, bringing the LNGI in the state of Kuwait in the recent years have really also participated in improving the environment. The Clean Fuel Project, also by KMBC, has also participated in improving the environment. Yesterday in KOC, we have decided that to build and selected one area in west of Kuwait to build 1 giga of solar, which also will give us more clean energy. And one time I have visited west of Kuwait, and I was really surprised that we are depending on the diesel generator to run our ASP pump in wells. It costs us more than 30 million a year. And also, it's not good for our environment. As we know that running a diesel generator is not really very friendly for the environment. And we are planning to supply this ASP in the future, inshallah, in the near future, with solar energy. Would like to take this opportunity to thank all people who participated and preparing this great event. It's a privilege to join this prestigious conference and award ceremony. I commend that Tamil Nadu Engineer Forum for celebrating engineering excellency and innovation. The theme is the rise of green engineering reminds us that the innovation must go hand in hand with environment responsibility. Kuwait initiative as renewable energy, as we have initiated in KOC with energy transition with 5 initiatives, and one of them, or many of them that improve the environment and enhancing the renewable energy. Also, lowering the carbon and bringing more advanced technology and energy efficiency infrastructure, and to show how vision and engineering can shape the sustainable future. I also applaud the exhibitor, paper presenter, and the student. Your idea researches inspire us all, and I encourage everyone to learn, collaborate, and innovate. Personally, I have seen how passion and persistence in engineering can create solutions that benefit entire community. And I hope today the conference inspire that spirit in each of you. Congratulations to all awarded and and participant. And I wish this event, inshallah, continue success in fostering excellence and sustainable innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your powerful and encouraging words. It's now time to honor the chief guest, and I request Engineer Ashok, ex-president of TEF, to honor the chief guest with a shawl. And I request Engineer Rajendra Kannan, ex-president, to honor the chief guest with a garland. I also request our president and general secretary to present the memento to our chief guest. Thank you, gentlemen. Kindly be seated.
Next, it's time for the special address, and it's our pleasure to have Mr. Harith Ketan Shalat, Second Secretary, Community Affairs and Association, Embassy of India to Kuwait. I request Mr. Harith Ketan Shalat to come to the dais and deliver the special address. Sir, please.
Good morning to Chairman KNPC, His Excellency Mr. Bakash, and thank you for one of the most insightful addresses I have ever had the pleasure of sitting for in my time here in Kuwait. Good morning also to the chief guest, other dignitaries present here, and the TAF family and my young friends present there. First, TAF. Congratulations on yet another successful display of technological superiority and focus on R&D. This, I believe, is the 16th edition of your expo, your conference. The TEF president before me in his address spoke of empowering and mentoring the next generation of Kuwaiti engineers. This is something very, very critical for Kuwait. It is a very important part of the nation building that you do over here, but we'll come to that later. TAF gave me a few points to speak on green energy and sustainability and whatnot, but I will not speak too much about that. All of you already know much more than me in the field. I will, however, speak about engineering in general in today's day and age from the perspective of a diplomat. See, first again, to the TEF family. I will repeat something that I told you in your 2024 cultural event when I was present with the Sri Lankan ambassador. As Indian engineers, you should be very, very proud. It'll soon be 80 years of our independence. When we gained independence in 1947, a lot of leaders, a lot of political thinkers said that we will not survive as a country. Why? Because we did not have enough food to feed our own people. Food security is a goal we have long left back. We have put landers on Mars, on the far side of the moon. We have built warships, and we are now in the process of developing space stations and hypersonic glide vehicles. All of this is only possible because of Indian engineers. This is why, firstly, as Indian engineers, all of you people from TEF should be very, very proud of yourself. Second, to the young Kuwaitis present here. Today's day and age, it is a changing age. There is a new world order emerging. We are in a state of flux. We have not quite figured out what the new order will be. This is where a comprehensive national power, the concept of comprehensive national power becomes very, very important for every country. CNP, the comprehensive national power, it's a function of a number of things, but some of the key things are industrial capacity, research and development, manufacturing base, and warfighting capacity. All of these are a direct function of the quantity and quality of the engineers of that country. So in this context, what you do here, what you bring to the table over here, whether it's the papers you present, whether it's the best practices that you sort of bring to this place, these are very, very important because they strengthen Kuwait. And a strong Kuwait is not just good inherently in itself, it is also good for the region, it is also good for India, and it is also good for the world. So as an Indian diplomat, I am very, very pleased with the outstanding work that you do here in strengthening your country. Your efforts are nothing short of superb, and you should be proud of yourselves. On that note, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Request you please stay back. And thank you for your kind words and unwavering support and care towards the Indian community in Kuwait. Now it's time to honor our chief guest, and I request Mr. Krishna Jagan, our ex-president, to come to the dais to honor the chief guest with a shawl. And I request Engineer Vasudevan, safety engineer, who can come to the dais to honor our chief guest with a garland. And I also request Engineer Periyasamy and Engineer Subramani to present the memento to our chief guest. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next, it's time for the keynote address, and it's our pleasure to have Dr. Fahad Al-Ghanem, Manager, Operation Support Group Gas from Kuwait Oil Company, amidst us, and I request him to come to the dais to deliver the keynote address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 16th TICE and the 9th EEA. It's a great honor to be here today. And the theme of today's conference is the rise of green engineering. And what a coincidence, because I sat today next to Dr. Exuma, which is the head of sustainability. And then during the reception also, we talked to Dr. Suad, and there is a new lab for solar energy within Kuwait. So we are heading there. And on a different note, we were discussing about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how they cross with the sustainability. So sustainability is not just energy, it's also diversity, it's so much thing across the ESG. In Kuwait, our energy transition policy, our energy transition strategy, talk about reaching net zero by 2050. As Kuwait, as state, we are committed to reach net zero by 2060. So what are we doing in Kuwait, or KBC? And specifically in KOC, we have 5 initiatives, as Mr. Hamid alluded to, and Dr. Hamza Manaf. So the 5 initiatives, we use the symbol of a hand, so that it's easy to remember. 5 initiatives. The first one is renewable, whether wind or solar. Second one is energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is the most common, and it reduces cost, and it also make money. So it's also and reduce the emission. Third one is the gas flaring, and not just gas flaring, as Mr. Hamid said, even methane emission we're trying to capture. The fourth one is the CCUS, carbon capture and utilization. And not just for capturing purpose, but also for enhancing the oil recovery. And lastly, forestation, which is, of course, Kuwait, we are poor in forestation, but we are aiming to change this. With all these 5, we're hoping to reach net zero. Looking ahead, as Mr. Hamid said, it's 1 giga in West. We are going for 17 gigawatt in the next up to 2050. We also have an innovation valley. So we are collaborating with our innovators, with our partners to bring in technology, not just to enhance the oil production, but also for the energy transition. All of these are only steps, small steps that we take today for our next generation to reach the net zero and make it a better place for them. An event like this one, TIC, is meant to bring the best and the brightest in Kuwait and in the world to come with solutions that will be practical, economical, to bring us to the net zero and to save the world from global warming. Thank you all, and I wish that you have a good experience at the event today. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words, sir. Please stay on the stage for a while. It's now time to honor our chief guest, and I request Engineer Kapil, IT Secretary, to come to the stage, and Mr. Kalayarasan to honor the chief guest, Mr. Garland. I also request our technical head, Mr. Jem Prasanna, and our joint treasurer, Mr. Justin, to come to the stage to honor the guest.
Thank you, sir. Next, it's time for another special address. It's our great pleasure and honor to welcome Dr. Gazimo Okoroba, Head of Sustainability at Dangote Cement, Nigeria, and founder of ProLeap Africa. Dr. Gazima has traveled a long way to be with us here today, and we are truly delighted to have her amidst us on this special occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Gazimo Okoroba to the dais to deliver the special address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly my honor to be here. I'll just start by saying Salam Alaikum. This honor is really not just for the Engineering Association, but I would like to recognize Engineer Hamza Abdullah Bakash, the Chairman, Kuwait National Petroleum Company. I'd also like to recognize and thank Engineer Hamad Rashid Al-Zawaya, Deputy CEO, Northwest Kuwait Oil Company, and all the other distinguished special guests. I was very happy to be acquainted with Engineer Sabah Shaman, the CEO of Golden Palm, and all the other distinguished guests here, and the co-chairpersons of the sessions today. I've come here to felicitate with the Taminadu Engineering Forum. I'd say congratulations to you for organizing this session, the 16th year. I think it's very, very impressive. As a social engineer myself, and finding myself in the midst of engineers, I work in the area of sustainability. And when I was first invited and I saw the theme, green engineering, and I thought in an oil-rich country like Kuwait, these engineers want to discuss green engineering. I thought it was phenomenal, and I was curious to be here. I come from Nigeria, Africa. And for those of us who know a little bit about the oil-rich region of Nigeria, which I come from, you would also understand the social development issues with that part of the world. So for me, working in a business that is energy intensive, a business that requires a lot of energy, cement, steel, high emitting industries, and then sitting on the board of the world's most widely used sustainability standard, where I am engaging with Europeans and people from all over the world, professionals from all over the world, and we are setting sustainability standards. There's always a contention about what sustainability means to different jurisdictions. To Africa, we are tackling energy poverty. And as the chairman talked about, the growing population and the need for people to move from the rural and to the urban centers and the need to industrialize. And so you think about the dynamics of European countries. Asia has its special dynamics as well. And so for someone who works in sustainability leadership, I am in the industry working with engineers who are looking at the numbers. They're looking at the production, and that is what is important to the business. And we try to explain to the business that yes, we do have a variety of options for energy. In a continent like Africa, we have resources that need to be harnessed. So it's not simply abandon your fossil fuels and take on, renewable energy. For us, we look at energy mix, and I sit down with the engineers, and that's when we begin to look at our energy mix and find out where we can adopt natural gas as a transitional fuel and where we can integrate circular economy. In places like Africa where we have a waste problem, circular economy and alternative fuels, the use of biomass becomes a solution. And so the theme for today is relevant beyond Kuwait and for the rest of the world. I think it's an audacious theme, and I really want to thank TEF for starting this dialogue and this conversation on green energy and other aspects of sustainable development. Our culture, social cohesion, employment, but I would say that sustainable technology is technology that should meet the needs of not just today, but the future generation. So I thank you all for thinking about the future generation, the emerging engineers, the net zero ambition of Kuwait. I thank the National Petroleum Company for having that ambition, because it shows that we are thinking about tomorrow and we're thinking about conserving the resources that we have today. So this honor is on behalf of not only the industries that I work for, but also for my region of the world, for thinking about the future generation, because Kuwait is impacting the world beyond your country. And so this gathering at the 16th TICE conference and the 9th Engineering Excellence Award is actually a step in the right direction in promoting the culture of engineering excellence and innovation. I commend the theme because it resonates deeply with my work as an African, as a member of a sustainability standard setting board, and especially as a woman, because I appreciate the gender and diversity that TEF has created in this forum. It is useful that our future generation understand that the world is not only in black and white, but the world comes in diverse colors. I looked at some of the exhibitions and I saw the efforts that have been made to reduce gas flaring and all the technologies to mitigate the negative impacts of our technologies. Therefore, I'm looking forward to the papers. I'm hoping to learn a bit more and to see how our innovations are creating a more resilient world. I'd love to see how we are collaborating with other sectors. Everyone who's in this conference, a success. I hope that we are inspired by the ideas that come forth in this room today, but more especially that we leave this conference thinking about solving the world's problems which center around humanity, because sustainability is about meeting the needs of today without compromising the needs of tomorrow. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, ma'am. Request you please stay back on the dais. And thank you for your inspirational and impactful words. We are truly honored to have you with us today and deeply appreciate your insightful and perfectly resonating with the theme of the year's conference. Your message has set a powerful tone for the rest of the day's proceedings. Now it's time to honor our chief guest, and I request Mr. Raj Narayana to honor our chief guest with a shawl, and Mr. Palaniappan from KNPC to honor our chief guest with a garland. And I also request Engineer Suresh and Engineer Subbu to present the memento to our chief guest.
It's now time to honor our special guests. We are honored to have with us Dr. Talal Mutlaka Lotebi, Manager, Gas Associations from Kuwait Oil Company. I humbly request him to come on to the stage, and I request our General Secretary to assist him to the stage, please. I also invite our special guest with us, Mr. Sabah Al-Samari, Director of Golden Palm Petroleum Services. I request him to come on to the stage, and I request our President to assist him to the stage, please. I invite Engineer Vadivelan to honor our guest, and Engineer Parthiban to honor our guest with a garland. I request Mr. P.P. Muthu and Mr. Bala Ilamaran to come to the stage to honor our guest with the mementos. Thank you, gentlemen. Please take your seats. Thank you all for your patience, enthusiasm, and gracious presence today. We now move on to one of the most anticipated segments of this day, the 9th Engineering Excellence Award Ceremony. To lead us to this special event, I invite Ms. Nithya Vadivelan to take over the stage and conduct the proceedings. I kindly request everyone to remain seated and join us in applauding and encouraging the award winners as we celebrate some outstanding achievers.
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to each and every one of you to the most exhilarating and inspiring event of the day, the 9th Engineering Excellence Award Ceremony, proudly hosted by Tamil Nadu Engineering Forum, Kuwait. For the past 8 glorious years, TIFF has been recognizing exceptional engineering talents, path-breaking innovations, academic excellence, and outstanding service to the field of engineering and to humanity through this prestigious Engineering Excellence Awards. Today, we gather here for the 9th edition of EEA, where we will honor some of the most deserving engineers and highly respected industry experts. And after a meticulous process, the winners have been finalized. The awards this year are presented under two major segments: projects and services featuring 6 categories and individual achievements featuring 7 categories. We can't wait to reveal the names of these outstanding achievers who have set benchmark of excellence in their respective domain. And now, without any further delay, let us move on to the most awaited moment of the day, the announcement of winners. To present the awards, it's my beloved Bakash, Chairman, Kuwait National Petroleum Company. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Fahad Al-Hanam, Manager, Operation Support Group Gas, Kuwait Oil Company. Our special guest, Dr. Igezuma Okoroba, Head Sustainability, Dankota Cement, Nigeria, Founder ProLeap Africa. May I also request our TEF 2025 President and the General Secretary to kindly accompany our esteemed guests to the stage to present the awards to the winners. First, under the Projects and Services category A, Research, Technology, Engineering and Consultancy, the Silver Award goes to Cholamandalam. I request the representatives from Cholamandalam to come to the dais to receive the award. The award is presented honoring their work and successfully delivering process safety and HSE consultancy services during the FEED stage of 135 strategic projects for Kuwait Oil Company, under 4 long-term contracts spanning 5 years each. A total of 403 process safety studies were conducted, with one contract completed ahead of schedule in just 3 years and 8 months. Currently engaged in 2 ongoing contracts, the company continues to support KOC with advanced risk assessment, engineering integrity, and a strong focus on safety, regulatory compliance, and operational excellence. Under the same category, the Gold Award goes to Schlumberger. I request the representatives from Schlumberger Oilfield Eastern Limited to come to the dais to receive the award. The award is presented in recognition of the outstanding performance of the Mutriba Long-Term Testing Facility MLTTF project, a strategically vital initiative enabling Kuwait Oil Company to achieve first production from the Mutriba field in North Kuwait, delivered in 3 phases: engineering and construction, well testing, and ongoing operations. The project supports Kuwait's energy, security, and environmental goals and highlights SLB's leadership in executing complex and high-impact projects in the region. Moving on to the next category B, Construction and Industry. The Silver Award goes to UOGEI. I request the representatives from UOGEI to come to the dais to receive the award. The award is presented for UOGEI for their collaboration with NBTC and Stats Group UK and successfully completed a pioneering hot tapping project for Kipik between August and December 2024. The project enabled the supply of heavy crude oil to Al Zur power plants without shutting down the refinery operation, thanks to a first-of-its-kind tie-in solution with BICEP implementation. This achievement not only improved operational efficiency, but also delivered an estimated $150 million in cost saving for Kipik. Under the same category, the Gold Award goes to JERA. I request the representatives from JERA to come to the dais to receive the award. The award is presented honoring their successful execution of Kuwait's Jurassic Production Facility 5, JPF5, on a fast-track BOO basis, delivering crude oil, sweet gas, sulfur, and treated water. Despite COVID-19 and EPC stage was completed ahead of schedule, showcasing JERA's excellence in complex oil and gas project delivery. Moving on to the next category C, Environment and Sustainability. The Silver Award goes to two companies. Firstly, the Silver Award goes to GTech. I request the representatives from GTech to come to the dais to receive the award. The award is presented honoring their aquaphonic project. This project developed a pilot-scale aquaphonic system at Kisso's Cup facility, integrating recirculating aquaculture systems, RAS, with hydroponics to create a closed-loop solution where fish waste nourishes plants and plants purify water for the fish. The next silver award goes to Eagle Berman. I request the representatives from Eagle Berman to come to the dais to receive the award. The award is presented honoring their technical support for various projects. Eagle Berman, a leader in sealing technology, supports the industrial and energy sectors in their transition to net zero. Their latest innovation, Coba DGOs, is a revolutionary mechanical seal for turbo compressors that eliminate harmful fugitive process gas emissions, zero emissions, offers economic benefits through cost saving and retrofit compatibility, supports sustainability goals with a future-ready, climate-friendly design. The Gold Award goes to CAC L'Amour. I request the representatives from CAC L'Amour to come to the dais to receive the award. The award is presented honoring their Skater Zone 1 project, which treated over 3 million tons of contaminated soil using bioremediation and soil washing. Achieving compliance with up to 10% TPH, it featured automated bacteria production, 40% reduction in chemicals and amendments, and 99% water recycling in a closed-loop system. The project also enabled successful revegetation, supported native flora, and won major HOC awards in 2023 and 2024, setting a benchmark for sustainable large-scale remediation under CUR.
Just a small word, 1 minute. I'm very proud of what we are doing and achieving and putting Kuwait on the map of the sustainability and environmental. My team, we have executed and treated more than 6 million tons in a couple of years by remediating the contaminated soil. And we have put really Kuwait on the international market map. Thank you very much for that.
Moving on to the next category D, Data Management, Digital and Communication Technologies. The Silver Award goes to Ooredoo. I request the representatives from Ooredoo to come to the dais to receive the award. The award is presented honoring Ooredoo's Kuwait's transformation of telecom experience by launching the My Ooredoo Kuwait app, enabling a fully digital customer journey without branch visits. Under the same category, the Gold Award goes to Burgan Bank. I request the representatives from Burgan Bank to come to the dais to receive the award. The award is presented honoring Burgan Bank's strong commitment in enhancing financial accessibility and operational efficiency through a forward-thinking revision of its internal lending policies. Targeting first-time borrowers, the initiative streamlined credit evaluation process while navigating challenges such as regulatory constraints, legacy systems, and shifting customer expectations. Moving on to the next category E, Energy. The Silver Award goes to Australian University. I request the representatives from Australian University detection using artificial intelligence. This project proposes use of AI for rapid and accurate detection in oil spills. Authorities are then promptly alerted for the immediate response, This innovative approach aims to enhance early detection, improving the efficiency and effectiveness of spill management to reduce environmental damage. The Gold Award goes to Australian University. I request the representatives from Australian University to come to the dais to receive the award. The award is presented honoring their project, feasibility study of shifting vehicle in Kuwait to green hydrogen in comparison to fossil fuel and electric vehicles. This study evaluated the feasibility of adopting hydrogen-based vehicles compared to fossil fuel and electric vehicles, focusing on efficiency, environmental impact, cost, and scalability. Key findings include potential fuel savings of 2.48 million barrels of gasoline and 0.5 million barrels of diesel by 2035. CO2 reduction of up to 1 million tons of gasoline and 1.53 million tons of diesel, saving approximately 48.86 million Kuwaiti dinars. Moving on to the next category F, operations, the silver award goes to Kuwait Engineering and Metal Machining Company. Under the same category, the gold award goes to KUF General Trading Company. I request the representatives from KUF General Trading Company to come to the dais to receive the award. The award is presented honoring their successful supply and support in execution of various projects. KOC water management projects supported aerial compressor, delivering over 80 compressors across KOC's JPF and EPF oil and gas fields. Represented Compressors Control Corporation, USA, and successfully upgrading control systems for centrifugal gas compressors at KOC and KNPC. Installed 6 GT outlet fabric expansion joints by Eagle Berman at Sabaya Power Station during shutdown via Al Ghanem International. With this, the project and service category concludes, and we will now move on for the individual engineering excellence category. First, under the category G, special category for social responsibility, Kuwaiti, the gold The award is presented honoring his involvement towards the human rights and social responsibility. Mr. Ahmad Yusuf Al-Luhani, Deputy Leader of the KIPIC Employee Syndicate and former Head of Student Committee at Kuwait University. Employee welfare, student infrastructure, and social responsibility. From securing salary adjustments, legal protections, and a flexible work-hard policies across Kuwait's oil sector to resolving a decades-long campus challenge through the shaded parking project. His leadership delivers strategic, human-centered results. He remained committed in promoting dignity, inclusion, and meaningful community impact in every role he undertakes. Next, under the same category G, special category for social responsibility, non-Kuwaiti. In this category, we have 2 gold awards. The first gold award goes to Venkatamadi. Mr. Venkatamadi has been dedicated social worker in Kuwait since 1994, tirelessly assisting the Indian expatriate community in Kuwait. He has played a vital role in supporting distressed Indians, individuals and standard workers, sick laborers and family of deceased individuals. His notable contributions include repatriating of deceased, resolving visa, legal issues, coordinating during the Kuwait amnesty. Under the same category, the next gold award goes to Mr. Ramajayam. Mr. Ramajayam is a dedicated staff nurse at Adan Hospital in Kuwait and a compassionate advocate for the vulnerable communities. Associated with the Indian Tamil Nurses Forum, he in financial need. Next, under the same category H, Emerging Engineer of the Year. Under this category, we have two nominees. The first gold award goes to Ms. Manaris Murad, Australian University. The award is presented honoring her academic achievement and recognizing for her innovation and academic excellence. In 2025, she authored her first technical paper for SPE KOGS 2025 and secured 7th place in SPE GoTech AI Hackathon 2 for developing an AI model for production optimization. The next gold award goes to Mr. Ahmad Faiz Al-Khamis, Australian University. The award Faiz Al-Khamis, a high-achieving student at the American University, Kuwait, has consistently demonstrated academic excellence, multiple Dean's List honors, and prestigious scholarships. He has also led award-winning projects, including securing first place at Spring 2025 Petroleum Engineering Exhibition and co-authored a technical paper on AI application in drilling. Next, under the category I, Young Engineer of the Year, Kuwaiti, male and female. Under male category, we have two nominees. The first gold award goes to Mr. Abdul Wahab Al-Hamaidan, Maintenance Engineer, Bobion National. The award is presented honoring his involvement and vast experience across engineering, sales, and project management roles in Kuwait, including work on world's largest environmental remediation project, sales management at Healthy Kuwait, and facility maintenance for Bobion National. He is certified in project management, PMP, Google, and CPMA, and has received multiple academic and professional awards. The next gold award goes to Mr. Sulaiman Abdulaziz Al-Omar, Engineer, Instrument Design, MAB Refinery, KNPC. The award is presented honoring his extensive experience in the instrumentation and control systems. He successfully led a critical instrumentation upgrade for the Coker Unit U20, replacing outdated point-level transmitters with advanced non-contacting level transmitters, NCLTs. This initiative significantly enhanced operational safety by eliminating radiation sources, improved real-time process monitoring, and enabled technology standardization for the most efficient maintenance and strengthened regulatory compliance. Under the female category, the gold award goes to Ms. Fatima Abdullah Ali Muhammad, Process Engineer, KNPC. This award is presented honoring a specialization in gas processing. She introduced an AI model to predict SO2 emissions in AGRP at MAA and led optimization projects saving over $3.2 million annually. Additionally, she has been actively involved in energy conservation initiatives, participated in environmental control task forces for boilers, and presented carbon emission control strategies at various international conferences. Next, under the category J, Engineer of the Year, Kuwaiti. Under this category, we have a total of 5 shortlisted awardees. The first gold award goes to Mr. Hussein Abdul Jalil Ibrahim Al-Mesri, Process Engineer, Kipik. Mr. Hussein Abdul Jalil Ibrahim Al-Mesri is a process engineer at Kuwait Integrated Petroleum Industries Company, known for his leading key initiatives that enhance refinery efficiencies and sustainability. His projects at Al-Zur Refinery includes significant steam saving and improved steam temperature control and innovative reduction of hydrogen flaring by redirecting excess gas into the fuel network. His efforts contribute to annual cost saving exceed $10 million while promoting environmental stewardship and operational excellence. The next Gold Award goes to Mr. Hamad Sagir, Senior Engineer, Electrical Maintenance, Export Technical Services Team, KOC. On behalf of Mr. Hamad Zahir, I request Mr. Khalid Al-Awadi, Senior Engineer, Instrument Maintenance, Export Technical Services Team, KOC, to receive the award. The next Gold Award goes to Mr. Abdul Rahman Yusuf Salim Al Sumaya, Senior Engineer, KNPC. Mr. Abdul Rahman Al Sumaya is a Senior Process Engineer in Gas Process Engineering at KNPC. He has played a key role in sustainable fuel gas supply during peak demand, initiated the MAA gas plant benchmarking project, and contributed to the strategic future projects. He has served as a lead auditor in multiple IMS audits, led cross-functional task forces, and represents KNPC in the GPA-GCC Technical Committee. The next Gold Award goes to Mr. Abdullah Al-Hashash, Senior Process Engineer, Export Operation Team, KOC. Mr. Abdullah Al-Hashash is a Senior Process Engineer at Kuwait Oil Company, serving in the export operation teams with over 16 years of industry experience. A key highlight of his career includes playing a pivotal role as an asset owner in the successful completion of the IFC audit, a critical requirement for external funding. The final award goes to Mr. Abdullah Ali Hussain Al-Mansur Al-Arfaj, Senior Engineer Maintenance, MAA Refinery, KNPC. Mr. Abdullah Ali Hussain Al-Mansur Al-Arfaj is a Senior Mechanical Maintenance Engineer at KNPC. Since joining the company in 2012, he had successfully led major projects such as the replacement and design, modification of bottom support grids for the gas drivers and propane treaters at MAA Refinery, as well as the timely completion of HRSG units and critical system shutdowns in 2025. As a head of energy conservation and boiler emission control teams, he has driven a key initiatives that enhance energy efficiency and significantly reduced emissions. Next, under the category K, Engineer Professional of the Year. Under this category, we have 4 recipients for their exceptional achievements. The first award goes to Mr. Mohammad Al Saleh, Senior Engineer Projects, PM1 Gas, Kuwait Oil Company. Mr. Mohammad Al Saleh is a seasoned senior engineer with over 20 years of experience in oil and gas mega projects, specializing in energy transition, carbon capture, and hydrogen initiatives. With a background as a captain naval engineer, he excels in strategic project delivery, having successfully commissioned major facilities and streamlined complex tenders. The next Gold Award goes to Mr. Ali Nasser Ali Al-Meri, Team Leader, MAA Refinery, KNPC. Mr. Ali Nasser Ali Al-Meri is the team leader for rotating equipment maintenance at MAA Refinery, KNPC, with a mechanical engineering degree from Kuwait University. He has led critical initiatives such as damage assessment post-SHU explosion, implementation of KNP's first remote monitoring and diagnostic system, and successful NOx emission reduction in gas turbines at MAA Refinery. Currently, he is advancing studies on AI-driven predictive maintenance to enhance operational safety. The next gold award goes to Mr. Talal Mutlaq Al-Otaibi, Manager, Associated Gas Operation Group, Kuwait Oil Company. Mr. Talal Mutlaq Al-Otaibi is currently managing the Associated Gas Operations Group at Kuwait Oil Company. He plays a key role in KOC's 2040 strategy, the Energy Transition Committee, and DEI initiatives, while leading efforts that reduced gas flaring in Burgan field to 0.2%. Known for innovative engineering solutions and strong collaborations with KPC and related companies, he ensured efficient gas infrastructure and national supply. As a member of SPE, he is respected for his visionary leadership and commitment to team development. The next gold award goes to Mr. Ayman Al-Qadra, DCEO, Dan Trading and Contracting Company, Oil and Gas. On behalf of Mr. Ayman Al-Qadra, we request Mr. P.T. Narayanan, Director Finance, to kindly come to the dais to receive the award for Engineering Professional of the Year. Next, under the category L, TEF Veteran Award, TEF Member. Under the special category, which is presented to honor the TEF Veteran for their remarkable service to TEF, the Gold Award goes to Mr. P.P. Muthu, Operations Manager, Golden Palm. The award is presented honoring his remarkable support and service towards TEF, and he played a vital role in shouldering TEF in every phase and building to its current stature today. He is also the operation manager at Golden Palm Petroleum Services, providing various technical services to the oil and gas industry. With a vast experience of over 25 years in instrumentation field, he worked with the leading companies like Larsen & Toubro India, Deutsche Babcock Germany, Karafi National Kuwait, and Razayat Trading Company Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. And here comes the final and the most highly valued award under the category M, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Engineering Stewardship Award, Accomplished Leader. This award is usually presented to the most deserving, highly respected industry professional who has demonstrated exceptional leadership and proven their engineering intellectuality in their field and making significant achievements for their organization. So for the special and highly valued category, the Gold Award goes to Mr. Hamad Rashid Al-Zuwair, Deputy CEO, North and West Kuwait, Kuwait Oil Company. On behalf of Mr. Hamad Rashid Al-Zuwair, I request Mr. Fahad Al-Ghanem to receive the award. TEF congratulates all the winners of today, and we are proud to honor you in the stage along with our special esteemed guest in this remarkable event. With this, we conclude the award ceremony, and I request our honorable guests to take their seat, and we will proceed on to the technical paper presentations. Thank you all for this opportunity, and I hand over the stage to Mr. Jem Prasanna. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now we move on to the next session of our paper presentations. Technical presentations are where innovations come alive, where bold ideas, breakthrough research, and practical insights converge to shape the engineering of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we move into a vital part of today's program, the technical presentations. These sessions are not just a sharing of knowledge, they are an exchange of ideas. They can inspire new directions, spark collaborations, and drive meaningful change. The paper presentations are split into 3 sessions: plenary, concurrent track A and B, and final track A and B. Plenary and track A sessions are taking place in this hall, and the track B sessions will take place at the Al Jawara Hall upstairs. Please check the conference schedules for further details. In the plenary session, we have a total of 5 papers to be presented by the following companies: Mrs. Agrico, Mrs. Yokogawa, Mrs. Interocean, Thermax, and Baker Hughes. We'll start the event with the presentation from Mrs. Agrico. Prior to the start of the session, I invite Engineer Jem Prasanna to introduce our session head.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to be kindly seated as we will be proceeding on to a plenary session. To head the session, we have our session chair, Engineer Bala Ilamaran, Vice President, Operations, Alkuth Industrial Projects. To brief about our session chair, Mr. Bala Ilamaran began his distinguished career in the petroleum and petrochemical industries after graduating from the prestigious Madras Institute of Technology in 1983. He built his fundamental expertise over 10 years at Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited before expanding his focus in the Middle East as an instrument design engineer at KNPC. Mr. Ilamaran further advanced his career at Equate Petrochemicals, where he served as a process automation leader until 2020. Leveraging this extensive experience, he now holds the position of Vice President, Operations at Alkuth Industrial Projects since September 2020, guiding complex industrial operations with decades of deep sector knowledge. So on behalf of TEF 2025 and the entire team of TEF 2025, I request you all to the plenary session, and I request Engineer Bala Ilamaran to take over the stage. Speakers, speaker details. Totally we have 5.
And at the end of the session, I will coordinate the question answer also. Okay, thank you. My name is Bala Ilamaran. You can call me as Bala. Okay. Massimo Capra is the manager of Agrico Process Services in Dubai, UAE, supporting the Middle East refining and petrochemical sector. He has 40 years of experience, like me, 40 years of experience in the refining and chemical process industry as process and project engineering manager for companies including AGIP, Foster Wheeler Italiana, Technimont, Aramco Overseas Company, and as a freelance consultant. He worked as process technologist and team leader at OPCW. I'm sorry, I don't know what is OPCW. Okay, okay, thank you. Which won Nobel Prize in 2013? Okay, conducting more than 150 process assessments in chemical facilities. Massimo earned MS in chemical engineering from Politecnico di Toronto in IT field, is it? PGC in sorry for the pronunciation if I'm not there. Project management from the University of Wales, UK, MBA from Robert Kennedy College. Lean Six Sigma Black Belt from BMGI, USA, and ISO 9001 to. You want to, or you want to speak?
Can I speak here?
Yeah. And he'll be given 15 minutes earlier,
Yes.
20 minutes now because
Yes.
of
Yes.
the time. So at the end of, say, 13th minute, I'll give a bell.
Sure.
And that is just an alert to you that
Stop.
you're.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the very elaborate presentation. So, this morning I've been asked to present you some solution that my company, Agreco, is proposing to the customer, to refiner and petrochemical all over the world. Specifically, I'm following the GCC region, the Middle East region, and part of the solution is also in the scope of Agreco, in what Agreco does, which I want to introduce very briefly to you because it's a kind of out-of-the-box concept. Agreco is a rental company. We are renting equipment. Doesn't seem to work. So, we are a rental company. We are renting equipment. The business line of Agreco are mainly two: mobile power generation and mobile temperature control. Mobile power generation is made of generator, diesel and gas, transformer, load banks, everything to generate power and distribute power. All the equipment, they fit a 20-foot container, so everything is mobile, and everything belongs to Agreco. The same concept applies for the temperature control fleet, which is made of chiller, cooling tower, air cooler, heat exchanger, everything mobile, everything already belongs to Agreco, and all the ancillary for the hydraulics. We use this equipment as a building block to put together solution, to solve specific requirement for our customer. Specifically in PCR, in petrochemical and refinery, our bread and butter is to improve unit operation. The case that we will present today regards specifically distillation column, but can be applied to many other concepts like the bottlenecking compressor or something like that. So, this is a summary of what we have said, okay? And all solutions are deployed to the customer. We don't sell anything. Our bundle of equipment, our skids are deployed to the customer, and Agreco is extracting a rental fee from that. Everything still belongs to Agreco, and our customer can operate our temporary skid or temporary revamps, as we call them, as long as they get the expected benefit out of this. Because the basic concept is to apply industrial refrigeration to the process industry to enhance profitability. When the extra profitability drops, then our customers are free to off-hire, because benefit over cost ratio is what rules basically everything. Now, why rental and not capital investment? So rental come with solution of temporary problem, and temporary problem can be recovering efficiency of distillation, for example, because in summertime your cooling water is too hot, or your air cooler don't have enough efficiency because temperature is very high, or because you have short-term market opportunity and you like to bottleneck a certain unit operation to extract more production in a limited period of time. We do also a lot of projects for environmental purposes. For example, discharging cooling water in the sea when it's too hot, you have to cool it down. In Europe, this is a must, is written in stone. And we will also touch upon what is the main theme of this conference, meaning green energy, because we are specialized in burning gas that generally is flared to generate power with our gas generator. Now, distillation column. This is our bread and butter. I don't want to be too long on that. When at your condenser you manage to decrease the temperature, the blue line, which is the equilibrium line, is departing from the diagonal, and basically you are in better thermodynamic condition to perform your separation. When you achieve that, at the same capacity of the column, you can decrease the reflux flow, and you decrease the internal traffic of the column. So you perform the same separation with the same capacity with less traffic in your column, which means the bottleneck in your column, okay? Colder cooling water at the condenser means earning a little bit of capacity, processing capacity. Or you can spend this enhanced thermodynamic condition in improving the specification of your top and bottom product. Finally, and this is why the telephone ring for emergency in Agreco, the condenser gets fouled, so you cannot operate at the nameplate capacity unless you get colder water. So lower heat transfer coefficient because it's corrupted by the fouling. You recover the capacity of your condenser by enhancing the LMTD, okay? And those are the three typical cases that we do in distillation column. I put all the cases in a slide. The first case is, the case of a propane-propylene splitter. Propane-propylene splitter became very popular after the COVID time, because, especially in Europe, because to extract olefin, the market of olefin remained very robust when compared to the market of fuel, okay? So many customers, they were asking enhancing of their PP splitter. The first case is a traditional column, which was improved simply reducing the temperature of the cooling water, okay? So plugging in our refrigeration skid upstream the condenser, okay? The second case is another propane-propylene splitter, was done here in Middle East, in KSA, is a vapor compressed column, and the side condenser, the water condenser, in summertime, doesn't perform enough duty. So there is venting of polymer-grade propylene to the flare, okay? This was the initial purpose of the project. In reality, this was achieved, but the bigger achievement was that the column could be operated at much higher capacity because the operator, they were more confident to increase the capacity when not losing top product to the flare, okay? This was done 5-6 years ago. It goes on higher every year, every summer. The last one on top was done in Europe. In Europe, they crack naphtha, so they do a mixture of olefin and diolefin, specifically butadiene, which the plant was recovering. Butadiene is at the end, and the characteristic of butadiene is that it's polymerizing at 60 degrees, especially when it's present oxygen. So the top tray of the column and the condenser, they get fouled, on the butagen side. They call it popcorn fouling. And to allow the plant to operate and to refine all the crude butagen to polymer-grade butagen, it was necessary to decrease the cooling water temperature to double the column capacity, because the column capacity was reduced to 50%, okay? They were recycling the crude butagen to the oven, and this was producing a mess in the quench drum, okay? So this, I think, is still on hire, okay? This was done in Europe. This one on the bottom was done a few weeks ago. Okay? Is a methanol column with one side condenser. That was improved because in summertime, the plant was venting methanol to the atmosphere when increasing the capacity, okay? So, because the air cooler couldn't condense everything. By improving in the way that is sketched in the diagram, our customer managed to increase the capacity of their main refining column of around 25–30%, okay? Which was a level that they could reach only in wintertime because of the cold air. Last but not least, this is still on hire. This is a very, very simple sketch of a gas plant of an RFCC. And this project was put on hire during the COVID time because the customer was enhancing the production of propylene that they couldn't recover in the gas plant, okay? So the propylene was escaping from the primary absorber. This was a problem presented in a very simple way. Does Agreco have a solution? So we studied where the megawatt of refrigeration was giving more benefit, and we find out that the two-side cooler of the primary absorber, they were the most effective. So today, we are refrigerating the side cooler of the primary condenser to modify the temperature profile of the column and recover propylene. This is one of the largest RFCC in the world. So the extra propylene recovered is around 7 tons per hour, okay? So in relative term is relatively reasonable. In absolute term, the cash flow that is producing is humongous. It's 5 years that is on hire. The customer has absolutely no intention to decommission this because benefits are still very strong. This is our bread and butter, okay? It's 25 years that we do this, but this is an example of our bread and butter. Including this is a scheme of a vacuum distillation column that can be with or without precondenser, okay? The scheme that you see in the middle is that the bold part was the modification to a vacuum column. This was done in Italy. And basically, we closed the loop of the water routed to the precondenser on our chiller, and the temperature was decreased down to 7 degrees. So today, we are feeding water at 7 degrees to the precondenser. Refinery is quite small and don't have processing capability of the vacuum residue. So they are very interested to enhance everything, to enhance the heavy vacuum distillation yield, okay? And that's what they do. So this is probably the longest project I ever had since I'm in Agreco. It stayed on hire for 8 years, winter and summer. Because in winter time in Italy, the cooling water is 17 degrees. So having water at 7 degrees was producing big profitability for them. Now, we did also project refrigeration, the first stage ejector condenser. As you can see, when the temperature of the cooling water is around 30 degrees, the pressure of the top of the vacuum starts to be very erratic because the first stage ejector is losing the sonic boost. I toured all the refinery in Europe and in Middle East with this application. Everybody has the same problem, okay? Changing teams, more how to say, in compliance with the theme of this conference. On the top, all these gray box are gas generator. Everything you see in the picture was built or mobilized by Agreco, and the scope of this is to burn the flare gas coming from an oil field. Around 50 standard cubic meter per hour. 50 standard cubic meter per hour. This was built, you can count 180 generator, and the maximum, you have some data on the bottom. The maximum power generated was around 167 megawatt per hour. Everything has the same concept. Everything was for rent. Customer was paying a rent, and customer was free to decommission as soon as benefit they were declining, okay? On the other picture, two picture actually, the concept is the same, but smaller. Instead of 180 generators, there are only 3 with the retrofit to recover the energy from the exhaust. And this was deployed in an ethylene plant in Europe. Was producing around 3 megawatt of energy, and the plant needed 4.5. Being in Europe was really very appreciated because the energy over there is really very expensive. I think this is my last slide. Other than this, we do project on carbon sequestration and storage. We just completed one here in Middle East. We were able to store 15,000 tons of CO2 coming from an ammonia plant that was declaring the ammonia as blue and selling at a premium price. The premium price is what paid everything and supplied extra profitability. Now, time is limited. If you want me to elaborate more, we and my colleague, we are buzzing around. We will be very happy to get into the detail. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Massimo, for keeping up the time. You are really helping us. We will take the questions at the end of this first session as a whole. We have 4 more speakers. At the end of this first session, we'll take the questions. The second speaker is from Yokogawa, Mr. Jayant Vasudevan, General Manager. Mr. Jayant Vasudevan is going to talk about AI-based autonomous control. If I explain what is AI, since it has become a household term, people will laugh at me. So I will keep it as AI-based autonomous control. Mr. Jayant Vasudevan is General Manager in the Digital Enterprises Business Division at Yokogawa, Middle East, Bahrain. His career at Yokogawa spans over 17 years, showcasing his progression from roles like project lead engineer and various managerial positions within the PSC sales and OTS engineering departments to his current leadership role. Prior to joining Yokogawa, he gained experience as a process engineer at Hyperion Systems Engineering and a simulation engineer at S.com. His technical expertise is centered on process simulation tools such as Denisum, Visual Modeler, and HYSYS. HYSYS is very popular, in fact, for me. Alongside proficiency in distributed control system, Jayant's background in chemical engineering, evidenced by his B.Tech from the University of Madras, provides a strong foundation for his work in these areas. He is proficient in programming languages like Fortran and C++. This combination of a long-standing company experience and deep technical skill underpins his contributions to Yokogawa's digital enterprise business initiatives. Over to you, Jayant.
Thank you. I think we're short on time, so I'll try to keep my session short and to the point. Based on the topic and the theme of the event, I'd like to start with what is autonomous operation, right? Because there's a lot of, when we talk about autonomous operation, each entity or individual has their own definition, right? So I'd like to start with this, what is published by ARC, going with 5 levels of autonomy, where level 0 is no autonomy and level 5 is, full autonomy. And if you look at the technology that we have today, it takes us somewhere between level 2 and level 3, right? And this includes, the control systems, advanced process controls, optimizers, everything. And as Yokogawa, I think 10 years ago, we developed this vision for ourselves. It's called IA to IA, going from automation to autonomy. And the important lesson that we've learned over the last 10 years exploring this vision is true autonomous operation is not just in the field, right? You need to encompass the entire enterprise, both your vertical and horizontal part of it, which includes your IT and OT in combination. So when we thought about how to achieve autonomous operation, we came across this philosophy which is called AI first, okay? And AI first is not about saying it's got to be AI everywhere, or AI is the best technology. AI is not going to be your one-stop shop, but it's primarily, the way we work, right? Today, we predominantly work with AI as a tool supporting us, right? So we try to do all the work, and we try to use AI tools to support us. And what AI first approach means is AI does all the work, and we support the AI to do the work. So when we first started discussing this, most of my colleagues said, we've never seen anybody work harder to put themselves out of a job. And I said, no, my job profile is just going to change, right? So I'm not going to do what I do today. I'm going to do something different, because I'm going to be supporting an AI system to do my work. So this is what, in the process industry, if I were to take an AI first approach, what it would look like, and this is what we'd come up with. So typically, we have our control system, your enterprise, with all the applications, databases, so on and so forth. And where you see, the AI bridge here, this is where we are today, right? We are trying to bridge all these gaps between the IT and OT world and the day-to-day operation. What we see would happen is AI would take up most of the legwork, right? And the human would supervise the AI and ensure that we're giving it the right input so that it can make the right decisions. Again, when you talk about AI, AI, like Indian food comes in several different flavors, right? And each AI has a particular application and limitation, right? So what I'm going to be talking about today is this portion, which is reinforcement learning, right? Which you can use for real-time control. I think the most popular AI that we use day to day is NLP or generative AI, which is our ChatGPT, right? But ChatGPT is good about, you are interacting in natural language, but it's not very good in decision making, right? And that's the difference between the different forms of AI. Each has its own strength and weakness. So when I talk about reinforcement learning, again, I always like to explain, when I use a term, I like to explain it. So when you talk about reinforcement learning in very simple layman terms, this is what you come up with, right? You have your, I said, it could be anything. It could be your control environment, or it could be your HVAC in this room, which is a bit cold for me. And we have an AI agent, right? So the AI reads the information from your asset, whatever it is. It makes a judgment. In process industry, it would be a valve setting. And then it looks at what's the outcome, okay? During training of the AI would look at, am I converging towards my objective or diverging? And every time I converge, it's going to reward itself. And every time you diverge, it's going to penalize itself. And it learns by trying to maximize the reward, okay? So we say the training is complete when most of the actions taken by the AI results in a reward, okay? And in practicality, when this AI actually works, it would still keep monitoring the reward and the penalty. It will get a penalty, but it will course correct itself in the next cycle. So the algorithm that we as Yokogawa use, it's called FKDPP. It's a mouthful, right? It's called Factorial Kernel Dynamic Policy Programming. But the name actually means something. These three parts of it, the dynamic policy programming, kernel, and factorial, these are specific aspects of reinforcement learning. And we have combined all the three, right, to create a real-world AI system that can control in real time. So just as an example, this is a typical textbook control problem where you have 3 tanks and a reservoir at the bottom. The water is pumped all the way to the top, and the objective is to control the level on this 3rd tank. The system as such is simple, but from a process control point of view, the lag is so high that a regular PID control requires some time to be able to control this system. So the yellow line represents a typical PID algorithm, the best tuned. You can see the outcome, right? There's an overshoot, there's an undershoot, and then it stabilizes. And we can say probably the 200th second is around the time frame where it stabilizes. The same thing with AI. We've represented with the blue line, and you can see it's able to control the system in about 100 seconds, which is half the time, with no overshoot or undershoot, right? And this would be the differentiation that AI brings into process control. This is a real-world example of an implementation that we had carried out for one of our customers in the region. So I've taken one part of it. It was actually a much bigger implementation, but I've taken one part of it where we have 2 propane chillers, and you have 2 level control valves at the bottom and 1 pressure control at the top. Right? So this would be a typical case with a PID. You have 3 PID loops controlling this system. And you can see the results here, right? I've tried to represent the results from regular PID loop and with the AI. The blue lines represent your process values. The black lines represent the valve movement, right? And you can see in the PID, the pointer doesn't work, but as you can see in the PID, you can see the valve movement here. You can see a movement of almost plus minus 10% or 23% gradient over a 24-hour period. These graphs are over a 24-hour period. And when you compare it with the AI has controlled this entire system with hardly 3 to 4% valve movement across the day, right? Why we get this difference, and you can see here, it is one AI controller controlling the multiple inputs and multiple outputs. And the reason why the AI was able to do this successfully is because the AI now controls the system as a whole rather than individual points. Now with this, we were also able to reduce human intervention from over 1,600 per year to 0. And on a large scale in this implementation, we were also able to reduce tens of thousands of megawatts of power consumption, hundreds of thousands of tons of steam consumption reduction, which again ties back to the theme of today's event, right, in terms of sustainability, is utilizing AI to reduce your footprint and emissions. And we were also able to get a very tight control on the system, right? And this AI agent, the way it controls or how we can maximize the benefit from it is when you split it across multiple AI agents across your plant or asset, each AI agent has 3 objectives on a whole. It has a local objective, what it's trying to control. There's a global objective, what you want to achieve as a whole, over the AI implementation. And the third one is how they're going to coordinate with each other. Okay. I think I'm getting towards the end of my slide, so I think I'm good on time. Okay. So where we see the future with AI is with AI coming into real-time control, we would end up with systems which can self-diagnose, be self-aware, and also self-heal, so automatically take the corrective actions, right? So AI is going to become part of the day-to-day operations of the future plants. It's happening today. We have been working on multiple projects where we're implementing these forms of AI, where the AI can detect and explain problems, understand what is the context and the root cause for it, and start taking corrective actions. So my conclusion is, again, technology has evolved over the last 5 years in particular in terms of AI, because we have significant computing power. So, the journey is evolving from manual control to automatic control to autonomous control, right? Reinforcement learning would provide us the next leap in being able to achieve better profitability, reduction in emissions, and build a more autonomous future, right? And when we talk about the next vision, right, when we talk about Vision 2050 for net zero carbon emissions, I think in conventional industries where the emissions are a critical factor, technologies such as this is going to start helping us to bring that emissions down and achieve these goals faster, right? And thank you.
Thank you, Jayant. Next speaker is going to be Mr. Chris Chase. Welcome, Chris. He's going to talk about, he's from the company InterOcean. He's going to talk about slick sleuth technology, brief benefits and applied uses of early warning spill detectors. Mr. Chris serves as the general manager of InterOcean Systems, a specialized manufacturer based in San Diego, California, a graduate of San Diego State University with degrees in international business and an MBA. Mr. Chase has been instrumental to InterOcean's growth since joining the company in 1999. He has been closely involved in the development and market expansion of the Slick Sleuth line, a critical technology in global environmental protection. Over the past 15 years, or 15 plus years, the Slick Sleuth has evolved under his guidance into the world's most widely used sensor technology for real-time oil spill monitoring, with over 2,000 systems installed worldwide. This success underscores his ability to translate technical development into dominant market performance. That is a real challenge, right? The ability to translate technical developments into the real market performance. Beyond his executive role, Mr. Chase is a passionate, lifelong Californian and outdoor enthusiast. He actively supports numerous environmental causes, demonstrating a strong personal commitment to maintaining pristine waterways and oceans. His leadership blends deep commercial expertise with the dedication to environmental stewardship. Over to you, Mr. Chris.
This is good. Thank you, Bala. Great. Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and I really like the topic of green engineering. The product I'm going to talk about, the Slick Sleuth oil spill detection sensor, is intended for environmental protection and oil spill prevention. But just quickly, a brief overview of our company, InterOcean Systems. We've been in business since 1946, and we make a variety of specialized marine products for offshore research, for offshore energy production, and for all types of underwater applications, including defense applications around the world. We're based in San Diego, California, as Bala mentioned, in the US. We have a sole proprietor. We're a single-owned company, but continuous operation since 1946. Our primary areas of business are marine winches, offshore mooring releases for helping drill rigs and drill ships get away from their anchors and move to the next drill site, and the oil spill detection sensors I'll be talking about. So the winches that we design and build tend to be custom and application specific, specialized for marine science, for Navy applications, for survey work and sub-bottom profiling. The rig anchor releases we make are these giant devices that are acoustically actuated and disconnect a drill rig from the anchor. They can be used as an emergency release to get a drill rig off-site, or for rig efficiency move to get to the next site and start drilling again sooner to find and produce oil. And the Slick Sleuth product, which has been on the market for about 20 years now. It's a mature product, and we've supplied quite a few in GCC countries, but this is the first time that we're introducing the product in Kuwait for KOC and KMPC and others, and we're happy to be partnered with Golden Palm Petroleum, who's a pleasure to be here. Without further ado, our oil detection sensors used for many different applications. Anywhere that oil is produced, is transported, is processed, is stored, there's a chance of an accidental release, and the technology is intended to mitigate the risk of that release happening. So it could be inside a plant, inside a terminal, on a pier, offshore, onshore. This is what one version of the device looks like. So it's an optical sensor. It's scanning the water directly below where you see this stainless enclosure. This is a location in California where you have sensitive habitat and bird nesting, and it's an area worth protecting the environment, but there's also oil derricks and oil production. So it's where the natural environment meets our need for energy production. The primary motivators for customers wanting to prevent oil spill, wanting to use technology rather than just responding and taking a more responsive approach. The proactive approach is motivated by avoiding the cost associated with cleanup, with product loss, with mitigation. Also, there's more and more attention by communities and governments and citizens to the presence of oil contamination. So to not become tomorrow's headlines is a good motivator and just to take a more green approach and be a good environmental steward as a practice, as a philosophy, as a best management practice. We have different versions of the sensor depending on the application, depending where the sensor is installed, how high above the ground in water, and is it in an environment that that may have hazardous gas and requires EX certification. It's extremely sensitive, so the sensor, it's optical, it's non-contact, no probe in the water, very low maintenance, very low cost of ownership, and it's sensitive to the point that one drop of oil on the water can be detected, or if it's an area where it's inside a plant and you expect to have a little bit of oil present, then you can desensitize it and detect just an event in process. So the different versions, we have a lower cost version that can be located in many places in a network for a tank farm, for example, or looking into a sump and a longer range sensor, or on piers and offshore structures. We have the longest range sensor. And it's the theory of operation, or the method that we're using to detect the presence of hydrocarbons, is UV fluorometry, which is the same technique used in labs to analyze oil, but in this case it's simplified and put in a robust enclosure for remote location, remote detection out in the environment. So we're broadcasting ultraviolet light, and if hydrocarbons are present, they fluoresce, and we detect the fluorescence, which indicates the presence and the magnitude of oil. So the science is very solid, very well proven. We've done a lot of testing. We've worked with universities locally in San Diego for the development and documentation of the product. So I won't dwell on the science, but you know, it's easy to investigate and understand. If you transmit ultraviolet light and the hydrocarbons are present, they will come back at a longer wavelength, and that longer wavelength can be detected and differentiated from water, ground, environment, debris, anything else that might be in the environment. And every type of fuel and oil fluoresces at a slightly different wavelength, and so we've documented this so that we know exactly up to different types of crude oil. Where the sensors are located matters a great deal because it's a point sensor. So if you can get close to a tank, you have early warning detection right at the source. If you want to put one sensor and see a large area of an entire facility, you can go to the outfall or some strategic location where everything would drain to a fail-safe point. In effect, you're using one sensor to monitor everything that's upstream. And when we're consulting and making recommendations on where to put the sensors, we use a risk management strategy or a heat mapping approach. Where have spills been a problem in the past? If a spill occurs, where does it go and what damage might occur? Not all spills are created equal, so if it's near a bird nesting, some turtles, some wildlife, some nice beaches, even more important to protect those outside environments from a leak coming from an oil production or storage or processing facility. I'm going to show many pictures because it really articulates how the sensor is used in the real world. Many of you be familiar with these types of locations. In this case, at power plants, looking at stormwater and cooling water discharge. If oil's present, you get a remote alarm. You can shut a valve and contain an oil spill. Looking into sumps and sewers for 24/7 monitoring. It's working equally well, night, day, bad weather, good weather, inside, outside. Using the UV for non-contact remote detection is a very reliable method in all different working conditions. So it's very flexible for different applications, anywhere that there's value in early warning spill detection. It can operate on dry ground in unmanned locations. In this location, if a spill occurs, it would be transformer oil, and it would be discharged into a natural habitat around this location. Instead, they have the oil detector, and they can actuate or turn off the pump when oil's detected, in addition to sending a remote alarm so that personnel can come and clean up the issue. Similarly, installed and looking into an interceptor next to a creek, next to a watershed. The whole idea here is prevention rather than response. So if you an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, as my grandmother would say, and I think that's a common refrain. We don't often adhere to that simple notion, but there's tremendous value in prevention versus response. The optical sensor allows you to look through grates. In West Texas, there's a lot of these installed. It's a similar environment as the environment here in Kuwait. It doesn't rain a lot. It's very arid, very dry, very dusty, and there's a lot of oil production. If they have an accident there, they have the sensors to give early warning, respond right away, and minimize the chance that the oil reaches the watershed and the outside environment. Inside refineries, inside terminals are the largest number of users around the world. Airports are a significant customer for this product. Storage facilities where the tank dikes drain to a sump, which then goes to the outside environment, typically draining to a river or a bay or a gulf or an ocean. Another example, inside a terminal, so the oil detector is monitoring this area. Directly underneath, if there's any leaks or any spills, it will come to this location where they are pumping the water outside the tank dikes and into the outside environment. It just gives 100% assurance that there's no oil in the water being discharged. Some additional examples of sensors installed on industrial drainages, on oil water separators, on outfalls. It's quite convenient to install the sensor on a swinging arm so it can be accessed by maintenance personnel. The maintenance for the system is the same as like a security camera. It's just a glass window. And does the sensor have a clear optical path? You can put a little oil on a rag or something, put it under the sensor, test the functionality. Works in all weather conditions, hot desert conditions here, cold weather conditions in the north and the far south. Often it's coupled with an audio-visual alarm locally and a wireless transmitter to get the alarms to a control room or wherever the first responders would receive the alert. And in tank farms, of which there's many in this area, there's floating roof tanks. The discharge from the floating roofs can be monitored. Different little interceptors and sumps and tank dikes, mixing pads, drainages. Some additional examples of the sensor, just to make it obvious how the many users around the world are benefiting from this technology. Along the piers, the sensors can be installed at pipeline junctions and along the trays that protect the pipelines from leaking oil into the water at a marine terminal. On floating roof tanks, the stormwater discharges in a pipe that comes, or a pipe or a hose that comes through the tank. If it weeps or fails, it discharges into the dike. The sensor can be installed there and close the valve if product is detected. That's what it looks like in action. In the large marine terminals, Transpetro and Petrobras have down in Brazil, they use them on the terminal piers, so near to the loading hoses and inside the plant. And that's what a sensor looks like installed on a dolphin next to the tanker in the loading area. This is a quick video. It's a little hard to see, but on top of the box, that's the slick sleuth pointed at the water with some oil passing by and a red light. The red light extinguishes once the oil is passed, and the personnel at this wave tank at a test facility associated with the Port and Airport Authority in Japan. The gentleman at the facility is going to add some crude oil to the surface of the water, and you can see the oil will be detected by the sensor in a few seconds as it pushes within the view of the sensor. So in this case, it's a fairly dirty environment. What the sensor's looking for is a significant event. So it's not set for high sensitivity, it's set for if there were a crude oil spill, we want to know when it's in process. So there it's detecting the crude oil as it passes by on a confused sea surface and then returns to no oil detected once the event has passed. At terminal piers, often the sensor is installed around the loading arms. For example here, in Turkey, BOTAŞ uses them underneath the pier at the loading arms. Also on buoys, if there's no structure to install, offshore mono buoys. And I thank you all very much for your time and interest.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
as I said at the beginning, we will take up all the questions at the end of the fifth presentation. Now, this is going to be fourth presentation. Fourth presentation by Thermax will be by two speakers, Mr. Ramesh Swaminathan and Mr. Anand Antarkar. Mr. Thermax, the speech is going to be on, the presentation is going to be on energy conservation through performance and efficiency improvement, improving reliability and availability of asset for continuous operation, Thermax AI-based solutions. Mr. Ramesh is the Global Head of Sales and Marketing for Plant Improvement Project Services at Thermax Limited. He is strategist and leader in energy transition and boiler optimization. He drives growth through conservation and conversion, leveraging his holistic responsibility across strategy, solution design, and deployment at scale. He holds a degree from the Vellore Institute of Technology. Mr. Anand Antarkar serves as the Regional Business Manager for Middle East and North Africa and Turkey at Thermax Limited, a recognized global leader in energy and environmental solutions, an alumnus of the Symbiosis Institute, very good Institute of Business Management. Pune is strategically focused on driving business development and sales growth across the diverse MENA and Turkish markets. His leadership is key to expanding Thermax regional presence and delivering tailored solutions to meet critical industrial and energy needs.
Is that okay? Good morning to all. And first of all, as Thermax, we thank Tamil Nadu Engineers Forum for giving this opportunity to present about our company. Can I have this remote or something like that? Thermax, Babcock and Wilcox Energy Solutions was a JV between Thermax, India, and Babcock and Wilcox, US. Babcock Wilcox is the father of the boilers, as everybody knows that. Thermax provides sustainable solutions for energy and environmental requirements of all industries. It's a global company based out of Pune in India. We have presence in 27 countries, and we have installations in 86 countries. The product range starts from boilers and heaters, that is represented by the TBWES. We make boilers from 2025 TPH generation to even 800 megawatt supercritical boilers. That's a wide range. And this is one of the company uniquely placed in the global to offer any kind of boilers, oil and gas fired to solid, even to now the waste heat. We have cooling and heating solutions too, that is vapor absorption chillers, and we do provide EPC for power generation, that is IPPs as well as CPPs. We provide industrial chemicals too, and we address the environmental needs of controlling the pollution, air and water, that is ESPs, back filters, as well as WTP. Yes, as the globe moved into energy transition, Thermax also largely invested as well as innovated many of the solutions for contributing to the energy transition. That is already the renewables, solar, wind, as well as we are already into waste to energy, that is agricultural residues as well as forest residues, even municipal wastes. We do provide energy rentals, that is district heating or cooling, and even water power. That's about the overview of the company. Yeah, we have registration with all the oil and gas companies
particularly in Middle East. We have worked with major EPCs in the globe. Yeah. So when we talk about energy transitions, yes, the technologies are already there and getting developed upon, but here we are going to talk about what it is meaning to the existence to the energy transition. I'm just skipping that because of the time constraints. So energy transition, fossil fuel-based combustion to low carbon, renewable, and a hybrid energy sources. While doing this, the efficiency improvement and emission controls upgrades also needs to be addressed when it is on an existing assets. So the goal is to decarbonize heat and power generation while maximizing the use of the existing assets. Yes, rather than retiring them, retrofit and repurposing them is going to cut drastically the CO2 emissions, prepare for the future carbon pricing and green certification. Yes, of course, the extended life of the existing assets, optimizing their usage is the priority. That is going to contribute to the carbon footprint reduction also, because replacing them is going to call for new equipments to be manufactured. Again, there is a spend on energy and carbon emissions. So the pathway is addressing to this particular market the fuel conversions, fuel oil and coal firing to be converted to natural gas firing, which will CO2 emissions are going to be reduced, but still natural gas is a fossil fuel. So the next development is about the hydrogen, which is being developed to make it economical to use across the industry. In near future, hydrogen is going to be one of the solutions for green energy. So hydrogen firing, it is co-fired or it is completely converted into 100% pure hydrogen firing. The development is already solutioned. We have running reference of high content of hydrogen, that is from 30% to 60% in most of the refineries and petrochemicals, as well as we have standalone boiler, which is using 80% hydrogen, which is produced through the process, whereas in future, it is going to be more of a green hydrogen, which would be made available to the industry for usage. As Thermax, we have that expertise to assess the existing boiler, their present performance, and to evaluate the performance of the boiler for the usage of hydrogen, how it is going to perform, whether the components are suitable to fire hydrogen and their properties, as well as what is going to be the maximum or optimizing the efficiency of the same boiler to combust hydrogen. Designing a new boiler for a hydrogen firing is always an easy one, but converting the existing one is always a challenge. So there the expertise is with us, and we have wide experience of conversion of existing boilers from one fuel to the other. Waste to energy, whatever waste gases produced in the process industries or byproduct gases can be also used in the boilers instead of flaring them. Yeah, just to showcase our expertise, we have the experience and expertise of handling gas varieties from 700 kilocalories, that is almost an inert gas, to the completely rich gas like hydrogen. So we have the varieties of gases handled not only in our own boilers, we have done that conversion in many of the other makes and designs. One such example is the syngas produced from petcoke gasification. In one single location, we have converted 25 boilers, that is 10 fired boilers as well as 15 supplementary firing in the HRIGs. Process of gas or waste gas, that is from the steel making process, that is BFG. This is one of the first of a kind in the world. BFG is almost inert, having calorific value of 700 to 800 kilocals per nm cube. We have converted 300 megawatt boiler to fire BFG to replace 50% of coal consumption in that boiler. So there are 4 boilers in that integrated steel plant, power plant basically. It is going to contribute 1 million tons of coal consumption reduction per annum. While addressing this, we also addressed the emission reductions also, that is NOx, SOx, as well as particulate emission, what otherwise the coal combustion is emitting it. So we have a running reference of a 80 TPH boiler, which is using only hydrogen. Right now it is with 20% natural gas support, whereas we have taken up a study to stabilize with 100% hydrogen flame itself. Also, we have a feed study conducted on Dow vaporizers as the fired heaters, as well as 500 TPH coal-fired fluidus bed boilers to use hydrogen as a co-firing up to 40% to replace the coal. So one is about the fuel conversion. The other thing is to reduce the CO2 emissions by the existing assets by improving the efficiency and plant performance optimization, whether the plants having multiple boilers operating at various loads, to optimize them by studying the operating load requirements as well as scenario to make each and every boiler to perform to the optimum so that energy is conserved in both fuel consumption as well as auxiliary power consumption. And we do provide solutions to recover the back-end waste heat, which is going to the stack, right from 150 degrees centigrade to 450 degrees centigrade, to recover them to produce LP steam or hot water, so that those things can be utilized in power production as well as cooling or heating requirements elsewhere in the plant. Yes, we do have solutions to provide us reduction in emissions. So we have this experience and expertise to provide the solutions in the existing boilers. And it is a classic example of reduce, reuse, and recycle solutions. In the power plants, as the renewables are taking up the energy requirements of any country, the existing thermal is going to go down, whereas the renewables are not sustainable and consistent. So just to make it more reliable, the thermal is going to be always in the backup. So to use the existing boilers to cater to the sudden load change, as well as to operate them on the low turn down ratios, is we have solutions to study and provide tailor-made solutions to convert them or making them optimized for part load operations as well as faster road ramp-ups. Yeah. Thermax as a trusted partner for existing asset utilization. The expertise and experience, we have 300 projects all across the globe, carried out as successful conversions as well as upgrades of the existing assets. And we do have entire thing on a end-to-end solution provider, right from concept to commissioning. And we do have the entire functions, right from project management to manufacturing to the site modification and installations within our expertise team. Yeah, Anand, would like to give it something? We have long reference lists, and most of them are from even Middle East.
It's a Thermex improving the health and overall performance of industrial assets. So Thermex, having 50 plus years of industrial domain expert, especially in the thermal, with the cutting edge digital technology, which is AI ML based, we are providing a latest cutting edge solutions for strategic outcomes like reliability of the assets, efficiency of the assets, and how to go about the decarbonization. We have 200 plus customer globally already connected with us on this particular platform. And one of example is Nestle worldwide. Nestle is, everyone might be knowing that, FMCG company. So worldwide, all the boilers across on the assets, they are connected with that. Ramesh, you have a key? Yeah.
I'll do that.
So just a quick how it exactly works is, so all the remote assets and the plant, it's get directly feed to IoT based solutions for the real-time monitoring. The data is then analyzed and diagnostics have been carried out through AIML modules and fault trees, and which finally goes to SME, subject matter specialist, and we have our panel directly, the data is recorded, and through Age Live Operation Center, we send the notifications and recommendations to related to assets as a app-based solution which can provide you direct access to the assets. Yeah, and what exactly it provides? It provides real-time monitoring, predictive incident manager. So it gives you highlights of the critical events which are required to, alert the operator which is going wrong, diagnostics and workflow, deviation analysis, health monitoring, fuel CTO, TCO. It's a total cost of ownership. So we provide fuel consumption on real basis, how we can save the fuel, how we can utilize with the highest efficiency, and the digital logbook and reports. So this is the value delivered so far. 1,300 megawatt per year at auxiliary power reduction, around 30,000 odd tons per year of the fuel saving, which is a very big saving altogether. Important for going green, 3,760 tons of CO2 mitigated. So we are through this particular solutions, we are constantly with the customer, with their assets to give them the highest reliability, availability, as well as efficiency. Yeah. So that's all from our side. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. The fifth and last speaker is Mr. Victor Vidal, Senior Technical Manager from Baker Hughes. He is going to talk about intelligent asset performance with the current asset strategies and defect elimination. Mr. Victor is a highly accomplished Senior Technical Manager within the Middle East and Africa region at Baker Hughes, bringing over 20 years of specialized experience in industrial asset management. A recognized authority in asset performance management, maintenance and reliability, and APM digital transformation. Mr. Vidal leverages deep technical expertise to drive significant operational improvements across heavy industrial plants. His qualifications include being a certified maintenance and reliability professional and holding a Lean Six Sigma black belt, underscoring his commitment to data-driven decision-making and continuous process optimization. In his current role, Mr. Vidal functions as a value consultant, leading strategic initiatives that translate complex technical solutions into quantifiable business outcomes for clients. Over to you, Mr. Victor.
So in today's presentation, I'm going to talk about the Baker Hughes solution and how we can go beyond maintenance with our industrial solutions, enterprise solutions. So I'm going to start that at Baker Hughes, we have a Cordon solution, a Cordon platform, which mainly we have 4 pillars. The first pillar is our edge device in the bottom, which covers all the legacy Bentley Nevada instrumenting and protecting systems that collects all the data and protects the machinery. All the data, we can read those data and move to our digital platform, the Cordon platform, which we use first principles, AI, machine learning. Next, on the Cordon platform, we also have applications, different applications for different uses, such as asset performance management, this is the topic of today, process optimization, and energy and sustainability management application. Last but not least, on the top, we have all the engineering services, which we have decades of expertise on different industries such as oil and gas, petrochemicals, and power, to support the customers in the whole life cycle of the plant. Using a Cordon solution, the idea is go beyond maintenance. So moving out different tools and time, improve equipment efficiency, improve the workforce productivity. So focus on the asset performance management. We have mainly 3 applications under the APM, which we have asset health management. This is powered by System 1 from Bentley Nevada. This is going to collect all the information from online sensors and do data analytics to give insights to the engineering. Asset health management, where you can see here AHM. Also, we have the asset defect elimination. This is an application where it aims to investigate the failures that eventually is going to happen, and we have a methodology as well to guide the engineering and technicians to mitigate those failures. And on top of that, we have ASM, which is the Asset Strategy Management solution. This is to strategize and identify the best maintenance approach, the best maintenance technique, and the best maintenance technology to optimize the maintenance work. And last but not least, we make sure that the whole environment, the whole APM environment is connected with the work execution management, which usually industries, they have SAP and Maximo, where they record the maintenance history, the maintenance information. So all these ecosystems connected each other and leverage insights to the engineering and the technicians. you move to next slide, please? Next, please. So focus on the asset defect elimination. So as I mentioned, the asset defect elimination application, it's focused on identify, analyze, and provide mitigation actions to the plant, to the maintenance engineers, to the plant managers, and we want also to integrate with the existing legacy system from the customer. So as I mentioned, we want to analyze, so we have multiple methodologies of root cause analysis. We want also to connect not only with the CMMS, which is the SAP or Maximo, but also we connect also with other applications, so, such as asset health management, which we do online monitoring, and the asset strategy, where we have all the failure modes that can help on the root cause analysis investigation. And once we define the mitigated actions, we want to prioritize the actions and focus on what matters as well to the defect elimination. We have a comprehensive dashboard, which we have a KPIs, and we can flag overdoing, and also guiding the engineers to mitigate the actions and focus always on the risk. So depending on the complexity of different methodologies, so you can see here some of the methodologies that we use. We have our cause tree methodology, the fault tree analysis, fishbone, 5Y. So the idea is to, based on the complexity of the event, the engineering team is going to define what is the best root cause analysis methodology. If it's going to take a day investigation or if it's going to take a month, it is all about giving the right tools to the engineers to do the investigations and define the actions. And in the backbone also of the root cause analysis, we have also some workflows, automations, where we can connect, as I mentioned, with a strategy, which is the next topic that I'm going to discuss, which can feed potential failure modes that can be investigated as well during the root cause analysis. So I mentioned about the connections. So we have a seamless creation of the causes. So this is where comes AI. Baker Hughes is investing heavily on AI use cases, and those AI and machine learning use cases also we are adding every year additional capabilities in our solutions, and defect elimination is one of the applications that we try to use AI as well to speed up the analysis, to guide the engineers to easily modes, and also what potential mitigated actions the system can define to help to mitigate the actions. So as a nutshell, just a summary of defect elimination, we want to provide a solution for problem solving and prioritization. So we want to define a methodology, standardize the way of investigation, and automate workflows. We also want to provide integration with existing legacy system from the customer and also from our own solutions, additional solutions. And in the end, we want to provide a robust reliability tool for not only for the reliability engineers, but also for maintenance, for operations. So this is a tool that can be used on any department or any operation team can use those methodologies, which is well known as well. Next is the asset strategy, our core and solution. So the idea of the asset strategy solution is to define the best maintenance approach, the best maintenance technique or technology to, again, to mitigate the risk, to optimize costs, and balance the risk of operations. So this is all about balancing everything. So based on the asset strategy, we want to build a maintenance analysis. So we build those strategies. We want to deploy. So when I say deploy, is deploy on the CMMS, such as SAP and Maximo. And once the maintenance plans, the maintenance strategy is implemented, we want to track the effectiveness of those plans and sustain. So sustain, it means that equipments, they get age. Over the time, the failure modes, they change. So a new plant, they have a different failure modes than the same plant, but 20 years old plant. And equipments are the same. So we want to track the effectiveness of all the strategies that have been built, let's say 5 years ago or 1 year ago, and then keep improving the continuous improvement. So our system also tracks the effectiveness of the current maintenance plan, and we feed back with new recommendations or new failure modes that might appear. So this is all about they succeed to build a good strategy, but 80% of the companies, they fail to deploy. So most of the reliability tools, they focus a lot of reliability engineers on the maintenance, but they forget that all these strategies is hand over to the planners, to the maintenance planners, which is usually a different department. So they fail a lot to deploy, to integrate into SAP, into the Maximo. And our tool, we want to make sure that we have a seamless handover from the reliability team to the maintenance planners. So we have a specific module to pack those maintenance strategies, which is it's the role of the maintenance planner. And once deployed, you can track and sustain the actions. So just some screenshots of our solution. So you can easily visualize, you can track the solutions, you can check the risk of the most critical equipments that needs to be addressed. This is just a summary of some capabilities that we have on asset strategy, such we can develop asset criticality analysis, RCM and FMEA. We can do asset strategy optimization using optimization through Monte Carlo simulation. We have critical spare part holding optimization. We can monitor justification. We can do WIBO analysis and much more. And again, I mentioned on the previous slide that this is also a module that we invest heavily on AI, and we have multiple use cases as well on the asset strategy on AI. So this is a quick summary of the asset strategy, how it works. So initially we build the strategy, we deploy. During the deploying stage, we can simulate, create different scenarios on the strategy. That deployment goes to the CMMS, can be Maximo, can be SIP, and the sustain, it's all about tracking the effectiveness through KPIs, through dashboards and alerts. Once something needs to be updated, we go back, review the strategy, add new failure modes, add new mitigated actions, and update the CMMS system. So this is just a quick overview of the strategy workflow. So just a summary of what we want to deliver with strategy. So this solutions is all about optimizing the maintenance plans in a standardized way, in a central system, in a central database. We want to make sure that it's quickly deployed, so build and deploy. So we want to make sure that this solution also it's easy to be used. We want to also enhance the database. We know that SAP and Maximo, in a maintenance perspective, the quality of data is one of the challenges to take some actions, and we have some AI capabilities under asset strategy to improve this data quality. And it's when we have data, right? When we have data driven, we can do continuous improvement. So this is some of the values that industries they face it when they have a successful asset strategy, like improving performance, manage risk, reduce costs, increase productivity, and reduce reactive maintenance. We have not only software solutions, but also we have a huge number of reliability engineers where we can support industries. So this is just a nutshell of activities that we do, such as reliability, availability, maintainability. This is can be for greenfield or even for brownfield. Maintenance plan development, maintenance optimization. I mentioned about data quality, so master data deployment. So this is it's key. When you have a good data, you can get better decisions. So we focus also. We can provide engineering services for root cause analysis facilitation, for asset strategy facilitation, and much more. And our consultancy services is not only for brownfield, it's through the whole life cycle. So from the feed stage and to the retirement of the asset. So you have a list of activities that we do on different stages. I just brought one use case from a previous project. It's we work on this customer. It's a global industry gas energy company, which we develop asset criticality. We did reliability centered maintenance. So we build the maintenance strategy for them, and this is some of the benefits they share with us by reducing 80% of risk associated with downtime. Also, they have some downtime savings, over $500,000 per year, and some cost avoidance. This is all about optimizing the maintenance, like identify over-maintaining equipments. So this is some of the benefits that I'd like to share with you. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you be here? Let us receive the questions. Can I request Chris, Jayant, Massimo, come to the stage to receive the questions? Ramesh, Anand. Massimo is not here. Audience, now open for questions. We have all the speakers here on the stage, excepting Massimo. Jayant, I have one question to you. You talked about a plant that learns, that understands, that heals. And is it still the conceptual?
Actually, so predictions, and we can also start doing the self-healing part of it for the AI to start correcting action, taking corrective action. In this region, we're already doing 5 such implementations to implement AI in closed loop for self-healing and corrective action.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Any more? Please wait for the speaker. To Victor.
My name is Subhaya Shanmugam. I am from GTC, Global Technology Company. My question is to the last presenter. You mentioned something about 80% reduction in the risk prevention. Can you please amplify on that statement, please?
It was a use case where we develop a reliability-centered maintenance. And we did, after the maintenance optimization, after the reliability-centered maintenance, we did a simulation using Monte Carlo simulation to forecast the mean time between failure. So we identified that there were a lot of maintained assets, not directly related to production downtime, but secondary equipments that just changing to more predicted and condition-based monitoring, they could avoid those failures.
So, one more question. This question is for Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris, he was just explaining about the oil leak detection. So my question is this detection it's only on the tanks, open tanks or storage tank, or still the oil leak detection is possible with your technology with the pipelines? If it is in the pipelines, till what flow it's capable to detect?
It's often used with moving water, but it's typically not used for a closed pipeline where a probe could be inserted. So it's usually, on more of an open flow as opposed to a closed, pressurized pipeline, this particular technology.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, I have a question for you. Probably you may consider this out of context. You talked about sleek sleuth detectors detecting quite early the oil spills. You talked about the human aspects, the environmental aspects, and financial aspects. But if you see the last month, President of United States gave a speech in the United Nations discouraging the green, he was talking, it was more of a discouraging talk about green energy. People are exaggerating and people are talking too many things about it. And reality, it only drains their budget. The frustration comes from draining the budget of the countries. He talked about not only his own country, he talked about in general European countries and all. So what I'm saying, that sort of discouraging talk from an important person like United States President, do you think it will have impact on your business?
I would have to say it does have an impact, but things go like this, and those impacts will also pass. And I think there's pluses and negatives to what he says. I really admired the comments that the CEO said at the outset of this morning, pointing out the need for energy, and we need all of it. So
the whole world is talking about accelerating the effect towards green energy, and though it is expensive, though it has to be made cheap for the people, common man, to access. So the point is, most powerful leadership is giving he's giving a feeling that it is exaggeration. So that is why I thought maybe it will have an ultimately impact on the the companies that are doing the business in that field. That's why I asked that question.
We don't all share his opinions, and we all move forward, and I think overall we have a good understanding that we need it all, and I like the green engineering aspect that was discussed here. So that's not, you know, that's a good term for it. How do we improve? That means improve efficiencies, improve our processes. Everybody here is talking about how to improve and get better. Let's keep our focus there.
Okay, thank you. Let us keep it out of context. Okay. Okay. So just I have a pleasant experience with Thermax. Just I thought I can share with you. I'm from a company called Alkuth Industrial Projects. We installed a Thermax boiler during COVID time, and when we started 2-3 years later, and we had a really terrific issues regarding refractories falling. And at that time, people were not knowing whom to approach, what to approach and all that. And when we approached Pune, your service division, believe me, the warranty period is gone. People still supported us. I just requested them as head of operations. I know we are not placed the order and all, there is no service contract, but still we want your support. We will regularize all these things. And believe me, we got the support in time, and I want to appreciate that.
Thanks for acknowledging that. Even to share another example, a couple of boilers got commissioned right in the lockdown, first COVID, and everything through remote. So the guys were completely dedicated. They were online to connect, and most of the things could be performed through video call as well as the instructions over phone and things. So they got back the observations and feedback from the operators, and we could do everything from remote.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So thank you all for your in-depth technical presentation. And I request you to stay back on the stage. We would like to honor our session chair, Engineer Bala Ilamaran, and I request Engineer Kapil to honor him with a shawl, and Mr. Parthiban to honor our session chair with a garland. And I request Suresh Anand to honor our session chair with a memento. Session chair. I request Engineer Suresh Anand to present the memento. Now I request our session chair to present the memento to our presenters. First, I would like to invite Mr. Massimo to receive the memento from Mr. Bala Ilamaran from Agraco. And next, I request Mr. Jayant Vasudevan, General Manager, Yokogawa. Next, I request Mr. Chris, General Manager, InterOcean. And I request Mr. Ramesh, Global Sales Head, and Mr. Anand Antarkar, Regional Business Manager from Thermax, to receive the memento. I request Mr. Victor Vidal, Senior Technical Manager, Baker Hughes, to receive the memento. Thank you, sirs, for your wonderful presentations, truly powerful and impactful contributions. And Mr. Massimo is here. I request Mr. Massimo to receive the memento. And let's have a group photo, please. Let's have a group photo, please. Yeah. Now we'll move on into our concurrent session. It's happening both here. And we also have the concurrent session going on in Jawhara Ballroom, which is on upstairs, which you can take the escalator from the lobby. In this hall, we'll move on to our next set of presentations here. In this current session, we have total 5 papers to be presented by our esteemed speakers from the following companies, which is from MS Siad, and one technical presentation from KOC, and the third one will be from Takraf, and the fourth one will be from Sulzer, and the fifth presentation from Skoof. To head the session, we have our session chair, Dr. Gazume Okoroba, Head Sustainability, Dangote Cement, Nigeria, and founder ProLif Africa. To introduce the session chair, I request Engineer Suresh Anand to introduce the session chair, please.
It's a pleasure in introducing our session chair for this session. Our session chair for this session is Dr. Gazuma Okuruba. Dr. Gazuma holds a master's degree in sustainable development from the University of Exeter, UK, and a PhD in development sociology from the University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. She's a sociologist and sustainable leader with over 21 years of experience in diverse sectors spanning from manufacturing, energy, telecommunications, media, and civil society. She currently serves as the Group Head of Sustainability at Dangote Cement PLC, Nigeria, where she drives sustainability strategy and integration of environmental, social, and governance factors and climate action in 10 African countries. She represents the African Business Enterprise Jurisdiction as a board member of the Global Sustainability Standards Board, GSSB, of the Global Reporting Initiative, GRI, the world's first globally accepted standards for sustainability reporting. It gives Steph immense pleasure in welcoming her for this session, and now I invite Dr. Gazuma to the stage to carry forward the session.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that we are ready for the session, and the first speaker for the session is from SIAD. The presenter, I will just briefly read his bio. The title of his paper is an Advanced Industrial Gas and Air Solutions, SIAD's Comprehensive Portfolio for Energy and Petrochemical Sectors. And the presenter here today is Mr. Fabio Margheriti, and he's the Business Development Manager. Fabio Margheriti is Business Development Manager for SIAD Machine Impianti with 20 years of experience in refineries, petrochemicals, and industrial gases application. He specializes in sales, marketing strategy, account management, and strategic partnerships. A proven track record of driving revenue growth and building channel partners across market verticals. In the last 2 years, he's led the role as a market manager for clean energy vertical. He also holds a marketing management master from the Bocconi University in Milan, Italy. Please welcome Mr. Fabio Margheriti for his presentation.
No, I need just to go ahead with the slide. 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam, for this nice introduction, and thanks to Talminadu Engineering Forum to give me the possibility to be here today. Let me introduce our company. We are SIAD Macchine Impianti. We are an Italian company based in Bergamo, that is near Milan. The turnover of the group last year was over 1 billion euro with more than 2,000 employees. And talking about the engineering group, the turnover last year was about 300 million with 580 employees. Here you can see all the company in our group. As I mentioned to you, our headquarters is located in Italy. We have a company in the Middle East, in Dubai. Then we have a company in Spain, in Madrid, one in Russia, one in Germany. We have other companies in China, to be precise, in Hangzhou and Shanghai. We have recently opened an office, a rep office in Houston, in USA, and also a rep office in Tashkent, which is the capital of Uzbekistan. There are other two companies in our group. One is ESAP Aeronics. They are in the business of burners. And one is TPI. They are in the business of carbon capture plant. So the main products that are in our portfolio are reciprocating compressor for process gas and air, and let's say instrument air package, air separation unit for the cryogenic production of technical gases, oxygen, nitrogen, and argon, LNG liquefaction plant, components and solution for industrial combustions, carbon dioxide production, extraction and liquefaction, and biogas treatment and bio-LNG plant. This is our local partner in Kuwait, is Messer Al-Anar Petroleum Equipment. Here you can see their details. We are collaborating with this company since 1997, so it's a very long collaboration, about 28 years of collaboration with them. Talking about the installation of our air separation unit, we have more than 500 installations on global basis, and 5 of them are here in Kuwait. You can see here that we are present in refinery, steel and petrochemical sector, and our customers are KMPC, Unisteel, and again, Kuwait National Petroleum Company. And we work mainly through international EPC contractors like GS Engineering, Daelim, Hyundai, and SK. Talking about reciprocating compressor, we have a global install base of more than 3,000 installations. In Kuwait, we have more than 100 units installed, and the first compressor sold to PIC was back to 1970, so it's older than me, little bit, but older than me. It was installed in one fertilizer plant here in the country. Here you can see, but it's not so big to see, but we are working with KOC, KMPC, Alcaud. These are most of the users in the country. SIA, the acronym is Solidity, Innovation, and Authenticity and Difference. But let me, because I have only 10 minutes, so because they are running late, so I have to run. This is our headquarters in Bergamo. Here we have all the production facility. So we do the engineering, procurement, assembling, test of our compressor and their separation unit package. And our customer can choose whether to purchase the equipment directly from us in Italy or in our manufacturing place in China. This is our commercial and assistant network on worldwide basis. We have 75 agencies and 40 service centers to support our business on global basis, 6 manufacturing centers and 4 engineering centers. The manufacturing facilities are mainly located in Italy and China, but we are also present in Brazil, in Pune, and in Belgium with the manufacturing facility. In Kuwait, we have thanks to the support we are having with Al Anwar Petroleum Company, we have the support in terms of sales and service activities. Let's go very quickly. Here you can see the pictures of all our products. So air separation unit on the top left. We have the LNG liquefaction top center, process gas compressor, instrument air package. We have global service solution, burners, carbon capture plants, and biogas treatment plant. We are specialized in tailor-made, so we receive the specification from the client, from the EPC contractor, from the PMC, from the company that is doing the feasibility study or the FEED, and we manufacture the product in accordance to the customer spec. Just few technical data about our product. Talking about the air separation unit, as I mentioned to you, the cryogenic production of oxygen, nitrogen, and argon. So we can have both gas and liquid, and it using tray or packing technology. You can see the capacity. 3,800 tons per day for oxygen is the maximum capacity, about 10,000 tons per day for nitrogen, and 92% for argon recovery. And because we are using cryogenic technology, the purity is very high. So 99.95% for oxygen and beyond, less than 1 ppm for nitrogen, and less than 1 ppm for argon. Talking about compressor, I almost finished. Talking about compressor, we have up to 6 stages. We have up to 90,000 cubic meter per hour suction volume. 8.7 megawatt is our maximum power. 550 bar, the maximum delivery pressure. Cylinder arrangement can be vertical, V, W, or horizontal balanced opposite type. And the speed from 300 RPM to 1,500 RPM. You can see that we can compress all type of gases, comburant, corrosive, flammable, inert, and toxic. So we have an internal process department, so we have no absolutely restriction in terms of gas to be compressed with our machines. These are typical example of the block configuration. This is a vertical compressor, and this is a typical configuration of a piston type horizontal balanced opposite configuration. And these are some example of pictures for packages. This is a vertical, V-type, W-type, so 3 cylinder on one crank mechanism system. And this is a typical horizontal balanced opposite configuration. We are specialized in package, so we put the machine on the bus plate, and we realize a complete package that let's call a plug-and-play solution. It arrives on the site, and very easily it can be installed, and it can be started up by our customer. This is a typical example of instrumenter package. This compressor, for example, in the picture has been sold to KOC about 10 years ago. It be with reciprocating compressor, wet air receiver, air dryer, and dry air receiver. So full package for our customer. We do everything in-house. We have the complete engineering, pulsation analysis, vibration analysis, software for mechanical calculation, and fluid dynamic study are in-house. With the hashtag See This Everywhere, we represent the full set of service that we can provide to our customer, from the installation to the entire life of the machine. We have 7 service centers with valve overall, located in a strategic location. 40 certified service center, over 100 specialized and certified technician, engineer, and service 24/7. Here you can see what we can provide to our customer on site and the remote service, OEM genuine spare parts, ongoing engineering, CDMI4U, that is a remote monitoring and diagnostic system, total scale contract, and training courses. I finish. Carbon capture plant for the recovery of the carbon dioxide, okay, from the flue gas. And it's finished. I'm arriving exactly on the gong, okay? So, thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Our next paper is going to be presented by three presenters. It's on black powder impact on process safety and integrity on gas compression and reinjection facilities in KOC by Mr. Mohammed Sow Al-Matari. I think he's the acting team leader, AGO, North and West Kuwait. Mr. Ali Al-Mullah, senior gas engineer, AGO. And Mr. Venkata Vapavarapu, specialist process engineer, AGO. Can we have the three presenters here, please? Please, let's welcome them. You have 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Today we'll talk about the black powder issues in gas and condensate pipelines. My colleague, Mr. Venkata, will go through the mitigation measures, how to deal with black powder in KOC. So I'll take the floor. I will leave the floor to Mr. Venkata.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My friend, colleague, Mr. Ali Al-Mullah, senior gas engineer, who had a instrumental in our KOC gas processing, also pipelines, projects, execution. He is one of the key personality in the project activities and day-to-day business functionality. Just give a big applaud to him for coming to this event. And our acting team leader, first of all, I would like to know for everyone regarding the black powder. Are you aware of the black powder? Black powder means powder which is in black, correct? But in normal day-to-day life, we have a lot of black powder, white powder, pepper powder and other things. But this black powder is very, very different and which is a very corrosive and which causes for the major catastrophic impact on the pipelines, especially not only pipelines, in the process facilities. This is being generated right from the source of the well, right from the source of the origin, from the underground with high carbonate, high temperatures, and then high H2S concentration with 30,000 ppm, 25,000 ppm of H2S content. Then it causes flows from the well to the pipeline, pipeline to the flow line to the, we can say, process facilities. Then after that, it goes to the export transit pipelines. Then it will go to the LPG plants. Finally, everywhere it will choke all instrumentation, all pipelines, causes for corrosive impact, pipeline leak, crack, and finally impact on the business interruptions. So we will have a small journey. I would like to show as a team efforts what we have collected on the process impact facilities, and then we will share it to you. Please. We will go with the introduction about the KOC, what is our vision and goal. Then we will see the overview and process schematic with the detailed technical discussion. Then we will see how the black powder will impact on the facilities, how the black powder will form, then what will be the generalized recommendations, and we will go with the minor conclusions what we are following. So KOC currently we are having a rich gas production and associated and non-associated gas production with oil production. So oil is we are reaching around 3.65 million oil barrels per day and 2 billion standard cubic feet of gas production in KOC with KPC's strategic directive and decision to meet a reduction of the 1% of the flaring. Today morning also our KNPC chairman and KOC deputy chairman, they emphasized all the efforts which made to reduce the KOC gas flaring. So in this part of the journey, we focus on the H2S impacted area, which is a West Kuwait Directorate, which is having a gathering centers GC 27, 28 and processing facilities of BS 171. The gas will be processed in the BS 171 with compression nature. That means the gases will be in two different types of nature, low pressure gas and high pressure gas. These gases will be compressed in booster station and will export in a transit pipeline in the sour gas stream. This sour gas streams goes to the AGRP, which is a downstream facility in KNPC, which causes for the acid gas removal process. And acid gas removal will be done in KNPC scope of area. And due to the black powder formation in the pipelines, due to aggressive impact on the H2S and wet condition in the nature, carbon capture or carbon association with iron sulfides, iron and iron oxides goes for the chemical reactions cause for the black powder. This is corrosion, bacterial formation, sulfuric acid forms into the bacteria and algae and causing for the corrosion, and also due to the corrosion and abrasion it will go for the erosion. Finally, what will happen during the transportation, during the facilities operation, it will go for leaks, cracks, then unexpected shutdowns and unexpected processing business impact. This is the overall process schematic in West Kuwait Directorate. From the beginning, the process scheme starts from the wells and it comes to the gathering centers, and then it goes to the booster station, then booster station to the intermediate slug catcher to capture the liquid, then goes to the AGRP. And in between we have a WAFRA association, Kuwait Joint Operations Association, Gathering Center 32 Association. This is the overall picture. Now KOC is having a mitigation plan in case of any impact due to black powder. What we will do gas sweetening in West Kuwait, then we will make it as a sweet gas, then we will handle in the S&EK area, which is another directorate, as a gas processing. Now in a new methodology, we are planning for new gas sweetening facilities, and which will go for the gathering centers for the handling in South and East Kuwait area. This is the overall process schematic. We will see which areas will be affected. Each lines and each areas, which is basically abrasive reactive contamination in the hydrocarbon derivative formations, then what will happen? Automatically corrosion products will create and then cause for the iron sulfides and iron oxides, because we may not be able to handle the gas dehydration process. Gas means gas is having a saturated water content, free water content. Free water content will be removed in the mechanical separation. But saturated water content may not remove in the mechanical separation. We have to remove in the form of a gas dehydration process, which will be difficult to attain the dew point conditions due to some process upset conditions. Then automatically water content will increase in the form of a saturated condition, then it will come to the pipeline. Then pipeline will be reacting with the iron, with the oxygen and sulfur components cause for iron sulfides, which is a corrosive products. Then we will go for the detailed schematic, how we will verify or identify the black powder is there in the facilities or the pipelines. This is the schematic. We will collect the samples of the pipeline corrosion products or black powder products in the form of a sampling stream with the flow meter, and we will connect into the pressurized container, and we will see how much black powder is formation in the pipeline, what sizes of the microns, 5 micron, 10 micron or 15 micron or less than 5 micron, 1 micron. This analysis will be carried out based on the detailed sampling analysis. Then we will see after sampling how the black powder looks like. It is in the wet condition and the dry condition. Detailed investigation has been carried out, and it will be continuous process of investigations to see how much black powder impact. And this black powder is coming from where? From the pipeline. Pipeline will be picked up with the water, and pipeline will start reducing its thickness and it becomes a corrosion products. in the form of a little sample analysis. Then we will see the analysis in the form of wet condition, in the form of dry condition. And we will calculate what is the particulate size and the micron size. How it is impacting in the compressor suctions. In the compressor suction, dry black powder, in the booster stations, fuel filters. The filter you see, it should be a fine coarse filter. After black powder impact, it will come and settle. It's the same like in our home also, we used to take the tea decoction and we will separate the water and tea powder. Then the mesh, we will collect all the tea powder. In the same way, in here also, this mesh will collect all the black powder and restrict to enter into the facilities. But after certain time frame, 1 hour, 2 hour, 10 days or 1 month, this will become a accumulated black powder and this will cause back pressure on the system. And suction of the compressor will not have a sufficient pressure, whereas the upstream of the system will have a high pressure, which will cause for the facilities disruption. That is called process impact. Whereas in the pipelines, this black powder will form like a sediments and it will looks like a stagnated portions. Then it will cause for the differential pressure in the pipeline. It will reduce the flow efficiency and it may not able to send whatever our required gas flow or crude flow or water flow. Then it will impact on the pipeline capability in operating conditions. So what we will do, we will use a pigging to clean this pipeline. How we will come to know, once the pig received to the receiver side, we will open the pig and see how the impacted back powder sediments in a wet condition. So how overall impact on Kuwait Energy? This is the overall impact on the booster stations and pipelines. Then if any booster station shut down, it will go for the downstream LPG failure. Then it will go for the products failure, then power failure. Overall supply chain will be impacted due to the small or minor issues. So in details, we see what will be the reasons. More maintenance will cause parts, replacements, furnace nozzles, glycol foaming in the downstream, pipeline failures, seal damages. And what will be the preventive measures? As I told, gas dehydration, we have to ensure good dehydration, preventive measures, and also dew point control on the gas which is coming to the pipeline, monitoring, and overall what we can see for the pipelines, enhanced and effective pipeline cleaning by using pigging, brush pigging, disc pigging, cleaning pigging, and then you will see enhanced intelligent management by using digital pigging with the pipeline corrosion controls and algae bacteria control, growth, everything. Finally, we will see how the pipeline degraded, how the facilities are degraded, what will be the controls. In this way, we can ensure that it's like a corrective actions. We are not able to go for the root causes, but we are focusing on the corrective actions. That's all for you as a small journey of the black powder impact on the process facilities. Thank you very much. Thanks for our colleague, Mr. Ali. Any questions, you can contact.
Thank you, Mr. Venkata. We'll take the questions at the end of the session, sir.
Thank you.
We'll have 10 minutes for all the presenters. Okay, thank you for that presentation. We're going to the next presentation, which is on material handling solution by Mr. Rajesh, Vice President Sales for TACRAF. Mr. Rajesh, is he here? Okay, please let's welcome him to take his paper. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, all. I thank you so much for the Tamil Nadu Engineers Forum for giving this opportunity to represent about our company. So my name is Rajesh. I am head of sales in TACRAF, India. So I would like to mention here one great thing. So I am very proud of being part of this company. We have completed around 300 years in last August. We are serving this industry for last 300 years. So I take some slides about our company. So we are a European company, headquarters in Germany. We have offices all over the world. So um, we do business in two major brands called Takraf, which is one of the world's leading technology brand when it comes to metal handling solutions. And the second part is Delcar business unit. They are into process equipments, mainly into liquid and solid separations. And we have a long history of 300 years in presence in the industry, and we have around 22 office locations all over 14 countries. And these are the major product lines what we have. So we have three major business units, like start from mining, then processing, and then stockyard solutions. So basically we start from the extraction of all kind of materials, let's say coal, limestone, iron ore, all these kind of mining process. So we have various equipment starting from sizing, let's call in-pit and crushing and conveying systems, then all kind of conveyors, pipe conveyors, then the trough conveyors, then crushing and grinding, size it, then various process equipment is high pressure grinding rolls, thickeners and sizers, bell filters, filter press. And then when it comes to the material handling, so where I am representing, so we have all these bulk material handling systems, whatever you call it as to handle in terms of bulk solids, we are having a solution for that. So just to name few of the equipments, stacker reclaimers, stockyard conveyors, ship loaders, unloaders, train loader stations, all these things. So as I said, these are the spread of our office. So I belongs to India from Chennai. This is our southern part of India. And we have most of the locations almost in 14 countries. So our office, head office is a place called Leipzig. It's Western Europe. So just to go back one more, I think we belongs to a large conglomerate called TechInt. They are into all this oil and gas field. So they are our parent. Although Takraf is one of the brand, comes under TechInt. So as an overall company, we have around 89,000 employees all over the world, and around the revenue of this company close to around 36 billion. So I'll just concentrate about few of our offerings, what we call it is here. So these are the equipments from the mining point of view. So mainly in the open cast mines where we want to remove the overburden, let's say above the coal or lignite or these things. So these are big machines of handling bucket excavators, and then sizing it, and then conveying it, and then dumping schemes. See, this all comes to a mining side. So when it comes to the bulk metal handling, so particularly let's say for Kuwait region, we have supplied some of the equipments to KNPC, particularly for handling sulfur, storages, and conveying systems. So we will provide solutions for all this sulfur handling, and then if it comes to urea, we also provide all these solutions. So just I want to highlight some of the advanced solutions nowadays. We are talking about talk of the town. So one of the offering what we have is manless operations. Nowadays, the intervention of manual operations, all this is going to be reduced as fast as possible. So this, whatever I'm talking about, the equipment what I referred, so this can be operated as manless by providing so many solutions through the sensors. So what is happening, these are all the highlights. This ensures the optimum equipment availability. So as long as you are reducing the manual intervention, so you can increase the equipment availability and the safety, and then you can get the real-time profile of all your stockyard systems, and you can avoid all these machine collisions between the machines, and you can get real-time machine health summaries at any point of time. And if at all anything, let's say if there are any hard spots, we want to find it out in the stockpiles, though we can find it out as well. So all this, what we are talking about is condition monitoring systems. So you can real-time monitor all this vibration and temperature, sound levels. So all this can be measured either from the drive units, gearbox, motors, all this thing we can connect through the servers, and you can get the preventive maintenance actions to avoid many failures. So even you can connect to your maintenance personnel through the mobile phones, and that will give a pop-up view wherever the problem is. And these are some other offerings with respect to the power control feeding. So normally, I mean, if somebody knows about all these metal and equipments, normally all these power control supplies to this moving equipments being fed through the cable reels actually. So which requires a lot of cable reels for if you want to supply power, if you want to supply control supplies. So you need to have water, you need to have air. So that comes to major multiple numbers of reeling drums. To avoid that, if you see this is called as self-driven energy chain solutions, where we can supply all these mediums, air, water, power, and control supplies through this one solution, so that all these cable reels can be avoided. So, which also this is not require any power to drive. So this can be operated through the traveling of the machine. So this also going for the energy savings and energy efficiency if you calculate the total OPEX of the equipments. And then we are talking about new technologies coming. So this all spherical and ball bearings is going for a split nowadays. So there is a solution available to give wherever the shaft you want to connect through all these split bearings. So this, what happens, this allows very time conscious, so there is not much time required to replace. For example, instance, if you want to replace some pulley shaft, sometimes it takes around 18 to 24 hours. With this, you can go as minimum as possible. Let's say 4 to 8 hours. You can replace the complete shaft, big shaft bearing. So this is part of our offerings nowadays. Whenever requirement is there, so the split bearings can be a easier solution. So main point is a substantial reduction in downtime as compared to normal bearings. And also it's come to this all machines is being run in the railway tracks. This is supported on big wheels like this. So if there is a kind of bearings, so it's normally used for fast trains, all these things. So if you can utilize this kind of bearings, so we can avoid complete lubrication system, which is going to be a highly maintenance aspect. So we also incorporate these kind of advanced solutions in our equipments. And then this is one of the peculiar solution for all these contaminated areas. Like this is operating completely in the closed shed location, like for handling sulfur or urea. So where this complete area of the stockpile is contaminated with the dusty environment of sulfur or urea fumes. So where we are also supplying all these machine-mounted electrics, for example, and control systems. So where is a possibility of entering some dust, then also it's going contaminated air inside this electrical cabinets. So just to avoid, what we do normally, we take the fresh air systems from outside the plant through the stacks wherever we have a clean air. So we collect the clean air from there, and then we'll get it through either through the energy chain or through the hose reels. So then the fresh air is given to inside this electrical room, so that it is easier to avoid any dust problems with respect to the panels, and also the clean air for the maintenance personnel if anybody is visiting inside this electrical house. So as a nutshell, I think Takraf offers design and complete solutions, capital equipments, all this what I referred with respect to metal handling. So we do complete capital equipment supplies, and also we offer retrofit solutions if there is any upgrade of system is required to increase or enhance the capacity of the old equipments, and also to improve the efficiency. So we do that, and we do complete aftermarket and support services wherever you want spare parts, wherever the machine support is not available from other equipment sites, so we can do that. And also we can do the health audit for our own equipments or similar equipments available. So, and we also provide technical and training solutions to the maintenance professionals. And whatever the customized, this all metal handling equipments, what we are talking about, it's not the fixed product, catalog product. So we deliver the equipments to suit the tailored retrofits and designs. So we are there to support all these kind of requirements. So this is just the innovative solution. So this is our tagline. So for innovative, reliable and sustainable solutions, we are providing all these metal handling solutions to the industries to reduce cost. And so these are the impressive pictures what we have. So this is big equipments. Thank you so much for your listening.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. You had 1 extra minute because we missed your citation, but Mr. Rajesh is a mechanical engineer with over 25 years of experience in the field of material handling. He currently serves as Vice President of Sales at Takraf, India. Over the course of his career, he has been actively involved in the design, engineering, sales, and marketing of a wide range of bulk material handling systems and solutions like the ones that he has shared. Thank you for your paper.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. At the end of the session, we'll have some time to take questions, and I'm really looking forward to hear how all of these solutions are contributing to green engineering when we ask the questions. Next, we are going to take a paper on optimizing and maintenance of aged rotating equipment. And our presenter is Mr. Roderick Major. He is a highly connected sales professional at Schulzer, and he brings over 15 years of experience in the oil and gas industry. He specializes in the service of rotating equipment across MEA and APAC regions. His core technical passion is centered on compression, and he is a leading facilitator in future-focused technologies, including mega-scale heat pumps and hydrogen compression. He's a graduate of the University of Twente, and he's based in Abu Dhabi. His expertise spans strategic management, business development, and driving decarbonization initiatives throughout the market. Please welcome Mr. Roderick Major. He's the Business Development Manager for his paper.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining me at this presentation at the TEF conference, where I'll be presenting the optimization and maintenance of aged rotating equipment. A short overview of the agenda, the challenges with aged equipment, the optimization levels that we identify. We go into a real-world case of performance optimization, and we deal with a reliability improvement case. The challenges with aged rotating equipment are out of the compressor or the steam turbine, aged equipment salvation, so repurposing existing equipment into a different area of the plant, and mechanical failures that require redesign. And fine-tuning and re-rates are critical tools in doing these optimizations and to further the life of the equipment. When we look into the optimization, we have identified 3 different levels. The first level is a process optimization level, which would allow improvements to the operation of the equipment without actually making changes to the hardware. Then level 2 is a system upgrade, so a seal system upgrade or a control system upgrade, and these are mainly done either through environmental concerns or maintenance requirements and obsolescence. And the third level is a complete review of the aerodynamic design. What do we do in the fine-tuning process? We develop basically a digital twin of the existing equipment, and we use the inputs of the existing equipment, data books, curves, plant operating data, and the PNID. We digitize all of that and parse and cleanse the operating data and build the dependencies as they are present in the plant. And all of that is put into the Sulzer DCS system, where we then can accurately predict the performance of the equipment. And if we look at the optimization levels, we can do variable control and see what impact that has on the machine performance. We can accurately predict live compressor maps. We can determine the effects of external elements such as coolers and scrubbers. And we can optimize the surge level control of, in this case, the compressor. So these are all the six options, and the last option we can also we will present here the case of a thermodyne compressor, which was 25 years old, operating in recycling continuously, and it was a 3 megawatt unit with 5 stages, and it was handling methane gas. The issue was that operating a compressor continuously in recycling is not an optimal use of the compressor. You're wasting a lot of energy, and this was caused by depleting inlet pressure due to well aging. Our goal, of course, was to remove the need for that the machine was moving closer and closer to surge over the years, and then eventually passed the surge line, which prompted it to operate continuously in surge, in recycling. We plotted that also against the new flow requirements with a reduced flow target, and we concluded that it was really not possible with the existing design. Then we went into a further analysis where we put the cross-sectional drawings and the OEM performance curve and the actual performance data in our system. And we could actually replicate the original compressor curves very accurately with our digital system, which is basically here. The original curve is this blue line, and the digitized version is the black line here. So we had complete confidence in our model and that it would predict accurate information. So first we looked into options with the least amount of impact on the hardware, and we thought perhaps we can do a speed reduction only, but although plausible, it was risky because we would still be operating quite close to the surge line, and surge line are very hard to predict numerically, so it was a risk on our part which we wouldn't really be willing to take. And solution 2 would be a narrowing of the complete gas path, And it is, again, it's possible, but would be costly and would have a quite significant impact on the efficiency of the overall system. We then moved to the third solution, was a combination of implementing inlet guide vanes with a speed reduction or a trim of the impellers. It achieved the flow reduction requirements, and as you can see here, the efficiency wasn't really significantly impacted. We went from an efficiency of 80% to a little above 78%. So here you can actually see how the compressor curves move per each solution. Then we did another solution, which was replacing the first impeller stage with the same design of the second impeller stage. And by that we are narrowing the flow path and reducing the flow. And this was, again, having the necessary effect on the reduction of flow. And also here we saw that the target could be achieved if we did this replacement with an RPM reduction or a replacement and a trim of the impellers. Then we moved to the last and final solution, was a complete redesign of the rotor flow path, so redesigning 5 impellers. Here we had no problem achieving the flow target, and we kept the efficiency within the original designs, but again, this would be a costly option. We plotted all the 5 solutions against cost, risk, and efficiency, and decided that option 4 would be the most beneficial for the customer. So we implemented I have, again, more slides, but with the amount of time we have left, I don't know. We go here into a redesign case and a failure analysis case of a steam turbine, where we go through a discovery phase, a metallurgical analysis, and then an engineering analysis, and then summarizing the findings and determine a new design. This is a very interesting option, and you can see here the state of the original equipment. We found quite significant damage. We checked the design, and we concluded that it was based on high cycle fatigue. And I guess this is where I have to leave the presentation. This presentation can be shared and will be available to everyone attending the conference. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do you have a concluding slide? Do you want to quickly go to the concluding slide?
I can go to the last slide.
Yes, please.
So the factors affecting any optimization or reliability improvements are, of course, the cost, the complexity, the time requirement to implement all these changes, and specific features of the equipment. And these factors always bring completely new projects together on modification. And each product and each project requires a tailored approach to finding the right solution. So.
Last but not the least, presentation today, and it's on advancing sustainability through innovative technologies. Mr. Vinesh is a mechanical engineering graduate from Amrita University in Coimbatore, one of India's premier engineering colleges. He began his journey with SCUF in 2011 as a project engineer, contributing to a wide range of multinational projects across diverse industrial sectors. In 2014, Mr. Vinesh relocated to the Middle East as sales manager, where he has played a pivotal role in expanding SCUF's regional footprint. His efforts have been instrumental in building committed to innovation and excellence in the valve industry. Please take the floor, Mr. Vinesh.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good afternoon to one and all. As introduced, I'm here to present how we can advance sustainability through innovative technologies. Yes. So I come from a valve background. I work for SHUF, who's a special valve manufacturers. So we manufacture custom-built valves for critical applications like excuse the throat times. I'm a sore throat. I'm sorry about that. For critical applications in refineries, petrochemicals, and oil and gas industries. So we are here today to just consider how all these processes that we come across in our day-to-day life as oil and gas professionals, how we can improve the footprint, the carbon footprint, the ecological footprint through continuous improvement of our processes, both in terms of efficiency as well as in terms of ecological footprint. If we are mindful of how our processes affect the environment, we can definitely make sure that the ecology is preserved for future generations. Yes. So I'll start with a very small introduction about short introduction about the organization. So SHUF is a company that was founded in Germany in 1911. So by pioneering engineers, they invented the lift plug valve, and also they invented the bottom outlet valve, and they played a pivotal role in the development and the advancement of the petrochemical and chemical industries in Europe, and since 1960 and 1970 onwards throughout the world, by designing custom valves, special valves that are only possible by thorough and experienced design. Yes. So SHUF has 8 different manufacturing facilities. There are 3 subsidiaries, and they are a total of 600 engineers and professionals. Yes. So moving on to the topic of the day, which is sustainability in industrial process. So sustainability in the broader context is what we hear, like how we can improve the processes to reduce the consumption of resources, reuse the resources where possible, and recycle the resources without the products ending up in a landfill or being discharged as effluents into the water. Yes. So these are the core principles of sustainability in any field, but with a specific focus on our chemical manufacturing and petrochemical manufacturing. We can see how we can reduce the energy consumption by optimization of processes. We can reduce the feedstock consumption by improving processes by innovative technologies, and we can also reduce utilities consumption like water and steam. So these are all possible by reviewing our current practices and then using advanced technologies like better equipment, better valves, better pumps, better compressors. And also one of the most important reduction is the waste reduction. Yes, how we can reduce the waste that is produced. Some of the resources, some of the materials without in the previous way of things, it would have been discharged or sent to a landfill. We can reuse some of the heat. Like this is already being done in power generation where you have heat recovery steam generators, and we can also reuse some of the chemical feedstock, reducing the need for new and new chemical reactants, yes, and also we can reuse the water, reduce the consumption of water. This is also currently being practiced in the oil and gas upstream production facilities where they use the produced water, they settle it in tanks, and then they reuse it for injection, minimizing the consumption of fresh water. So this has a great ecological impact on the environment, as well as a positive impact on the procedure as a whole. Yes, and then the final is the recycle. When we say recycle, recycle is the using or transformation of end-of-use waste. Yes, that typically, if you say it's a plastic product, whether it's a toy or a cell phone, at the end of its life, it's being thrown away. And similarly, any battery, for example, battery is now a very hot topic, and the batteries for automotive components is also something that is being researched a lot nowadays. So how we can recycle this without them going into a landfill or them being dumped into the ocean. Yes. So on these three topics, we'll go through a very short history of how SHUF have contributed to the sustainability practices in each of these specific industries. So these are the high polluting sectors in the with the largest carbon footprint. So these are some of the alternates or more sustainable alternates to our current way of work. For example, for aviation fuel, we have synthetic fuels or e-fuels where we can use the green hydrogen that is produced by solar or renewable power, and we can also use the direct air capture, carbon dioxide from direct air capture, and can be combined by chemical processes to producing fuels. And for maritime shipping fuel, where we use low sulfur fuel oil and heavy fuel oil, we can use green ammonia and green methanol as an alternatives, with green ammonia being produced from renewable electricity. Yes. So there is a lot of work being done from the engine manufacturers for ships, that they have dual fuel ships already in service, and also single fuel methanol and green ammonia optimized for consumption of methanol already, that is being put into place for the ships to enter service in the next 5 to 10 years. So electric vehicles, there needs no introduction. It's battery electric vehicles in place of internal combustion engines. So it has a very significant reduction in the carbon footprint throughout the life of the vehicle. Yes, and also with regards to power generation. So in less developed parts of the world, power generation is still mainly using coal. Coal not just releases the carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, coal also releases particulate matters into the air, which is even graver concern for the health of our future generations. So how we can do, how can sustainable technologies improve the situation? Like we have supercritical CO2 cycle turbines that are much smaller and much more efficient. They have a 90% or more efficiency compared to steam, which is around 60 to 70%. And gas turbines are also nearing just above 70%. And supercritical CO2 instead of water can take this efficiency up a few notches. Yes. So then in steel production, which is also one of the largest polluters, we can eliminate the use of natural gas, which is how steel or iron is currently being reduced from its ore. We can use directly green hydrogen that is produced locally next to the steel manufacturing facility or iron manufacturing facilities, and this can also mitigate the emissions of total emissions of that process of producing steel. And then fertilizer. Fertilizer is also something that is a necessity. It is unavoidable. It has to always increase because our population is also increasing. So fertilizer production, any significant changes in the reduction of carbon for fertilizer is a welcome change. And currently fertilizer is produced from natural gas most of the time. Urea is produced with natural gas and ammonia. So how we can mitigate or bring down the emissions from that? We can use ammonia that is sustainably produced from green electricity, and with nitrogen they can produce ammonia and use carbon capture for carbon monoxide, and we can use that as a precursor for fertilizer production. And green fertilizer that is being reused into the soil is a possibility in the near future. So we can implement all these technologies, not overnight, but in steps that, that are both economically viable to even countries and companies that cannot afford a large investment, or that cannot access large investments into improving their infrastructure. So step by step, by optimizing the processes, improving the processes, and introducing new technologies, we can achieve that. Yes. So I'm going to go into some case studies that where Shuf have already worked in this sustainable initiatives. So one of them is plastics recycling. So plastics recycling is a very important part of reducing the waste that goes into the landfill and also protecting our oceans. So any plastic that can be recycled must be recycled in my view, but it's not a straightforward task. So the plastic has to be sorted, it has to be decontaminated, and it also has to be sorted in accordance to chemistry, and it has to be removed, impurities have to be removed. There's a lot of steps. It's more complex compared to plastic production from fossil origin, raw materials such as crude oil or natural gas. So there's a lot more steps involved, but it can be possible to optimize them, fast track them, and also introduce this recycled plastics more into the market. We are also seeing some of it, but it has to greatly increase for it to have a significant impact. And we have in different plastic recycling technology licenses, we are working with some of them. So we are already supplying diverter valves for process and some high pressure return valves. And we are involved in lithium and cobalt production. And we are also supplying because minerals mining and handling of the ores are very demanding applications for valves. So we produce valves that are of a specific chemistry, specific hardness, specifically treated, that can handle both lithium production from ores, as well as it can also, we are also working with some technology licenses where they are developing technologies to recycle used car batteries. Yes, at the moment there is no commercially viable solution for that, but there are some companies that are making headway into sustainably and economically replace or recycle the materials, so that it also reduces the dependence on fresh ore from countries that are being exploited for these resources. Yes. So next is cryogenic gases. So low temperature gases like ammonia and methanol, sorry, ammonia and LNG, these are currently the lowest carbon emitting sources of fuel or mass transportable fuel that we have at the moment, and it is best done in low temperatures in ships that are extremely that are in liquefied condition, as well as they are also difficult to handle, both on onshore facilities as well as on onshore facilities as well as on tankers. Yes. So the next topic is the carbon capture and utilization. So we take carbon directly from the atmosphere in the form of carbon dioxide. We compress it, we try to sequester it, or we find other uses for it. As I mentioned earlier, the carbon dioxide that is captured from the atmosphere can be used for production of fuels as well as production of fertilizers. So the carbon dioxide can also be used as the medium for the cycles in the power production, which has a very high efficiency compared to our conventional steam turbines. Yeah. So that is with regards to the sustainable technologies that Shuf is currently involved in. So I'm just going to give a brief about our products that are most relevant to this. When I mentioned earlier that reduce, reuse and recycle, one of the most important aspects of reducing the consumption is to improve the efficiency, and improving efficiency can come in many forms. So here is one fast action line blind where you have this where you have a fast acting line blind in place of a spectacle plate. To replace a spectacle plate in any pipeline is a headache for maintenance and operations, because it takes a long time, it takes too many people, and we can simplify that by having a single person operatable line blind, even for large sizes up to 28 and 32 inch. It works on a simple principle of you rotate a hand wheel, you create a gap internally, and then this allows for the plate to be changed from open to close. Yes. So you can see in this short video clip. So the rotating of the hand wheel creates a gap, and this gap allows the plates to be moved. And with the plate in place, we can have a tight seal to the atmosphere. So this is obviously done in depressurized lines, and it's not a valve by itself, but it's a very fast alternative to a conventional switching of line blinds. So we have many variants and many designs that are specific to the applications. I'm also going to just have a very quick overview about the other valves that we have to offer. So these are isolation valves, double block and bleed isolation valves, very efficient in ambient temperature, clean fuel isolation, and we can also offer the line blind and isolation valve as a combination, because the line blind is a safety requirement, and also the isolation valve is a process requirement or an operation requirement. So we combine these two in a single unit, where we have one single valve acting as both the normal operation on-off valve as well as the line blind when it comes to shutdown or maintenance requirements. Yes, and this can be fit in the same space as a normal twin motor ball valve. So there is no need to be changing any pipelines to fit this valve. Yes, and next is the delayed coker plug valve. So here we can see that in place of a ball valve or a plug valve, a standard plug valve, we offer the lift plug valve. This lift plug valve, before turning, lifts a little from the seat, and then when it turns, it doesn't rub against the seat, which minimizes the force required, and is also minimizes the steam consumption. And this valve can also be maintained in place, reducing the downtimes during every replacement operation. Yes. So next is the automatic recirculation valve. This is used with installed on the discharge of the pumps. I'm sorry, I'll just finish the slides, and I have so the automatic recirculation valves is used in tandem with centrifugal pumps, and then is the in-tank emergency shut-off valve. This is used for cryogenic low temperature tankers. Yes, this valve. So these are some of the solutions that we have. Transform their processes waste, and any energy or any resource that is being consumed is being used to its most extent, and there is as always a feedback loop of continuous improvement, which could result in a better ecological as well as a carbon footprint overall. And in the future, all plants would follow, and then there would be very little pollution that we have to be concerned about. Yes. So that's about it for my presentation. And there is a questionnaire that we have here. So the quiz, sorry, I had given the screenshot. So we welcome everybody who attended to just take a short quiz and about the topic I just presented. So please, you can scan the QR code that appears on the screen, and we kindly request TEF committee members to refrain from participating in the quiz. So it's open for the others. Yeah, thanks.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Please, can we just give a round of applause to all the presenters? So the QR code is coming up. We take the quiz, and while we take the quiz, I believe the presenters can come forward. This is the time that we do the question and the answers for all the presenters. While you scan the code and you take the quiz, somewhere I heard that TEF members are not allowed to participate in the quiz. Right, so please let's have the presenters come forward. We had Mr. Fabio Magretti, and we had Mr. Mohammed Sul Al-Mutari, Mr. Ali Mullah, and Mr. Venkata, who did the presentation on behalf of the team. We had Mr. S.D. Rajesh, we had Mr. Roderick Major, we had Mr. Vinesh finally, and then we can take questions on any of the presentations. Yes, please, sir. Your question is for? No question. Okay, so any feedback, comments, questions on any of the presentations that we had today? Please let's have the presenters come forward. Have we had the QR code? Not yet. Okay, So we can have the discussions now. Do we have any questions, any comments on any of the presentations that we had in this session? Okay, just to remind us of the papers that were presented today, we had, in this session, we had Advanced Industrial Gas and Air Solutions. It was about CEAD's comprehensive portfolio for energy and petrochemical sectors. We had another paper on black powder impact on process safety and integrity on gas compression and reinjection facilities in KOC. Then we had the material handling solutions by TACRAF. We had a paper from Soldier on optimization and maintenance of aged rotating equipment. And finally, from SHUF, advancing sustainability through innovative technologies. If we have the QR code, gentlemen, please can we just let them capture the QR code. So while we take the quiz, please take the quiz online. And if anyone has a clarification, a question regarding any of the innovative technologies that were shared by this gentleman today, this is the time that we can attend to the comments, questions, or clarifications. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I think everyone is happy with our green innovations, and we will get the presentation slides afterwards. And we just want to honor you for your contributions.
Thank you everyone for your enthusiastic participation in the concurrent session. Now it's time to honor the session chair, and I request our TEF member, Mr. Kalayarasan and Mr. Senthil Kumar, to come onto the stage to honor our session chair. I request Ms. Mariam Al-Ansari, Senior Gas Engineer KOC, to honor our session chair with a memento. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now I request our session chair to present the mementos to our today's concurrent session speakers, starting with Mr. Fabio Magretti from SIAD. Followed by Mr. Ali Al-Mullah, Mr. Muhammad Soul Al-Mutairi, and Mr. Venkata from KOC. Mr. Fabio is not here, so we'll go to the KOC speakers. Okay. Mr. Ali Al-Mullah, Mr. Muhammad Sood Al-Mutairi, and Mr. Venkata from KOC. Next. Mr. Venkata from KOC. Next up we have Mr. S.T. Rajesh, Vice President Sales from TACRAF. Next I call Mr. Roderick from Sulzer to receive the presentation. And finally to Mr. Vignesh from SHUF. Can we have a group photo together, please? Thank you everyone for your enthusiasm and participation.
Are there questions now?
Okay, now we'll have the results of the quiz that was being conducted by Shuf. We'll shortly announce the winners of the quiz conducted by Shuf, and our chairperson will be giving the winners a gift.
Who is our winner?
I don't know.
Okay, you'll announce it. I don't need the mic, you will do the announcement.
Mr. Pandi Chelvam from GTech. Mr. Palanivel Murugan from KNPC. Mr. Rajashekar from Alkut. Mr. Amrish Talaki from Ametek. And the last winner for the day is Mr. Ramesh from Fawaz Industries. Thank Dr. Gazuma for your time. I thank all the participants and congratulate all the winners. Now it's time to move to the final session of papers. As we move forward, it's time to enter the final session of papers, a concluding chapter that promises to bring together the finest insights and innovations of the day. These presentations will capture the essence of what we have explored so far and offer a compelling vision for the road ahead. Let's carry forward the momentum and invite you all to immerse yourselves in this final collection of knowledge, ideas, and inspiration. As we enter this final session, we are honored to present 5 compelling papers and respected speakers representing the following companies, each contributing to the rich dialogue of this conference and inspiring the future of sustainable engineering. Our final presenters are Messrs. Drager, FireEye, Zico, Land Ametek, and Vibe Spectrum. They are giving it together. Messrs. Castellin, UTech Tech Middle East, and finally, Messrs. Protago Middle East. To head the session, we have our session chair, Mr. Nasser Al-Bada Al-Hajri, Head Associated Gas Operations Department, KOC. On behalf of the TEF 2025 committee, let me give a small introduction about our session chair. Mr. Nasser B. Hajri is a distinguished leader in Kuwait's energy sector, currently serving as the head of the Associated Gas Operations Department at the Kuwait Oil Company. Holding a bachelor's and master's degree in chemical engineering, Mr. Al-Hajri possesses a deep technical expertise in complex gas operations, processing, and energy management. This foundation enables him to spearhead critical department initiatives focused on optimizing operational efficiency and maximizing the utilization of associated gas resources across KOC's assets. His leadership is instrumental in aligning departmental efforts with Kuwait's national energy strategy, particularly in reducing flaring, enhancing environmental compliance, and boosting sustainable hydrocarbon resource management. Through his commitment to innovation and long-term planning, Mr. Al-Hajri ensures that the Associated Gas Operations Department makes significant contributions to KOC's overachieving goals for operational excellence, energy security, and long-term corporate sustainability. On behalf of everyone assembled here, let's give a warm welcome to our session chair to come to the stage, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for attending today for this conference step. First of all, I would like to extend my heartline and special thanks to all members of the organization who worked hardly and behind the scenes in order to ensure the success of this event. Also, since I have been a member in the many conferences before and in the technical members, I know how much that they work to reach to this point and to make sure this event is very successful. Thank you everybody for this great workshop, great conference. Now we will move to the first presentation. This presentation will be presented by Mr. Yasudan. He is a product manager, who is a product marketing manager from the Dragar. He is a service safety professional and product marketing manager for fixed gas detection in the critical Middle East region for Dragar. He has over 15 years of industry experience, and also he is MBA, and he also have a bachelor degree in the environment and technology. He has spent over 12 years with the Dragar, driving the marketing strategy for their gas detection protocol. He is also certified as especially in the safety integrity levels and a member of the clean tech community, actively addressing the safety topics in the green hydrogen, lithium batteries, and vehicles manufacturing. Please, Mr. Yason, please come for this stage, and the floor is for you.
Thank you. So a very warm good afternoon to all the participants. I am Yashodan. I am basically enrolled in with Dragar as a product marketing manager for fixed gas detection. Today's topic, primarily what I'll be covering is on two aspects, two innovative technologies, what Dragar is into, primarily vouching into the safety aspects. So before we go into the actual topics, let us first see what Dragar is all about, the company behind these technologies. So Dragar is basically a German company founded in 1889. It's a family-owned business. Mr. Stefan Dragar is currently managing the business from Germany. It employs more than 16,000 people globally with offices all across the world. The presence is in more than, I would say more than 180 countries with manufacturing sites in multiple locations. Dragar is into two, I would say true verticals. One is in medical and one is in safety. In medical, Dragar operates for product lines like anesthesia machines, ventilators, neonatal equipments. While in safety, primarily Dragar has product lines into gas detection systems, respiratory portfolios, diving equipments, and alcohol and drug test. So with this brief, let us see or let us focus on these two innovative technologies which Dragar has bought in. The first topic which I'll be talking about is Dragar Sensor Alive. Now, as we understand, particularly in the industrial environment, there are different types of gases. Particularly, we have toxic gases, we have explosive gases, we have gases which can cause asphyxiation. When it comes to toxic gases, predominantly, when it's an oil and gas industry, we are aware H2S is something which has, I would say, which has a very natural occurrence and which has maximum health hazards. With respect to technologies, what Dragar offers, electrochemical sensing technology is one such technology which is being offered for measuring H2S. Dragar is a pioneer in manufacturing sensors. So the first sensor, as you can see, was manufactured way back in '84. So more than, I would say, 30 plus years in this. And the current technology or the current sensors are operational for more than 25 years. So different sensors for measuring different gases, but today I'm talking specifically on H2S. H2S is normally detected by an electrochemical sensing technology. However, what has happened is the challenges what are being faced by the users, particularly while maintaining these sensors, are humongous. So one such small step in addressing these challenges is Sensor Alive. So what exactly is Sensor Alive? So Sensor Alive, basically, as you can see, this is nothing but an electrochemical sensor which is being integrated with a gas generator. Now what does exactly the gas generator does? It generates H2S gas and it does 3 tests. So it basically checks the sensors for sensitivity monitoring, it checks for fault detection, and it checks for clogging as well. So what does exactly this sensor looks like? So this is something what you can see as a cross section. At the top here is the sensor. At the bottom is the gas generator, the one in the green, which generates small amounts of H2S. This is generated daily, so there is a daily bump test which happens, and normally this gas is applied to the electrochemical sensor which is at the top. Once these electrochemical sensor comes in, these contact with H2S, the measuring curve from the sensor is an input to the algorithm in the sensor memory. So this is being analyzed internally and then the output is being generated. This is how an internal section looks like. On the left you can see there is one gas generator in the orange, and then there is one on the right. One basically proposes the gas inside the sensor, and the second one it pushes the gas outside the sensor. So why 2 elements? The first is checking the functionality of the sensor. The second one is checking for the fault of the filter, because these are the 2 elements primarily which are normally taken into consideration while maintaining a sensor in the field environment. So if the gas does not permeate through the filter at the bottom, that means the filter is clogged. And similarly, if the gas which is being pushed into the sensor does not give the right output, then in that case there is some fault in the sensor. Now with this, what is achieved? 3 things are achieved primarily. First is clogging. The clogging detection if there is a fault in the filters. Second is the sensor fault. If the outcome from the sensor is not up to the mark, then that gives a fault indication. Third is the sensitivity monitoring, how sensitive that sensor is, or the H2S sensor is, for the gas which is generated. And with all these, I would say with all these parameters taken into consideration, what also can be predicted is the end of life. So with this technology, an exact date of end of life of the sensor can be predicted. So this gives really a good help for people who are doing preventive maintenance, where they can have arrangement for spares, they can have arrangement for sensors, and then they can plan their schedules accordingly. Now these tests are run daily. These tests are done, I would say, at the back end. So sensor, the primary function of the sensor is to detect the toxic gas which is there in the, which might be there in the external environment. So that functions is always in the forefront. However, the testing always happens at the back end. So in case where there is there's a coincidence where the actual gas comes in contact with the sensor when the test happens, in that case the measurement subsedes the test. So always the sensor stops the test at the back end, and it will function at its primary, I would say, as a primary function of giving an indication during the actual gas which is being passed out. The sensor is, I would say, Sensor Alive in terms of compatibility is very easy. So it is backward compatible, it is easily connected to the existing transmitter. It's a plug and play device. There is not much, I would say, additional tools, tackles or anything required to use this sensor. So very, very easy in terms of operation. If already there is installations of the existing transmitters, you can easily swap with the new technology as well. So when it comes to approvals, these particular sensor is FM certified. So there is a performance approval for the sensor. Parallelly, if you look into it, there is also a performance from DECRA, which is a third-party, I would say, institution, which is giving this approvals. Now, the biggest advantage of what it gives, again, to the users is because of the daily monitoring, what we can achieve is primarily push the calibration intervals up to 12 months. So normally, as per the standard SOPs, the calibration intervals are normally 3 months, 4 months, or 6 months. But then, because of this sensitivity monitoring, where you get a defined output from the sensor, the calibration intervals can be extended up to 12 months. So this was on the first topic on sensor alive, which is, I would say, Draeger is vouching into from conventional systems into something on autonomous side. Second topic, which I'll be talking on in next 5 to 10 minutes, is on visual flame detectors. So as we are aware, flame is an integral part of an FNG systems. Primarily for monitoring flames, we have different technologies. The ones which are applied are the radiation based, which used either UV IR, triple IR, or multi IR. However, there are certain challenges which normally the users normally face while maintaining or while also operating these systems. So let us understand what benefits a visual flame gas detector would give compared to a radiation based technology. So normally when there is a flame, as you can see, when flame burns or hydrocarbons burns, they will react with the oxygen in the environment, and primarily they will generate CO2 and H2O. Now CO2 and H2O specifically emit certain radiations in the IR spectrum. In the IR spectrum, these are captured by the conventional radiation-based sensors. So the radiation-based sensors in flame, they do not actually see the flame, or they do not actually react on the flame, but then they react on the radiations which are emitted as an outcome of the flame. However, the new technology which is being now also deployed is a visual flame detector. So a visual flame detector, what actually it does is actually sees the flame and then analyzes that flame based on the algorithms, and it gives an output. Now we'll see what are the different advantages of these visual flame detectors in subsequent slides. Now how exactly it works, technically there are two sensors or two cameras inside this device. The first is primarily which is providing a continuous CCTV footage or a surveillance footage, as you can see in the first picture. And secondly, there is also a black and white camera which is embedded with a near IR filter. So whenever there is a fire, of course, there is a radiation. So primarily this combines these two technologies, the radiation as well as the visual parameters, and based on this, it will give you an outcome. Now, what are the advantages? Let us look into it. First is a larger cone of view, larger path length. Second is it is primarily for all the hydrocarbons. Most important is the avoidance of nuisance alarms. I will not call it as a false alarms. It's always a nuisance. How it basically avoids false alarms or nuisance alarms, let us look into it. So these are the two visuals. On the right hand side at the top, you can see what the first camera or an operator, what it can see in the control room. And then the one at the bottom is the second camera, which is basically embedded with an IR filter. So you can see there is a flame at the bottom. Also on the visual side, it can be noted at the operator level, but along with that, the IR camera also sees the actual flame, and then it gives a standard 4 to 20 milliamp output. So there are two outputs which are generated. One is on the visual side, and second, for the controlling, for the interlocks, there is also a 4 to 20 milliamps output which is generated. Now, most important challenge, again with the radiation-based flame detectors, is the black body radiation. So a lot of devices, when they heat up, they generate radiations called as black body radiations, normally in the infrared spectrum. Now these infrared spectrum radiations, either they have a masking effect or they might also cause a nuisance alarms. But in this case, with the visual flame detector, actually, as you can see, the camera is capturing the actual flame without the interference of the black body radiations, and once it turns into red, it's actual and output which is generated from the sensor. Second important aspect, primary again with the radiation based, is the when there is a bright sunshine, also sun emits certain UV radiations which might also be deflected by the metal surfaces and also might be captured by the radiation based sensors, again causing nuisance alarms. As in the video you can clearly see, even in the brightest of the sunlights, the camera is pretty active and the flame can easily be detected and the output is generated. And lastly, the most important challenge is the flare detection. So most of the times, the conventional radiation-based flame detectors, they also give a nuisance alarms for flares. Why? Because they cannot distinguish between what kind of a flame it is. However, with the visual flame detector, because of its dual technology of analyzing the actual flame in terms of its color, shape, flicker, movement, and compounded with the IR filter, the false alarms because of the flare are completely avoided, and this has been, I would say, appreciated by a lot of our end users in the market, which will give definitely an insight to particularly the users who are using flame detection. So having said that, I will conclude my session. If you have any questions, we are definitely here to answer. I would like to also finally thank our channel partners, SSS and SAFE, who have really made good arrangements. We are there in stall 54, if I'm not wrong. So all these devices are there. You can have a touch and feel, and we are happy to answer for your questions. Thank you.
Do you have any questions, please, before he leaves? Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. for this, for illustrating this valuable presentation and this latest technology. Now let's move on to the next presentation. Now we have Mr. Ernest Gonzalez. He is a technical sales manager from the FireEye. Let's talk briefly about the CV of Mr. He is a dedicated engineering professional with a specialized career spanning 13 years, primarily within a demanding gas turbine market. His fundamentals experts was forged through 5 years of the intensive field service, where he gained critical hands-on experience in the servicing, commissioning, and troubleshooting of gas turbines across diverse environments, including challenging onshore and offshore sites throughout the United States. Now, Mr. Gonzalez, please go ahead. Please, you have 15 minutes.
Sure. Thank you for having me, and I'm glad that we're sticking to the topic of flame scanners and flame detection, but thankfully I'm not competing with the product that was just presented. So again, I'm Ernest Gonzalez Hernandez, Business Development Manager for FireEye, and I'm here to talk about the latest advances that we have in optical flame detection, and specifically FireEye's new Intense sensor. I'll give a little bit of background of what we see going on within the gas turbine market, and then how our solution fits into that changing environment. So for decades now, power generation customers, oil and gas customers have been using gas turbines that are running off of fossil fuels, primarily natural gas. But gas turbine manufacturers see that the replacement for these fossil fuels for natural gas is eventually going to be hydrogen. However, that transition into clean and renewable energy, or clean and renewable fuel source, is not happening without some sort of investment from from utility companies. So the infrastructure has to be in place before this transition actually happens. And what we're seeing is that a lot of investment is being done by utility companies, power generation companies, the gas turbine manufacturers, as well as the other technology providers in this market to make this transition happen. And gas turbine manufacturers know that they have to go beyond their standard dry, low NOx technology in order to reach the emissions numbers that are being set upon by state or national regulators. A lot of the time what we see is that regulations are coming down that require gas turbine manufacturers to have the best available technology, which could mean that they are required to be 100% hydrogen ready by a certain date. And so what we've started to see is that many of the gas turbine OEMs have a set goal of 2030 to have 100% hydrogen operation capable in some of their product line, not necessarily all their product line, but they do want to have some specific models where they're running on 100% hydrogen. And so we see manufacturers like Solar Turbines, Siemens, Baker Hughes, and GE Vernova doing tests with power utility companies as well as with end users in order to get this testing conducted with 100% hydrogen. And to meet that demand or to meet that transitionary goal by 2030, we will need to increase the production of green hydrogen, essentially hydrogen produced through renewable energy. But this graph shows that that growth in green hydrogen is not necessarily going to keep up with the pace that is required if we want to get these gas turbines running off of this 100% renewable energy. So even though the infrastructure is not necessarily in place, even though the policies are not necessarily keeping up and the regulations are coming down, gas turbine manufacturers are still investing in this technology. They're preparing for this eventual scenario where they're going to be running on some percentage of hydrogen because they do not want to get left behind in this race to provide the best available technology. And so there are some challenges when you're burning hydrogen, as some of you may know. It has a completely different thermoacoustic behavior than burning regular natural gas or any of the standard fossil fuels. It has a different flame speed altogether. It has different thermoacoustic behavior. The flame position is different. It has a shorter ignition delay time as well. And there's also just the inherent challenge of you requiring about 3 times more volume of hydrogen to get the same amount of energy as you would with natural gas or with methane. And so if you don't have the proper flame control and detection technology, you can have results kind of like the one that's shown here in this image. This is coming from a gas turbine that had some instability within its hydrogen combustion that did not have the proper monitoring systems in place. And so with hydrogen combustion, you're going to need some enhanced combustion control technologies. Gas turbine manufacturers have to change the design of their engine, the internals of the combustion chamber. They also have to make updates to the package when it comes to leak detection for hydrogen, as well as for flame detection and suppression outside of the gas turbine. And so to make the most use of hydrogen as a renewable fuel source, you have to go ahead and update the controls, and we have to have advances in optical flame detection. As you can see from the images here, the hydrogen flame or 100% hydrogen flame is nearly invisible, so standard optical flame detection is not necessarily going to work. And so this is where FireEye came in. GE Vernova, one of the largest turbine manufacturers in the world, approached FireEye through one of its distributors in the US to come up with a new solution to the optical flame sensor that they currently have. They knew that it was not very reliable. They had some issues with vibration, with moisture ingress, and so they approached us to use our history of flame detection to come up with a new sensor that is fiber optic, so it would have to be the same kind of form and function of what was there, but it would have to have an improved design, it would have to have reliable flame transmission, and it would have to perform in all the same environments that the gas turbines operate in, meaning high pressure and high temperature rated. And it had to meet all the necessary certifications that the current sensor has, as well as, this is the key, is being able to operate not just natural gas, but with more than 10% of hydrogen, up to 100% hydrogen concentrations by volume. And so this is where we came up with, because we have a fiber optic length that's in the middle there, but it is good for demonstration purposes. And so our sensor is broken up into 2 main areas. We have the cold end where we house all the electronics. Nothing is sensitive in there. It's very robust, so it can withstand high temperatures. And then we have the hot end, where we look at the flame signal. It has a 400 psi rating on that window, and a high temperature rating as well to meet all the necessary requirements to be mounted on a gas turbine. And so we see a typical layout here. It's very straightforward in terms of the installation. You only need a few clamps to have it installed on your gas turbine and other applications as well. And doing a little bit deeper dive into the overall layout. So again, the electronics are housed in component 1 right there, and then that varying fiber optic cable length, anywhere between 15 and 30 feet is what we're offering right now. We have the lens housing as number 3, and numbers 4 and 5 are not necessarily required to mount it on your gas turbine. This is just what we provide as an assembly. But if there's already an existing pressure and temperature window on the application that you're using it for, you can go ahead and just buy the basic components there in 1, 2, and 3. So what is our sensor measuring exactly? What we're looking at is essentially the photon flux, meaning the number or the amount of energy that's passing through a given area for a certain amount of time. And really we're focusing on the wavelength between 200 and 400 nanometers. Now we're not exactly measuring a wavelength of light, but that is the focus for now, and I'll go into detail as to why that is. So the charts that I'm going to show just for this presentation really focused around hydrogen and the wavelength at 310 nanometers. And why 310 nanometers specifically? So if you look at the technology before the old Geiger-Müller tube, which is used by some legacy optical flame detectors, we have our solid state sensor that is monitoring this band between 200 and 400 nanometers. So we see as you're increasing the volume of hydrogen, there is a peak in the intensity, in the UV intensity at that 310 nanometer range. So that's why we focus in on that range to show that we are 100% hydrogen capable. And so with that focus on hydrogen, this is the typical output curve that you're going to be seeing at this wavelength. So this does vary depending on the wavelength of light that you're looking at, depending on the fuel source that you're looking at, but if you're running on hydrogen fuel, this is the output curve that you're going to be seeing. So when GE approached us and said that they want precise flame signal transmission, they were really wanting an immediate increase in the milliamp output of the sensor to show that as soon as you see a minimal amount of brightness or combustion going on within the gas turbine, you see a spike in the signal going up to about 12.5 milliamps. And as you go to full load on the gas turbine in operation, you see a steady increase all the way to 20 milliamps. So in operation, we've seen the sensor go anywhere between 14 to 20 milliamps as the engine is ramping up to full load. So how do we stand out from the other the competitors on the market? So optical flame detection is not necessarily a new technology. However, we have the backing of GE Vernova, again, one of the largest turbine manufacturers in the world. This is vetted by them to go on their frame 6, 7, and 9 B, F, and E frames, and we're actively working with them to integrate this into the HA frames as well. On top of that, FireEye has been in the flame monitoring control business for over 90 years. So we're bringing that experience into the gas turbine market, that same culture of service extended into the gas turbine market. And where we stand out again is it's a very straightforward installation in terms of retrofitting to the current flame detection that's out on gas turbines. You don't need hard setup, you don't need to tune it, you just simply install it, and as soon as it sees flame, you're gonna get a 4 to 20 milliamp output. You don't need a separate electronics housing to control where the gain is. All you need is that mounting point for that small electronics area that we saw, point number 1 in the earlier slides. As far as a retrofit goes, it's a direct replacement for the current flame sensing solutions. It can replace anything from a Honeywell scanner, BFI, Reuter-Stokes. It is a direct replacement to many of the sensors that are out there. The operation does not require any type of cooling medium, so we do not need air, we do not need water. It has high pressure and temperature ratings as is, so it's a big benefit to currently what's out there on the market. And again, it's a simple 4 to 20 milliamp signal output. And what I wanted to close the kind of presentation on is this is the image, this is the information that you're going to be seeing when you log into the GE Vernova website to illustrate the backing that we have, the support that we have from this OEM. We are not limited to being installed only on GE Vernova equipment. We can be installed on any gas turbine that uses optical flame detection as well. But this is just to highlight the partnership that we have with GE Vernova. We also have a product safety bulletin that is issued by them to any end user, any customer, to kind of highlight the fact that this is the solution to use whenever you're going to replace your legacy flame detection equipment. And that is it for me. Again, we're install 43. If you would like to see the sensor itself, we have a small demo unit, just a shortened fiber optic cable. My contact information is available, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding the sensor or anything within the gas turbine market. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And now, before we move to the next presentation or to the next presenters, as you know, today in the early morning, Dr. Fahad Al-Ghanem, he spoke about the energy transition. And he said one of the major factors, of the major 5 factors, is the flaring. So our next presenter, he will go and present the flaring recovery unit. He is Mr. Marcello Zoya, and he graduated from, he has a master degree in the chemical engineering from Milan. Please, Mr. Have him. We are really interested in this topic.
I'm sure. Good afternoon. My name is Marcello, and I work for Flares from more than 20 years. And I can tell you that in 20 years, many things changed. Some year ago, around 10 years ago, I did a similar discussion in Middle East, and basically no one was listening to me, because no one thought that this could be a serious topic for this area. Now, I hope every one of you will listen to me. Actually, we are going to discuss a key topic, which is probably the most serious thing which every country in the world has to fix, especially Middle East. The zero routine flaring is something which probably every one of you heard, and is about a massive, innovative vision, which basically says that within 2030, no flare shall operate continuously. This is a huge challenge which many countries, including Kuwait, accepted. We are going to discuss, therefore, about effective solutions, but more than that, we want to show to you solutions to also improve, or better, to reduce the environmental impact everywhere, still relevant to the flare operation. So let's start to give you a very general introduction about the concept of zero routine flaring. When we talk about zero routine flaring, we are talking operations which are considered continuous. And as we will see, this is a relative concept. Obviously, we want to have flares which, even when they operate, shall operate better, shall affect as less as possible the population living all around the plants. And here in Kuwait, this is absolutely an important topic. Just so you know, and just to make you understanding, this is a very important point, because obviously we know that when we have a combustion, we have a number of products. I'm not going to make you a chemical lesson, but a key point is whenever we have a combustion, we produce a CO2 and steam, and this is something which obviously affect the environment, are great contributor for global warming. But even worse, if we don't burn, in other words, if we emit in the atmosphere gases like methane, the impact on the environment is more than 80 times the impact of a normal combustion. That's why it's very important to be cautious about what's going on. And in reality, this is something which every country, every area is approaching in a different way. To be fair with you, the areas where this initiative is more advanced is USA and Europe. The concepts are quite different, but nowadays the major actor of this initiative is absolutely Middle East. Every country in Middle East is making huge initiative to achieve this target. And as you may imagine, obviously Middle East, there are so many flares that obviously this topic is extremely important. And obviously the first point to achieve zero flaring is to think about technologies capable to avoid that the gas will be flare. And the flare gas recovery units is absolutely one of these major topics, the major technology that we want to discuss with you. So in general, the idea is that instead of delivering the gas to the flare, this will be recovered and will be used for whatsoever reason. The key point is associated to the fact that this gas will not go to the flare. So obviously, there are always advantages in terms of OPEX or return of investment for every single end user, because if I don't send the gas to the flare will not operate, so it will last for more time. There will be also advantages absolutely relevant to the perception of the population associated to the fact that the flames are no longer visible. So how it works? If I have an existing flare, and if I want to figure out what is a continuous operation, the first thing we have to do together is analyzing the data. This is a key point which defines when the flare operates continuously. And each case can be different from the others. The same plant can have situations where maybe a flare can be continuous for, say, 1 tons or 1 million scaff, and another flare maybe is for 10 tons or 10 million scaff. So there should be a deep analysis. And the second key point is installing the technology of the flare gas recovery unit in an area which is between the KO drum and the flare. And this is absolutely something that shall require, once again, the involvement of the expertise like Zico to evaluate the proper area, the proper layout, and the interaction between this new technology and the existing flare. Zico obviously have a kind of holistic vision. We are a leader in supplying flares, we are leader in supplying flare gas recovery units, so we can combine our know-how to give you the best option. So this kind of activity can be done in different ways. And for example, in Kuwait, there are several flare gas recovery units, but the major technologies which is applied is a dry screw compressor. This technology, yes, can be applied, but the history and experience told by many end users in the world said that in reality there are really many cons compared with the pro. And nowadays, the two major technologies which also Zico is proposing is mainly about liquid ring compressors and ejectors. So if we talk about liquid ring compressors, one of the major advantages associated to the operation of liquid ring compressor is the fact that it is flexible. In a plant, in a refinery, you can have many types of gas, and this gas can change from high molecular weight to low molecular weight. Sometimes they are clean, sometimes they are dirty. This technology operates regardless the type of gas you have. And in this case, this has a great advantage. The other great advantage is the ratio between price and quality, because it's absolutely a reliable machine which is also way cheaper than, for example, dry screw compressors. Last but not least, maintenance is way easier than other kind of technologies. In the recent years, the technology which has had more advantage, more improvement, are the ejectors, someone also called adductor. The technology's reality is nothing new. It's based on Venturi technology, so there is a multi-stream which induces the increase of the pressure. But in reality, in the last year, thanks to a number of improvements in the technology, the many end users, especially in this area, Middle East, are preferring this technology and are considering this as a first option. The motive gas can be either gas or liquid, depending on the type of activity. And once again, Zico not just supply the full package, but is also the supply of the specific technology, in particular the ejector. How does it look, a flare gas recovery unit? It looks like this. We have a number of skids which can be, let's say, designed depending on the needs of the plant. So once again, it's important understanding how the plant is done, and accordingly, we will design the best technology for you. In many plants, we have, in some cases, a liquid ring compressor technology. In other cases, we have ejectors. In other cases, we have a combination of the two technology. And here, the big challenge is not just supplying one system. The big challenge here is applying this kind of innovative technology at a huge scale. I have no idea how many flares there are in Kuwait, but I guess will be a number probably between 100 and 150. And the challenge is to apply this technology to every single flare. And to do that, the necessary condition is standardizing the design, evaluating together with you, with the end users, how to do that, the type of operation, in order to speed up the implementation. Being a Zico supplier of flare gas recovery unit and of the flares, obviously, Zico is the right solution for applying this challenging design. We are already doing that with many end users in this area. We will be happy to do that in Kuwait as well. And obviously, when we apply this kind of technology, the next challenge is allowing to the population to give a better experience associated to the operation of the flares, which in any case shall operate for emergency conditions. One of the major issues associated to the flare, if you think, is quite basic. The flame is visible 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There are many plants here in Kuwait, and many plants are quite big. We are talking about many, many flares. And if you go in the night, you see these flares operating every time. Think for a moment, if we replace this technology with something which is better in terms of noise, in other words, there is a noise reduction, there is an improved smokeless performances, the emissions are lower, and most important, the flame is completely shielded. In terms of reduction of environmental impact, this is a massive improvement. This technology, the enclosed ground flare, is something which in many areas, in Europe, in USA, Southeast Asia, are absolutely now required everywhere. This is something which will come also in Kuwait. Last but not least, and I will go very quickly, whenever then there are these two technologies, we can combine this with another challenge, which is voiding to have continuous pilots in the elevated flares. This will allow to reduce further the environmental impact. Zico can propose two types of technology. One is called Zico ballistic system, and one is called alternative ignition system. Both technologies has been developed in conjunction with end user, especially the ballistic system was developed together with Equinor, and the concept is that the pilots are completely replaced with a system where the pellet is launched, it creates a huge spark, like a firework, and induce the ignition of the flare. This is something which is absolutely referenced, and in many areas, North Sea, for example, in Europe, is the first technology applied. The type of technology had a lot of development. Just so you know, Zico is the only company in the world owning a specific high-pressure ballistic system which has been demonstrated the next generation of the previous system called low pressure. The alternative ignition system was developed together with Petrobras, so another end user, And in this case, the challenge was maintaining the pilots, but allowing an on-demand operation. And thanks to an interaction between valves located in the ignition system plus valves locating along the line, the guarantee associated to the instant ignition when needed on demand is there. Obviously, this is one of the great advantages of these technologies is that this technology can be applied as a retrofit, so any existing flare can be improved in this sense. So to make a very easy example, assuming that there is an existing flare which operates 24/7, and if we want to improve the experience of this flare, the first thing we can do is applying a flare gas recovery package. And the second thing, if the flow rate is extremely high, and if we are in an area where the people are sensitive, we can install an enclosed ground flare. And last but not least, we can put pilots on demand to void the operation of the pilots 24/7. Obviously, the advantage of Zico is that we are leader in supply in all of these things: flare gas recovery unit, flares, and ignition system. And we really hope that also for Kuwait, this will be the real chance to make a great step following the zero routine flaring. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions before he leaves? Thank you so much, Mr. Thank you. I believe now everybody should listen to you. Now we'll have Mr. Tony John. He is the CEO and Managing Director. He will talk about the enhancement asset reliability through online wear deals, analysis, smart monitoring, guided lubrications, and wireless vibration sensing. He is a recognized global leader in condition monitoring and rotating equipment, troubleshooting, specializing in advanced vibration analysis, training, and certification as an authorized center for the Mobiles Institute. Please, Mr. Must welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank Tamil Nadu Engineers Forum and Alfred for giving us an opportunity to present this. I will quickly go through a few technologies. These are recently approved by Saudi Aramco and Abu Dhabi National Oil Company for these innovative technologies. So you have been listening to many kind of predictive maintenance and proactive maintenance technologies since morning. So I will all quickly go through this predictive maintenance. So predictive maintenance is nothing but you are doing maintenance based on prediction. That means you will monitor the condition like, you will be analyzing a diagnostically important parameters. Say for example, vibration, or ultrasound or infrared inspection. So now the maintenance evolved from predictive to proactive maintenance. In proactive maintenance, you have to do precision maintenance like laser alignment. For example, precision laser alignment, precision dynamic balancing. And then, you will do thermal growth studies and so on. So we will talk about proactive maintenance a little bit, and few technologies I will quickly walk you through. I think I'm going a little faster, sorry. Sorry for the trouble. Okay. Okay, the first one is ultrasound technology. In the, if you can look at this design, installation and potential failure to function failure. So if you are able to detect well before the potential failure, so the first line of defense is ultrasound. So by monitoring the ultrasound, you will be able to detect the defects much faster than any other technology. So ultrasound is nothing but above our audible range. So our audible range is up to 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz, but ultrasound is above 20,000 hertz. So it's basically ultrasound is emitted due to friction, impact and turbulence, okay? So I would like to introduce an instrument which is a very smart instrument works based on artificial intelligence. It's a lube expert. So the lube expert is a guided lubrication. The technician goes to grease the bearing. So the lube expert will guide him to put the correct quantity of lubricant, and it will listen to the bearing. If lubrication is required, then only it will pump the grease. If the bearing is damaged, the instrument will tell you the bearing is damaged. Or if the bearing has excessive lubrication, then the instrument will display over lubrication. So this is a smart instrument. So this is a proactive technology to avoid over lubrication or under lubrication. Sometimes you are lubricating, but the grease is not reaching. So, and then all the lubrication can be managed by using the software. So you know how many machines are lubricated, how many are due for lubrication and so on. And there is also automatic lubricators are available. The automatic lubricator will listen to the bearing and pump grease according to its requirement. And then there is also acoustic cameras available to detect leakages, partial discharges, and so on. I'm just going very quickly. This is very good for a low speed bearing, variable speed bearing, to know the health of the bearing. So electrical inspections can be done by using this technology. You can detect partial discharges. And now I quickly jump into the new technology. This is a very innovative technology. You can see in oil analysis, when you look at the oil analysis procedure, you are sending your oil into the laboratory, but you will get one elemental concentration. There is a column for elemental concentration. So this elemental concentration means in the laboratory uses either an atomic emission spectrometry or atomic absorption spectrometry. So whichever technology you use, you cannot detect the particles bigger than 10 micron. That means you will only know smaller particle sizes in the lab report. Whenever there is damage in the machine, larger particles are generated and which will go undetected. You will not know damage is happening in the machine. So we are going to address this abnormal wear region. So I am going to introduce a new technology in abnormal wear region. Okay, this is called there's a technology based on artificial vision. You can see like Tesla autopilot. It sees the objects and it recognizes the object depending upon its shape. So we have a technology where you have a high power LED light passing through the oil. Oil is passing through a tube and falling onto the opposite or a CMOS sensor. The CMOS sensor detects this particle and it looks at the size, shape, the aspect ratio, and then it analyzes and tells you what force is generating this particle. Okay, so this is an optical technology, one of its kind in the world with the 37 patents. And these sensors use advanced algorithms and machine learning to tell you what is the source of generation of this particle. This is very good for doing root cause analysis. And then it's available in explosion proof model. It's a very small device. This will count particle as per ISO 4406 and also ISO 4407. And it will differentiate between actual particle and bubble. Any laser-based system cannot detect that. All the systems in the market will give you the cumulative count. But in this case, it will differentiate actual number of particles and actual number of bubbles. And it will classify particle as per ISO standard or NAS standard, or if you have your own standard, we can configure it for you. Then it will also tell you the oil degradation pattern, how much life remaining for the oil. Also, it will do the shape analysis to know the root cause. And you can see this is actually seeing the particle. That means this is a real, there is no estimation, actual counting. I will skip this and will go to the next slide because it's a small video. We have this small instrument which is available in different versions like portable, online system. We have online moisture also. So depending upon the customer's requirement, we can configure it as per you. And we have also the software available based on cloud as well as on-site, which you can take it to the, laboratory, keep in the laboratory and test the oil also. This is a dashboard where you get all the trends of all kind of particle, also the shape. If there is a lack of lubrication, it will tell you these particles are generated due to lack of lubrication. If there are hard contaminants causing three-body abrasion, then you will know these particles are generated due to contaminants. And installation is very simple. It's only a 1/4 inch stainless steel tube. We can install it faster. Many companies are using, including Saudi Aramco. And then I will just quickly go to another technology called motion amplification. This is another troubleshooting this. You just record some video and run it through our software. You can actually see how the machine is moving. This is an operational deflection shape, but this is based on actual video. You can see that fan is moving, so you can visualize how exactly it is moving. The left side shows you the normal video, and right side shows you the amplified video. That means you are recording this video with a high frame rate, and then it actually amplifies each pixels, and then you will be able to see how exactly this is happening. You can see there is a crack here. So here, this is a normal video. In this video, you can clearly see there is a crack. So you can easily visualize your machine's defects, and then you can take actions accordingly. Here also you can see the foundation, there is looseness, and one of the bolt is loose, which is very clearly visible by doing this motion amplification. So there are, both are videos only, but the first video is normal, other video is amplified video. Then I would like to introduce another innovative technology. This is a small sensor. This sensor size is just size of a small coin, which is self-harvesting. That means there is no need of battery, there is no need of power. It will take energy from the magnetic field around the conductor, around the bus bar. This can be used in any switchgear, transformers, and this is wirelessly transferring the data. So once you fix it, just by using a cable tie, then you forget it. It will work for 20 years, no calibration required. Very innovative technology now, and then you can see the data in your this one. And okay. Then we have also, a wireless vibration sensor. This wireless vibration sensor, most of the people are using MEMS-based sensor. This is a piezoelectric sensor. So you can come to our stall at stall number 5, Alpharage. Then we can explain more because of the time limitation. I am just concluding. Any questions, you can come to our stall number 5. For all these technologies, I can introduce there more details and more questions can be answered. Thank you so much for suffering me.
Thank you so much, Mr. for this valuable presentation and good presentations. Now we will move to the second presentation. Will be Mr. Ambris Salaki. He is a regional sales manager. He is working for the land Amitic. The title of this presentation will be Using Interfair Technology to Improve the Fairness Performance. Mr. Salaki, he is actually responsible for overseeing and coordinating all sales-related activity across the region. And also with over 15 years of experience in industrial instrumentation and process monitoring, Mr. Armashis has developed deep expertise in combustion efficiency, emissions, monitoring, and interface temperature measurements. Please come, Mr. and You have 10 minutes for this presentation.
Thank you. Yeah. Hello everyone, good afternoon. So, myself Amrish Salaki, working as a regional sales manager for Middle East region. Our presentation won't be boring for you because we do a lot of thermal imaging. So it's more than theoretical, it's all practical and visualization. So it helps you quickly grab and understand our technology. We are from LAND. LAND is actually a UK-based manufacturer, and it has been established in 1947 by Mr. Tom Land, who was the actual inventor, and based on his family name, the company was formed. So that's where the LAND instrument has been in the presentation. So we are very honored to say pioneer in the non-contact temperature monitoring. So we are the industry first who has manufactured the ISO certified pyrometer in the world. Then later in 2006 we have been acquired by American corporate company known as Amatec. So that's where we are well known in the industry by name Amatec LAND. Mainly, we are covering important key application in refining and petrochemical industry, starting from flare monitoring, then the critical asset monitoring, then today's topic what we are going to cover is most TMT, or tube wall temperature monitoring or tube skin temperature monitoring in any fired heater, from cracker furnace, steam methane reformer, or crude heaters or boilers. So all the type of furnaces which we generally call as a fired heaters. Then the last one is any flammable storage yards like petcoke or sulfur granulation piles. So that's where we do with the help of thermal imaging technology. So all the thermal imaging or non-contact temperature monitoring instruments are called as a pyrometer if it is doing only 1-point temperature monitoring, or if it is the imaging, then we call it them as a thermal imaging camera system. So these all instruments work based on the infrared principle, which from the electromagnetic spectrum, where the 0.5 micron to the 20 micron is our infrared band. From that band, we select a particular wavelength based on the each process or application, a particular IR detector to have the non-contact temperature monitoring. The other curve which you see bottom, it's known as Planck's curve. Okay, it's basically defines the relation between the wavelength and the temperature range. So for a high temperature range, which mainly in furnaces, we have to select the shorter wavelength, where you can see as the wavelength decreases, the temperature, high temperature applications we can do. So that's where wherever the high temperature applications are there, we go with the short or near infrared wavelength based non-contact instrument, whether pyrometer or the thermal imaging camera. So moving to the next slide, these are the most important factors which affects the non-contact measurements, whether it's a pyrometer, again thermal imaging camera. So these are the three most important factors we should have a knowledge before carrying any non-contact temperature monitoring or measurements. The first one is emissivity. It's a quite popular factor, 5+ years of experience in the non-contact measurements. So the emissivity basically defined as an ability of any object is radiating its heat energy. Assuming an object is having the temperature of, like, let's say 1000 degrees C, but it's only radiating 40% of its energy, the 60% of energy is the loss. Okay, how do you compensate? So this is where the emissivity knowledge should be there to compensate, to measure the right or a true temperature of an object. Then next parameter is background radiation, which is most important, especially when you have a hotter surrounding. This is again a furnace application, let's say, because your burner flames are hot, refractory walls are hotter than the actual tubes in the boiler or in the cracker or in the steam methane reformers, right? So that's where you have to compensate about background radiation to get the right temperature of the tubes, okay? So that's another important parameter. Then the third one is the side path or the furnace atmosphere, we say. It's again depends on the what type of fuel feed you have. It's a natural gas. We are lucky to have a huge natural gas in Middle East, but in case if you are having a mixed fuel, then we have to select again the right wavelength based to have a 100% transmittance to have a right measurements. So that's where these three most important factors have to be adjusted properly in any non-contact measurements, non-contact temperature measurements. Otherwise, whatever you are doing, those measurements may be having a false reading, then it leads to some catastrophic damages like in the furnaces, the tube ruptures, failures, or any other issues in the furnace. And later, there won't be any optimization in the combustion process. So that to avoid all those things, we should have a right knowledge of the infrared basics about emissivity, background radiation, and the right transmitters. So to select the right wavelength based non-contact instrument. Moving to the, why these TMT are a tube metal or tube wall temperature or tube skin temperature. There are multiple terminologies based on which furnace you are doing. So if you are having cracker furnace in petrochemical, you normally say it is tube metal temperature. In the hydrogen producer in refineries, like they call it as either tube skin or tube wall temperature. So but for camera, it is same. It is doing the temperature monitoring, right? So that's where the different terminologies are used, but for camera it is same. So in cracker furnace, the TMTs are most important because you have a end of run like decoking cycles based on the what tube metal is tube temperature is there. So to achieve accurate and reliable readings, you need to have a thermal cameras or the pyrometers based on the right wavelength selection. So once you are with that right measurements, then you can do the end of run length. You can increase the length of a UOR, okay, so that you can run your furnace for longer time than the normal standard, like 45 days maybe you are having, then you can extend for 5 days or another 10 days. Like that will be helpful for you to have a production, increase production, and at the safe temperatures. If you are having accurate measurement technology, then only it is possible. So that's one of the key thing. And in heaters and steam methane reformers, also the almost similar kind, but more in SMRs and crude heaters, it is always about the tube life and product yield. So that's where to have a proper stuff, you need to have a continuous monitoring and accurate temperature monitoring. So benefits are like, as I was saying, run length increase and reducing the peak TMTs across the coil, and reducing the decoking cycle or time based on the right TMT measurements, and also the reliability perspective like tube life, ruptures, cracks you can avoid. So that's where the main advantages of having the right technology for the temperature monitoring. How they are currently measured? They are currently measured with the help of either thermocouple or portable pyrometers. These are very good, but the thing is, these cannot give you the continuous measurement. You have to go field every time out and do the measurements and come back and do the analysis. So that's how they're currently measured. And mostly they are measured just like these tools are used as a safety or an inspection tool, but they are not going to help you for the optimization, process optimization. So that's where we have a different technologies like fixed pyrometers and also the thermal imaging technology. Yeah. So that the red color one, this was a portable gun type infrared pyrometer. Whenever you want, you go out and do the measurement. The next one is again pyrometer, giving you the 1-point temperature monitoring, but it is fixed. Okay, so similar to the portable 1-point measurement, but you are going to have a 24/7, 4 to 20 milliampere are the temperature readings continuous. So that's the difference between these products. Then moving to the same pyrometer comes with the hazardous enclosure to meet the ATEX and ICX ratings like zone 1, zone 2. So that also comes into the particular housing based on the site requirement. So another very important technology what we land have is known as standard or a reference method, which is done by the Gold Cup pyrometer. So in case if you are having a challenges in your plant, how to know the right emissivity or background radiation, how to avoid all those things, then we only having this patent technology known as Gold Cup pyrometer. This is well known in the field as a reference method or a standard method. So whenever you need a confirmation, you need to have some standards, right? So same way, this pyrometer works as a standard reference method. It gives you the true temperature of the tubes or coils, independent of emissivity and background, without any background radiations. How? You can see here, this is the gold-plated hemisphere, and it goes into the furnace and physically touches the tube to avoid any background radiation is coming into the measurement. And since it is almost going and getting all the reflections from the tube, so energy is not escaped. So that's where we no need to do any compensation with the emissivity value, and background is not going to affect the measurement. So that's how this is going to have a true temperature without having any interference and any interference and the emissivity requirements. So this we provide as a survey services, as well as we also supply and train to the end users to carry out. Just another 2 minutes. So yeah. So I'm just skipping some slides because I want to cover the thermal imaging camera. So those all what we have discussed all are the pyrometer, which when I say pyrometer, it is just 1 point temperature monitoring. The next one technology is the thermal imaging camera. It's imaging. So we have a 2 camera system. One is fixed camera and the portable. So what they are doing is, you have a tubes. The first image is the cooler tube, the second one is the hotter tubes, and the third one is the hot bands. You can see these are the issues you can identify. Then this is the fixed camera. So basically what it happens is, this is where you can see our camera can get you the image, continuous image coming to your control room, where you can monitor the multiple number of the tubes, area in the furnace. And you see, when you monitor the full furnace, the multiple tubes, any hot spot or cold spot or any problems, you will get into our imaging. And you can, with the digital zoom feature of our software, you can identify and understand what is the effect of that particular hot spot. So that's the beauty of our thermal imaging technology. Yeah, so we can define multiple region of interest, and we can create the alarms. We can define what are the information you want in the furnace once you get the image into your control room and software. So I think this presentation with limited time. So sorry. Please, if you have any questions, anything you want to discuss, please visit our booth in Alarfa's stand number 3 for any more detailed discussion. So I hope you got a concept about non-contact temperature monitoring with the help of pyrometer and thermal imaging technology.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. for this great latest technology. Now we will move to the second presentation. Will be Mr. China Panti. He serves as a territory manager for the Castelline Tic based in Dubai. He is highly experienced technical sales manager with a strong background in mechanical engineering. Please, Mr. The title of this presentation will be Maintenance and Repair Solutions for the Process Industries. Please come on.
Thank you so much. I know my name is quite difficult to pronounce. Anevarukkum vanakkam. Good afternoon all. I know everybody must be hungry, same as me. So please bear me for 15 minutes so that I can brief about our products and services, which can be useful for your process industries. Then we can discuss further on this. So my name is Chilamparasan. I'm working with Castellan Tech past 13 years. Thanks, Tuff, for the wonderful opportunity. So Castellan is 120 years old German organization. It has started in Switzerland and we have a head office in Germany. We are the pioneers in maintenance and repair solutions providers. It can be a powder coating, it can be a thermal spray, it can be a weld overlay, or manufacturing of welding equipments. All this we are the masters. We are supplying all over the globe. And almost we have 100+ countries presence. Either we have the direct offices or we are working towards with our business partner. In Kuwait, we have the business partner with Petroleum Services PSC, where they are handling our products and services for our customers. So we have the in-house R&D, almost 400 application engineers working on the field so that they can work on the applications customized, and we provide the tailor-made solutions for the wear and tear solutions. So we are into oil and gas, mining, chemical, power, cement and steel industries. Almost we have 1,500+ employees, 10 supply centers, 20 service centers and 31 market centers. In terms of manufacturing, as I mentioned, we manufacture the welded cladded plates, welded cladded pipes. It can be inconel or stellate cladding. We do by automation process in our facility. Also, we have the casting systems. We provide the castings for the high temperatures. We provide the polymer and ceramic coating, and we have manufactured our own welding equipment, and the same can be considered as a services. So we do the HVAS coating at site condition for the vessels, tanks, or any other pipelines, all this. Also we do the HVAF coatings and on-site welding, overlay, all this we do. So basically this presentation will be covering the corrosion and erosion issues, especially on the process industries, where the process equipments are prone to corrosion and wear due to the harsh operating conditions, which impacts the human life in danger because of the catastrophic failures, economic impacts, and metal degradation and environmental damages. So even there is a NAS International, they have given one of the publication like 2.5 trillion USD has been costed by corrosion, which is a 3.4% of the global GDP in 2016. That is huge, right? So this can be reduced by doing the special technology for a corrosion control solutions in modern day technology to provide savings can be made with the products and services. So how Castellan can support the process industries? So we have the product. It can be a welding, it can be a thermal spray, it can be a fusion technology, or it can be a cold thermal spray, even with the ceramic coating, by which we will be able to provide you the customized solutions to the customers. So this is one of the example what we have done for inconel cladding for the ADNOC refinery. Volume. We do manufacture our own range of building wires in our facility in US and Europe. So wherever you have the problem with the corrosion, with the slurry involved, you can go with inconel claddings, and this is one of the unique. Sorry for the interruption. Yeah, I'm trying. It's okay. So the video stuck, sorry for that. We do inconel and stellate cladding. It can be a monal clad, minimum of 4 inches. And we do have a complete ITP we provide to the customers based on the specifications. I'll just run through the documentations we have provided to the customer. Micro, macro, heat analysis, All the documentations, including the hydro test, can be done in our facility, and we can provide to the customer as a complete full fabrication. And one more interesting technology where welding is a bit difficult or challenges, where we can go with HVAS, high velocity axifuel, arc spray technology what we have. This is one of the unique technology available globally, where it can be used on the oil and gas and other sectors, especially for the wear and corrosion. So, where we are using, for example, the vessels with the carbon steel, which cannot be used as a Hastela itself because of the cost implications, where we can play a major role by doing the cladding or HVS cladding, we call it. So this can be done on Hastela, Inconel, chrome clad, tungsten carbide, titanium, where it is very expensive and very difficult to fabricate also. When you do this kind of coating like with our process HVAS, it can be used as a barrier coating and it can avoid complete corrosion and erosion. And it can be available at site condition itself. So it can be used as a barrier layers and substrate and environment to protect base material from the degradation. And it can be used on the corrosion protection, erosion protections, and especially the thermal stability, it can work up to 900 degrees Celsius. So the same composition, whatever the specifications we are recommending, that will be work up to 900 degrees. And it can be used on the aggressive media compatibility also. So based on your applications, we can study and we can provide improvised Hastela coatings also. So where it can be differs from weld overlay. Where weld overlay after the cladding or any of the heat input touches, you have to go for the PWHT, right? Which can be avoided by doing HVAS coating, where you don't need to do any kind of PWHT, and the heat affected zone will be very less. And it will be less than 120 degrees. It will be considered as a cold spray process. And no distortions, no crackings on the substrate, and faster in applications. If you do 10 days of weld overlay, it can be completed in 2 days in the same areas. And it can be protected in from corrosion like H2S and CO2 environment. High temperature stability. Castellan has done almost thousands of square meters. We have done in the past, and it's proven technology, where we can improve your asset integrity, enhanced reliability, and greater sustainability. You don't need to go for any kind of replacement, where you can do the refurbishment of your component. So what we do, we come to the customers, we analyze, pre-evaluation we do, inspection we do the recommendations based on your applications parameters. We provide a HVS application at site and provide you the proper documentations. Even we can do the monitoring also. After a couple of years, we provide you the better warranty, which can be discussed mutually, and we can provide you the monitoring also after a couple of years, how it is performing, what kind of repairing system to be reused in the future, that also can be discussed. By which you'll be able to improve the reliability of your asset, at the same time you are providing the sustainability to the environment. So this is one of the applications we did for amine stripper for Saudi Aramco, where the temperature is 100 to 150 degrees, and it is having accelerated the local corrosion and pittings, and it started the pittings and grooving, blisterings, all this happened. We inspected the site, we have done the complete inspections, and we provided the proper solutions to the customer. So we have done almost 100 square meters in these areas, which is, we are expecting life of 10 plus years. Volume. So this is how we have done the coating. So this is another example of hydrocarbon storage tanks. The customer loses almost 8 mm of thickness on the tank, and it's having naphthalene. And they want to have the immediate and cost-effective solutions to the customer. We rushed to the customers, inspected, we have done coating, we have mobilized the team within 5 days, and we have done the completing the job within 2 days. And almost 50 square meters we have done the job. So it will be a long-term protection for the asset. Similarly, it can be done on the butterfly valve also, where the customer was using the rubber lining, and once rubber lining damaged, very difficult to repair it also at site. Where we have removed the rubber lining, done the refurbishment with our welding repairs, then we went with one of the HVAC coating. So in this, we have done similar to monal coating. So what the customer is used to do now, instead of going with the new components without any kind of protections, they go with these coatings, and they are existing the life of almost 5 to 6 years. This was done in our facility. So this is about the HVAS. The last one related to the corrosion under insulation. This is one of the major issue on all the process industries currently, where we have solutions with. Generally, if you go with the traditional insulations, we'll be having a lot of jacketing, breaking, water resources can come with rainwater or condensations, or the CEA will have a lot of catastrophic problems and unexpected shutdowns will happen. Where in Castellan, we have the polysiloxane technology. This can be applied over the pipe or any of the tanks so that you can avoid complete corrosion 7 to 10 years. You will not have any kind of CUA corrosion over the pipeline or tanks where the temperature is involved on the components. So once you do this coating, we have another coating called INSU. This can be replaceable for the conventional insulation systems. So you can literally you can touch outside on the coating systems, and internally the thermal stability will be there. This is one of the interesting proven technology globally, which can be discussed. We can do the pilot like test to be done at trial. We are ready to do that. And this was already approved for the nuclear heat exchangers for Rolls-Royce. For the internal heat exchangers, the temperature is almost 120 degrees immersed saline water. So when you do the coating of 180 degree range of component, the 5 mm thickness of the coatings, after the coating, the temperature is reduced 125 degrees and achieved of 55 degrees. The maximum threshold of any process industry to touch, it should be 60 degrees or less temperature. So this can be achieved by doing this coating. Another advantage, the insulation coating cannot be done on-site, online, wherein our coating can be done online up to 200 degrees also. Where the temperature is outside, you can see 200 degrees during the application they have done. After the coating of 5 mm thickness, the temperature has been reduced to 37 degrees. And also we do have the metal coatings, ceramic coatings, especially for the concretes, and also metallic pumping systems, separators, flare systems, especially on the top flares where you have the problem with temperature and corrosions. We have the excellent product which can work up to 952 degrees Celsius, where in general conventional ceramic coating manufacturers not having such products in the market. This is a product can be used, and we do the heat exchangers coatings, amine vessels coatings we do, and where there is a leakages, we have the leaking proof, online leaking proof systems are available, pump coatings, and this is one of the interesting for the concrete coatings, where there is a basins, where there is a problem with concrete corrosions, we can apply the coatings, we can avoid complete corrosions. Concrete basins like trench, sumps, secondary containment can be done. With our coating, we have the complete technology know-how with our product. This is on the concrete tanks on the bottom area. This is how we do the designs for the concretes. We do the coatings for the well casings, shaker equipments, all related to less than 150 degrees. Temperature is involved, we can go with the ceramic coating. Above, we can go with the weld cladding, or we can go with the HVAS technology. Chemical storage tanks, knockout drums, tanks, mud pumps. And we have the complete chemical resistant chart where we can select the product based on your applications. So this is the last one where we do the reverse engineering also. Even our refurbishment of any component, we can bring back to the original shape or better than the OEMs also sometimes. Where this one, it is completely damaged. We brought the complete 3D scanning. We brought the original dimensions back. And this is the results. So earlier with the OEM, they have done the coating with the 2 to 3 years that was the life. And after we improvised technology, it has given almost 4 to 5 years. So that also can be improved with a different kind of technology. So these are my contact details. If you want, you can scan it. We can discuss further in the future. If you need any further information, we can always discuss after this meeting. My friend has come already. Thank you so much for your valuable time.
Thank you so much for this added value, really. We need to have many discussions with you later.
Definitely.
If you have any questions before he leave, please. Thank you so much. Now we will move for the Protigo Middle East. Today the title will be Safety Considerations for the Storage of Flammable Liquids in the Atmospheric Tanks. He holds a degree in energy and process engineering with a specialized focus on chemical safety. Please, Mr. Come on the stage and have the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. Always when I hear 20 years of experience, it sounds good, but also I feel a bit old. But today let's focus more on the experience, right? So the subject today is about safety in storage tanks and focusing on flammable liquids, right? Storage tanks constructed according API 650, 620. Where's the... Okay. So let's... Yeah, let's focus on the flammable liquids. Normally, everybody knows that explosion doesn't happen. It's not like that you open the windows and you look outside and say, oh, look, an explosion. No, it's not like this, right? It's always about overlooked risk or risk which are not handled correctly. And normally the way of handling risk is always checking a two-step explosion protection measurements. The first one is the prevention of explosive atmospheres. Of course, you can try to change your flammable liquid, but makes no sense because it's your business. And that's the reason that normally, of course, you will always handle this flammable liquid. And the thing is, you may do some blanketing with nitrogen to avoid it. The second thing, if you cannot avoid an explosive atmosphere, you should avoid effective ignition sources, right? But it's also a little bit difficult. How do you want to avoid electrostatic discharge? How do you want to avoid lightning strikes? Also very difficult. So it means you need always to consider in your risk assessment ignition sources, right? And by the end, the requirement for explosion measurements is normally given. If you cannot avoid explosive atmospheres and ignition sources, then of course makes fundamental to use protective systems like flame arresters when it comes to prevent flashbacks or from the atmosphere into the storage tanks. The technical safety parameters to do the evaluation of the first step of the explosive atmospheres, normally everybody knows upper and lower explosion limits, limit oxygen concentration when you do blanketing, the flash point when you have liquids, and up and lower explosion points. When it comes to evaluate the effectiveness of ignition sources, you take the ignition temperature and the minimum ignition energy as safety parameters to decide which kind of device to install. And for the flame arresters or for the explosion protection measures like the flame arresters, you need to take to consider the maximum experimental safety gap, which is one of the bigger, important safety parameters. This is how the MESC, the maximum experimental safety gap, is measured, and which gives you an idea how is the flame propagation capability of the fluid. You see it's done by a laboratory device, and every fluid is measured through different concentrations, so that you will always have the lowest point of the concentration, which is very close to the stoichiometric ratio. This is a point where you will find the MESC. And for that, you can have the explosion groups, which normally are 2A, 2B, and 2C, like the electrical equipment, but you can you have subgroups 2A1, 2B1, 2B2, and 2B3, right? So these are the explosion groups which normally are used according to EN ISO 16852. So they changed the pointer. Okay, thank you. This is just to show the influence of the MESC according to the operating temperature, the pressure, and the oxygen ratio. You can see that the safety parameter for the flame arresters are measured under atmospheric condition at 20 degrees centigrade, and with the increasing of the temperature, the MESC is reducing. So that's important to know that also the safety parameters have influence for higher pressure, higher temperature, and also different oxygen concentration as air. This is how the flame arrestor works, how the flame arrestor stop the flame. You see it's just a heat exchanger where the flame comes into very small gaps, and by heat convection to the wall, the temperature is reduced and the flame is quenched. Important to, this is how the flame arrestor elements are built. It's still manually, you see it. There are two kind of straps, flat and one with a profile. When they are winded, then of course they form these little gaps. And for the manufacturers, very important, of course, to verify that every winded gap has the same dimensions, because this is requested by the standard. And for this, we are checking this under the microscope, you see, so that we can find when the measurements are different, so that, of course, we can check if we can use or we cannot use the flame filter element. And in the data sheets, a lot of times we see that the design standard is mentioned ISO 16852. This is the test standard for flame arresters, but this doesn't mean that the flame arrestor is certified. It's just how to need to be tested. Important for the safety is always that you specify a certification according ARTEX or ICX. These are the different storage tanks. They can, of course, be protected on the different ways. Just for the free venting to the atmosphere, no pressure vacuum relief valve, and also with a vent header system when you want to recover the gases. This is a zone classification for a storage tank. You see, of course, when you pump out liquid, then will air come in. When you have also temperature changes, then you will have also the coming of air inside the storage tank, building up an explosive atmosphere. This is the reason that you have a classification zone 0. And the criteria to know when the storage tank need to have a protective system is the flash point. When the flash point is less 60 degrees centigrade, the flash point is the lowest temperature where the liquid build sufficient vapors to generate an explosive atmosphere. This is a system where you can see with a vent header system where you recover the gases and you destroy it. And you see that in this picture, you just have one pressure vacuum relief valve on the storage tank, where normally they have also included a flame arrestor below them and an emergency vent. So in case that the flame arrestor is maybe clogged, you will have problems that air will come into the storage tank, and you can have, of course, implosion problems. This is normally how we recommend to protect a storage tank. You will have the emergency relief vent for the fire case, where this is normally for external fires. This valve needs to be closed the whole time, just open when you have bigger overpressures generated by a big heat impact like external fire. Then you have additional a breather valve with integrated flame arrestor because the flash point is less 60 degrees centigrade. And you size the vapor recovery line not with a complete thermal capacity, you just take 25%, so that the vent header would be, of course, less. When you have flammable vapors, then of course you need the detonation flame arrestor to protect the storage tank from the flashback from the ignition source. This is something what changed in the past. We had in the past API 2000, the 5th edition, 1998, and they stated very clearly that you need to have a flame arrestor or protective measurement when your flash point is less 37.8, but they also specified that it's not required when you use a PV valve. That's the reason that a lot of storage tanks in the API 2007 edition, they already changed it, and they established a protecting measure less 60 degrees centigrade, which means, of course, that now you need to have a flame arrestor, and you cannot just use a pressure vacuum relief valve as before. It's important to know for old storage tanks, which normally were selected before 2009, they just have PV valves. And now when you want to look for a replacement, that's important to know, you need to do the HAZOP according to the current standard. And the current standard is saying you need to have a flame arrestor, not just a PV valve. You need to do the HAZOP new again. So I would like to thank for your time, and if you have questions, of course.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your patience and for your attendance today. Thank you all speakers for their added values throughout these conferences. So much again, thanks and appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, for your time and patience. Now it's time to honor our session chair. Sir, please, can you come to the dais? I invite Mr. Periyasamy to honor our session chair with the shawl. I also invite our General Secretary, Mr. Balan, to honor our session chair with the garland. And I invite our President, Mr. Raja, to honor our session chair with the memento. This session to come to the stage, please. Mr. Yashodan, Mr. Ernest Gonzalez, Mr. Marcelo Zoya, Mr. Ambrish, Mr. Tommy John, Mr. Silambarasan, and Mr. Sasha Pineda. I now request our session chair to honor the presenters for this session, starting with Mr. Yashodan Abhyankar from Draga. Followed by Mr. Ernest Gonzalez Hernandez from FireEye. Is Mr. Marcelo available here? Okay, we'll go to Mr. Ambrish Salaki from Land Ametek. Okay, for Mr. Chidambaram. Next to Mr. Shasha Pineda from Protego Middle East. Thank you, gentlemen. With this, we have come to the end of all our paper presentations. So I take this opportunity to thank all of you for your focus, energy, and insightful engagement throughout our final session of papers. Today's presentations have been a powerful testament to the spirit of innovation and collaboration that drives our industry. Thank you once again.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at a very special highlight of today's program, the raffle draw. A token of appreciation to all our attendees, this is a moment to celebrate your participation and bring a joyful close to this remarkable event. To lead this through, I am delighted to invite Mr. Periyasamy and Mr. Justin to the dais. I kindly request everyone to be seated and join me in giving them a warm round of applause and enjoy what's ahead. Pariniyappan Devarajan. To take the next lucky winner, I request Mr. Fabio to pick the next winner. And to pick the next winner, the third winner, I request Mr. Ashok sir.
The second winner is Satya Prakash. Satya Prakash. Satya Prakash. Satya Prakash can collect later. you can take. Rafiq Akis from Al Muntasir.
Al Muntasir from Al Muntasir.
This is
Mr. Rashid Zomer from TCC.
Mr. Rashid Zomer from TCC.
And this is the last lucky winner, the fifth lucky winner. And let's see who's the winner.
This is Ahmed Mohammed Al-Azimi, Petroleum Services Company. Mr. Ahmed Mohammed Al-Azimi, PSC, Petroleum Services Company. So anyone from PSC can come and collect, and later on you can hand out to. Okay, thank you. Now,
Ladies and gentlemen, as we close this chapter of our journey today, let us carry forward the spirit of purpose, resilience, and shared vision that has brought us here. The knowledge we have gained, the perspectives we have exchanged, and the connections we have made are the foundation for a brighter, sustainable future. I would like to conclude the session with a famous quote: alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. So, I now invite Mr. Kapil Duraiswamy, IT Joint Secretary TEF 2025, to present the vote of thanks.
Salam alaikum, vanakkam, namaskaram, and good afternoon to all. On behalf of the Tamil Nadu Engineering Forum, Kuwait, it gives me immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks for this memorable 16th Technological Innovation Conference and Exposition and the 9th Engineering Excellence Award. First and foremost, our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Engineer Hamza Abdullah Bakash, Chairman, KNBC, and Engineer Hamad Rashid Al Zuwair, Deputy CEO, North and West Kuwait Oil Company. Your esteemed presence and inspiring words have set the tone for this conference and motivated all of us to strive for excellence in engineering and sustainability. We sincerely thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Fahad Algano, Manager, Operations Support Group Gas, Kuwait Oil Company, for sharing invaluable insights on sustainable innovation. Your guidance and knowledge have been truly enlightening. A special thanks to our honorable special guest, Mr. Harith Ketan Shailat, Second Secretary, Community Affairs and Association, Embassy of India, Kuwait. Engineer Talal Mudlag Al Otaibi, Manager, Associated Gas Operations, Kuwait Oil Company. Dr. Kazuma Okoroba, Head of Sustainability, Dangote Seaman Nigeria and Founder, Prolip Africa. Mr. Sabah Al-Shamari, Director, Golden Palm Petroleum Services. Your presence has greatly honored us and added immense value to this event. We are also deeply grateful to our chairperson, the exhibitors, and the paper presentation speakers, whose dedication and efforts made this conference a great success. The knowledge, innovation, and ideas shared today are a testament to your hard work and vision. A heartfelt thanks to all the EEA awards. Your excellence, innovation, and commitment to sustainability inspire every engineer present here today. Finally, our sincere appreciation goes to the entire TEF team, volunteers, and supporting staff whose tireless efforts behind these success scenes ensured the smooth organization of this event. Without your commitment, this gathering would not have been possible. Friends, as we conclude, let us carry forward the spirit of innovation, excellence, and sustainability that we celebrated today. Together, we can continue to shape a brighter, greener future for engineering and society. Thank you once again, each one of you, for gracing this occasion with your presence. Wishing you all safe journey home and continued success in endeavors. Thank you, Nandri.